The kingdom of the dead was immersed in eternal silence, and among its barren lands a magnificent castle lonely towered, like the last stronghold of former glory. This castle was the only structure in Necropia, a secret treasury of countless gold columns, complex ornaments, and magnificent frescoes that personified the greatness of a forgotten world. In the lower halls of the castle, there was a huge marble hall, decorated with sculptures, so skillfully made that it seemed as if they were breathing. Here was a symbol of absolute power, the throne belonging to the Lord of all the necropolis, its invariable ruler. His name is Karnak, the King of Death, who surpassed the limits of human understanding, but after a century, who was aware that people were not allowed to control the essence of death. Once, in the days of his human life, Karnak was an illegitimate son of the fallen noble family, who left him alone with the loss of his mother and the contempt of other nobles. This loneliness aroused in him a distrust of others and an uncontrollable desire to gain power that could compensate for all losses. The fateful find, the prohibited code of necromancy, caused its departure from the human path and the beginning of its fall. Soon he turned his entire people and kingdom to ashes, making them the first victims of his path to power. Even the fourth fighting king and the three great magicians, trying to resist him, were powerless. Ultimately, Karnak subjugated them to his will, and then broke the resistance of the guardians of the world, leaving no bright hope. When the last of the guardians, the emperor of the dragon Grabir, fell and became his servant, every doubtful understood the inevitability of collapse. Karnak turned his body into the highest form of existence, known as Astra Schnapf, and became the greatest king of death from all times. This ritual made him more than ever, but along with force, a strange awareness of loss came. Karnak thought that his power would give him everything, but after decades he realized that he was even deprived of the opportunity to enjoy his victory. 70 years have passed since he lost the human body, and now he was thinking why he was eternity in the appearance of bones alone. In his thoughts, the images of the warm sun and light wind arose more and more often, which he would never feel again. Even the pain, tormenting flesh, would seem desirable to him compared to this dry and empty life. Nevertheless, the King of Death still kept the hope that one day he could regain what he had lost. Once a subject appeared to him, who bowed low in front of the Lord of all the dead, the Lord of life and death, and the conqueror of the lands. A subordinate, known as Baros, and who was the main commander of the Death Legions, respectfully welcomed King Karnak, praising his greatness. Karnak informed his faithful ally that all preparations were completed, which caused genuine surprise in the eyes of Baros. The king confidently added that this time he has a good foreboding that everything would go as planned. Baros, shining with joy, expressed admiration for the plans of his master, reminding how long they were looking for a way to return Karnak human pleasure. Having tried everything, from vampirism to possessions, they found that elevated creatures cannot satisfy the needs available only to mortals. However, believing in the opportunity to change their nature, Karnak and Baros decided to find a way to regain true pleasure if it is inaccessible in the current state. The King of Death decided to turn time back to those days when he was still a man, hoping to find the lost. He suggested that they should return by the moment when he first came into contact with Mahana of Darkness, but Baros asked the question of what would become with their existence in case of failure. Karnak, dismissing, asked why his ally asks such questions, because if he does not want to continue, he can leave. Baros, smiling, assured that he had no doubt and was ready to follow his master, offering to start immediately. They hung up their decision with a handshake and began to return in those days when their lives were still human. Soon, Karnak began to distinguish between familiar voices through a dream, as if calling him from afar. These voices belonged to Baros, who persistently tried to wake his master, turning to him with respect. Waking up, Karnak looked at his subordinate and trying to remember whether Baros was really in front of him. Baros smiled and confirmed that it was he, although his face now looked like in their distant past. Remembering those times, the king noted that even in his youth, Baros did not have a sense of reverence, for which he only laughed. Rising, Karnak said that in any case, their journey led them to where necessary. In front of them lay the same book, whose appearance instantly reminded Karnak of the beginning of his path to necromancy. Karnak again took the path of studying forbidden knowledge, intending to change the course of fate using them. Having collected strength, he directed dark energy directly to the book, instantly incinerating it. Baros, watching this, asked whether they were too hastily destroyed such an important artifact. The king replied that he remembers everything that is needed, and what is more important to maintain the future than to cling to the past. Baros noticed that Karnak began to foresee even better than before, and even began to look different, more alive. Hearing the Baros hung up at Baros, Karnak was surprised, noting that he had not heard such a simple but pleasant sound for a long time. With a smile offering to eat, they headed to the nearest place to enjoy food, which both had not experienced for a long time. After some time, the whole settlement heard the sounds with which Karnak and Barros enjoyed food, as if it were a real feast. They ate with such enthusiasm that their eyes were filled with tears. The joy of the acquired taste sensations was genuine. Barros, with a smile, noted that if life is the game, then this opportunity cost all their efforts, because the food is so tasty that it is impossible to hold back tears. Karnak nodded, agreeing, but with a grin reminded his comrade so that he would not overeat, because the money did not fall from the sky. While they were talking, they brought a new dish to the next table, and the aroma immediately attracted their attention. They looked curiously towards the table, where the appetizing chicken of the highest class now towered. Having inspired her alluring aroma, Karnak, with regret, noted that such delights could not afford, recalling that he was from an impoverished noble family. In a joke, remembering his title of the King of Death, he thought out loud what would happen if he simply destroyed everyone in the tavern, but Barros immediately tried to calm him down. Barros recalled that with their current weakness, they themselves could be beaten, and Karnak agreed that his remark was quite reasonable. Then the subordinate suggested counting the money in order to understand what they were enough for, and began to examine their meager stock. Looking into the bag, Barros froze for a moment, and then looked incredulously at Karnak, as if not believing his eyes. He stated that they were clearly problems, but Karnak did not immediately understand what exactly his faithful ally had in mind. Barros suggested that their time and time could affect the situation, although this is only his guess. Intrigued, Karnak looked at the contents of the bag and also noticed something strange. There were unexpectedly a lot of silver coins in the bag, although according to all the laws of time they should not have so much money. The protagonist thought that something was clearly wrong here, because in their time the Jestard family was in a deep financial crisis. His grandfather, Baron Grelid, spent a fortune on numerous enterprises, laying the lands, but all his undertakings crashed. As a result, the old man left behind only debts that passed to the father of Karnak, to the Baron Krapp, but he could not cope with them. Two eldest sons from his first marriage were useless lolls, who did not bring any benefit to the family. Karnak himself, being an illegitimate child, grew up in a family that slowly collapsed under the weight of debts and failures. The constant humiliation and contempt of the family made a real boot for survival every day, because his youth was full of bitterness and struggle. Now, the money lying in front of him has become not a reason for joy, but a source of anxiety, because it seems that the spell of the regression of time worked differently as it should. Barros, fingering the dagger, honestly admitted that, being a simple swordsman, he could not know everything about these magical subtleties. The hero, thinking, came to the conclusion that perhaps they did not return to the past at all, although too much coincided with his memories. Barros interrupted Karnak's thoughts, suggesting that instead of puzzles, it was best for them to spend money on chicken, because worries will not disappear anyway. Karnak looked at his friend and, softening, said that good food would help them find strength to solve all their problems. As a result, they enthusiastically ordered 2 juicy chicken at once to eat plenty. Soon, satisfied and well-fed, they hit the road, discussing their future plans. Barros irritatedly noted that again to see Jestard does not please him at all, because he never considered them a good family. Karnak, with a grin, replied that their fate depends on the correct actions, and that he has long been not the young man that was before. However, the oddities around continued to cause concern from him, and Barros noticed that they were becoming more and more, starting with a horse. With interest, Barros asked if Karnak really did not notice how the manager spoke with unreasonable politeness about how perfectly he cares about horses. Indeed, for a family in decline, it was simply inconceivable to have such thoroughbred animals. And the townspeople with whom they met earlier, those who once despised them and called the scum, now seemed friendly and even welcomed them with a smile. This made Karnak think that everything that was happening was some kind of crazy nightmare. Barros agreed that it was really strange, but advised to deal with these facts when they would arrive home. They were almost in place, and Karnak, looking at his native lands, admitted that he had not felt such a strange excitement for many years. With a smile, he noted that he felt nostalgia, although it seemed to him amazing. Barros, on the contrary, coldly stated that for him this place causes only irritation, because it never brought him joy. His hostility was explained by the fact that his own life in these lands was filled with suffering. Barros recalled how his parents threw him on a dark night, leaving him to die alone. Then it was Karnak who found him, exhausted and frozen, and decided to save him. Taking him to him, Karnak was surprised that his father even allowed Barros to stay in the house. It was dictated by pragmatism rather than mercy, because Karnak, even illegitimate, needed a servant to preserve the prestige of the family. Barros interrupted his thoughts, pointing to the building ahead and asking if they were mistaken, because this should be the residence of the Jestard. The protagonist instantly gazed at everything that appeared before him, and confidently declared that this was exactly what he was thinking. Repeated, doubting, asked if this was exactly the very place that Karnak confidently replied that it completely coincides with his memories. This place accurately gives out a high brick wall and a 2-story building with a cozy terrace. A vast garden spread around the estate, and everything here seemed exactly the same as in his childhood. Nevertheless, he was surprised to note how excellently this place was transformed, wondering where such funds could come from. While Karnak and his companions studied the estate, the guard recognized the young master and welcomed him with respect. The hero was dumbfounded that even the gatekeeper remembers him, while the guards whispered, doubting whether he was really. Ultimately, the guards were confused, calling him his master, which caused a considerable shock in Karnak. It was a surprise for which the hero was not ready, and she literally knocked him out of balance. Then he was informed that from the moment he became the head of the family, half a year has passed. This news was said by the butler named Japel Plaid, who immediately asked whether the master achieved his goals. Karnak, not understanding anything, asked what was being discussed, but the old man reminded that it was for this that he went on his journey. Having received an indistinct answer, the butler nodded in satisfaction, noting that the late head and Isabella would be happy. The news of their death struck Karnak to the core, instantly raising questions in his head, how and why they died. The old man continued the story, mentioning that the times became gloomy after the death of Tessel and Ferelt, but now it has become a little brighter, which helped Karnak realize why he was the Lord. Nevertheless, it still remained unclear what happened to his family and why she died. Obviously, the purpose of his journey was to master the necromancy, which he had to study secretly from everyone. He in a whisper reminded Barros that he had to give the story of the journey. But why did he need necromancy in this situation? To which he received a confident answer that the goal would remain a secret. The butler noticed that the guys would whisper about something, and suspiciously asked that they were so worried. The assistant, not at a loss, explained that the young master was tired after a long road and offered to continue the conversation tomorrow. The old man, understanding his mistake, apologized to the Lord, promised to be more attentive in the future, and sent him to rest in the room so that he would gain strength. A little later, left alone, Karnak and his subordinate finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to discuss everything that was happening. The assistant noticed that they finally got out of the situation, but admitted that all Japel's words were so confusing that he now did not understand what was happening at all. The main character, smiling at his usual confident smile, assured that he knew how to act even in such a confusing case. He firmly stated that they have a task that needs to be started immediately. Without wasting time, Karnak urged to hurry, because it is necessary to act while everyone else is in a sweet dream. When the night fell to the ground and the whole estate plunged into silence, only a few were awake. Among the sleeping ones was the butler, with whom they had a conversation during the day, which gave them a chance to start their plan. The main characters, already in the room, discussed how Japel deeply fell asleep so that nothing could prevent their actions. Barros brought a bunch of dried herbs and handed them to the young master, and Karnak, having accepted them, announced that the time had come to check the old man's consciousness. Magic energy, thick and dark, slowly began to spread around the room based on the herbs. Using the technique of necromancy, Karnak launched the flow of energy into the consciousness of the butler and began to call him to wake. The old man's body trembled, then rose, and he turned to his master, ready to fulfill his will. Karnak, without wasting time, demanded to tell him how it happened that Jestard's finances improved, and how he became the head of the family. The butler explained that 4 years ago, when the second young master still studied, everything changed due to one random find. During his studies, the master stumbled upon a rich copper mine, and although the hero always thought that nobles were used by mines as a cover for laundering money, this time everything turned out to be different. The subordinate agreed that this is usually true, but emphasized that in this case the mine really turned out to be a real and valuable source of copper. Then Karnak asked why all family members died, and Japel explained that the point was the location of the mine. It turned out that the mine was in the neutrality zone between the Jestard family and the Deventoro family, and both sides declared the rights to the mine. This dispute grew into an open war, where the girlfriends, thanks to their excellent military training, turned out to be the most dangerous enemy. Among all the soldiers there was no one who could defeat Sir Randolph, an unsurpassed fighter of the Deventoro family. This legendary knight easily defeated Baron Krama in the battle, and killed the young Mr. Tessel, the senior heir to the Jestard clan. Ferelt, the best knight of the house, lost both legs in battle with Sir Randolph, which led him to a desperate decision to commit suicide, and the Baroness, shocked by these tragedies, soon died. Despite the minority of Karnak, he was made by the heir. Both families agreed to conclude a temporary truce in order to avoid further losses. The contract was valid until the age of Karnak. when he was supposed to become the official head of the family. But the question of the copper mine and compensation for the war remained unresolved. Then Karnak proposed to conduct a duel of testing with the Viscount de Venter in the name of the goddess of the moon and justice, Allium, to protect his family. The protagonist and his assistant were horrified by such a proposal because it seemed a rash and too risky step. None of them knew that in a duel, the test conducted under the mandate of the Order of Allium, it was allowed to put another warrior in his place. The duel was supposed to go in the presence of the priest, and the winner was determined only by the death of one of the parties. Barros gloomily remarked that Karnak signed the verdict for himself, but he replied with a smile that he had acted not out of weakness, but out of confidence that this was the path to salvation. He emphasized that, instead of continuing the war, the choice of duel was the only way to maintain honor and avoid further bloodshed, and the de Venter could not refuse so as not to stain his reputation. Karnak hoped to win a duel and get a copper mine, which would avoid hunger, but Barros rightly noted that this is unlikely with his current skills. The master assured that he would make maximum efforts to prepare, and immediately asked the butler when a duel would take place. Japel stunned Karnak with the news that the duel was appointed a month later. Later they set the table, and the subordinate asked with surprise why such a meal was organized. The baron explained that this is his gratitude for their zeal, because the subordinate earned a good rest after all the hard work. Karnak thanked and began food, but soon expressed concern that it seems wrong to relax with such a close duel date. As a joke, he invited Barros to replace him with a duel, recalling that this was allowed by the rules. Barros, understanding the hint, apologized, saying that he could not do this, because in the past he killed kings only thanks to necromancy, and not personal skill. With sadness on his face, he added that necromancy makes victories to seem simple, but real combat skill comes only with years of difficult experience. Barros noted that it is unrealistic to learn how to learn the skill of fencing in a month, even if he had a weapon. For this, you need at least 6 months of persistent training. Karnak, without thinking twice, suggested just taking his sword from someone, but Barros asked why not to look for a worthy fighter in the knight's order. The protagonist frowned that if there was at least someone with the necessary talent, they would have already turned to him, so the only way out is to use necromancy. Barros agreed, adding that he now understands why Karnak devoted himself to the study of this art, but he recalled that necromancy was strictly prohibited. He also mentioned how in the past they managed to secretly eliminate the guards, using necromancy when they were on the run. However, even then, the priests of Allium quickly calculated them and accused Karnak of using forbidden magic. The priests were sure that Karnak was a necromancer and ultimately drove him to Barros into a corner. Once in a hopeless situation, the hero was forced to call for spirits that could erase the fate of the living, using the energy of the abyss. Seeing the caused spirits, the priests experienced shock, realizing that they had a really dark magician. To combat spirits, they ordered the use of the sacred talismans of the keepers, hoping to stop the threat. However, the talismans were useless, and none of them could explain why the blessing of the goddess was acting. Taking advantage of confusion, Karnak ordered Barros to run as quickly as possible, because the pursuers were already close. At that moment, Barros did not understand how the priest learned that Karnak uses necromancy, because the books claimed that this was impossible. Barros explained that only civilian magicians and knights cannot recognize necromancy, and priests are an exception. Remembering this skirmish, Barros and Karnak realized that it was then that their legend began, filled with dangers and secrecy. Barros said that he seemed to be understood by the plan, and Karnak added that the essence is the secret use of necromancy, pretending to be a regular battle. However, he immediately noted that the priests who will judge the duel will probably expose him again if he repeats past mistakes. Barros offered simply to pick up money and escape, but Karnak objected, calling it a shame, because all those whom he hated are already dead. Barros sarcastically asked if Karnak was going to pretend to be a generous patriarch, or to prepare for his own funeral. In response, Karnak grinned and asked Barros to calm down a little and just sit down. Karnak knew that his plan was dangerous, but a very interesting idea had already matured in his head. In the northern Fort de Venters, intensive training of knights, preparing for future battles, were just undergoing. Barros decided to make a small respite before proceeding to the next stage of his mission. At this time, the oldest man approached the Randolph himself to the girl, the strongest knight of the region, and asked how preparation for a duel was moving. Randolph greeted Bright with a grin, noting that special training was not required against such an inept enemy as Karnak. The old man warned him, recalling that he should not underestimate the opponent, even if he seems weak. The knight laughed loudly, saying that to spend his time on a duel with a spoiled young master who knows nothing about battles is simply ridiculous. Bright suggested that Karnak probably had some kind of cunning plan, since he decided to call. At this moment, the knight noticed a new merchant, adding that lately there were too many strangers in the fort. This new merchant was Barros, who was here under the cover, watching what was happening. He quietly noted to himself that, despite all the training of Randolph, his style of battle in duels is quite predictable. Barros appreciated that Randolph is a simple warrior who relies on a heavy sword and does not even own the basic combat aura. Such opponents are predictable in their movements, and this opens up certain chances for Karnak. However, Barros understood that 1 month is still not enough for Karnak to study the necessary skills to win. Suddenly, a girl approached Barros and asked with a smile whether he was looking at her brother Randolph for so long. Barros was surprised and asked if she was really the younger sister of Randolph, to which the girl nodded affirmatively. By playing along, he stated that he was delighted with the power of her brother and would like to get her handkerchief from her as a sign of respect. The girl happily agreed, flattered by his words, and Barros hoped that he managed to hide his true intentions. Soon, Barros returned to the estate and headed for the personal training room of the Jestard family. There, the wards welcomed Karnak and asked how his endurance training moves. Barros, with horror, saw that Karnak lies almost unconscious on the floor, devoid of all kinds of forces. Having tried to bring him to his senses, he began to shake the master slightly, but Karnak moaned weakly to stop shaking him. Otherwise, the Eaton would go back. Barros, with a grin, asked if he had managed to run 10 circles around the training room, which Karnak, barely breathing, replied that he had just finished and was no longer even able to move. The subordinate asked why he had so torn so if his body is still weak, like a shrimp. Karnak, annoyed, said that he just needs rest before continuing. However, Barros calmly said that real endurance training was just beginning, and what was before was just a warm-up. The subordinate added that now a real hellish training will begin, causing genuine horror in Karnak. There were 20 days to the duel, and the Karnak schedule was scheduled for a minute. To start the day with a dense breakfast, then go to the hall to make 100 push-ups. After that, 100 waves and 100 squats should be performed without any concessions. These training were supplemented by several more difficult exercises, and Karnak constantly begged for breaks. His regime turned into a series of exhausting exercises and rare minutes of break. As a result, 10 days before the duel, Karnak already stopped whining and began to train with a greater discipline, although he still found time to complain about the cruelty of Barros. A few days later, only 15 days remained before the duel, and Karnak still stubbornly continued his exhausting training. Barros, pleased with the progress of his master, once morning said that he had finally reached an acceptable level of endurance. Karnak agreed, proudly stating that he had greatly improved his form, although he noted that his subordinate was training twice as hard as he himself. Barros, grinning, suggested starting a battle training in swords, to which Karnak happily agreed. Barros handed the mister the sword, asking him to keep him correctly. For some time he carefully watched Karnak, evaluating his rack and grip. Barros began to adjust him, relax his shoulders, transfer the weight to the heels, and strain his hands so that the grip is strong and stable. Karnak thought to himself how strict his ward was, but despite this, soon Barros approved his stand, saying that now he would not be decapitated in the first attack. Barros warned Karnak that he would attack now, and ordered him to prepare for the defense, adding that if the master could answer with a blow, this will be his first gift. Without waiting for an answer, Barros rushed to the attack, not sparing his master, as if it were a real battle. Due to his inexperience, Karnak missed a blow, immediately feeling how quickly and skillfully his opponent moves. Barros stopped abruptly and irritatedly asked what Karnak was doing, calling him to get into the rack and start fighting. The battle continued, but the flurry of Barros's attacks forced Karnak to go in complete defense. Trying to hold the rack, Karnak nevertheless missed another powerful blow that almost knocked out the sword from his hands. This blow was strong enough to tie it to the ground, causing a feeling of powerlessness in Karnak. Barros, with a sigh, noted that this is how the knights can easily suppress civilians, leaving them no chance of a counterattack. He added that Karnak needs to focus on the rack and evasion. Karnak nodded, admitting that he realized this, but complained that even if he would hold the rack, he still could not evade the next attack. Barros agreed, saying that this was true. But he added that the purpose of training is to show Randolph his fighting will and spirit so that he could not easily win. Karnak thoughtfully asked if it was really worth it to persist like that for this fight. Barros explained that Randolph loves to demonstrate his skills in front of the audience, joining the enemy, but he loses his face if his opponent resists for a long time. Therefore, if Karnak can delay the battle and show that he does not give up, this will damage the reputation of Randolph and force him to lose confidence. Barros emphasized that Karnak should learn to hold on so as not to die from one blow, otherwise everything will be in vain. A few more days passed in exhausting training, and only 5 days remained before the duel. Karnak fought again with Barros, and this time the fight was more equal. Barros began to scream at Karnak, demanding that he express his screams during the battle stronger so that even the audience would hear his determination. Although Karnak became stronger than before, he still fell, exhausted after the next exchange of blows. Barros got angry and reported him to attack, saying that if he tries in a real battle, he would be cut into two halves. Lying on the ground, Karnak realized that he looked stupid, and this hit his pride greatly. Only 4 days left before the duel, but Karnak and Barros still continued their exhausting training. The next day, the training continued, and Karnak, dodging Barros's attacks, rode on the ground, barely managing to respond to blows. 2 days before the duel, things went a little better. Karnak no longer only evaded, but also began to jump away, avoiding blows more confidently. However, these training was so exhausted that Karnak with sarcasm told Barros that he may die before he had time to fight Randolph. Barros, unlike the master, was pleased, saying that training was going well and Karnak was almost ready for a duel. With a smile, he suggested moving on to the final part of the preparation. Barros announced that he would now teach Karnak the technique of a sword of 4 kings. From these words, the hero could not hide surprise. Karnak asked if Barros really knew such complex equipment, to which he was indignantly replied that most military equipment knew. Barros explained that in the end, all 4 kings were his subordinates, and he studied all their techniques except the technician of Queen Rapunzel. Karnak immediately asked why it was her technique that remained unacceptable. Barros explained that the King of Death never turned Rapunzel into a Death Knight. She resisted to the very end. As a result, he cut it into 3 parts and made the gatekeeper of his yard. Hearing this, Karnak was amazed, thinking about the cruelty of the King of Death. Barros returned the conversation to the matter, announcing that today he would show Karnak the technique of the Delphiad sword, one of the 4 kings, the King of Lavun. Karnak doubt asked if it was possible to learn such a complex equipment in just 2 days. Barros, grinning, noticed that it would take only 1 day, and 2, this is a luxury. And then the duel's day came. People gradually flocked to the battlefield on the border of the Deventer and Jestard. Those present busily discussed the upcoming sight. Many confidently put on the victory of Randolph, anticipating the spectacle and an easy victory. The supporters of Karnak also expressed his opinion, recalling that their lord trained diligently and hoped for his victory. Finally, Karnak approached the duel's place. He was not alone. There was a faithful Barros with him, who accompanied him throughout all training. Karnak looked confident and was determined to win. Before starting the fight, the senior judge asked all those present to shut up and turn with a prayer to Allium, the goddess of justice. He solemnly announced that both houses had declared their rights to copper mines, and in order to solve the dispute, he had to fight in an honest duel. Then he asked Karnak, a representative of the Jestard house, to go forward and appear in front of the goddess, a symbol of justice. He also called Sir Randolph from the Deventer, so that he also introduced himself to the goddess, indicating that the difference in equipment was taken into account depending on the skill of the fighters. After that, he turned to the duels, asking the sacred question whether they swear to fight honestly in the name of Allium, and received confident confirmation. The priest announced the beginning of the battle with the words that the war with this oath will become an arbitrator, and the scales of justice will find the truth. When the fighters took their positions opposite each other, he solemnly announced the beginning of a duel. Randolph, without losing a second, grabbed his weapon, deciding to fight with maximum determination. He instantly moved to the attack, rushing forward with unshakable confidence in victory. With arrogance, he stated that even if Karnak trained, he would still remain a weakling. Karnak easily retorted his blow and calmly replied that true power would be clear only in the finale. Randolph noticed the opponent's confidence, and mentally noted that he was clearly not as simple as he seemed. Not wanting to stop, Randolph attacked again, but Karnak masterfully defended himself his shield. Supporters of the House Jestard rejoiced, seeing how Karnak demonstrates worthy resistance, and Barros was sure that everything was going on his expectations. Despite the tension, Randolph moved restrained, waiting until he studied his opponent. Karnak realized that his training was directed at this moment, and understood that he should show the power of his spirit. With an unexpected tactic, he loosened the defense, shouting so that the opponent boldly attacked. This impulse forced Randolph to think, noticing determination in the eyes of the opponent, albeit without exquisite skills. Then Randolph decided to bring the battle to a new level, activating the hidden potential of his weapons. Karnak was stunned, realizing that the enemy's energy was intensified, and his shield could no longer restrain it. When Randolph's weapons fell upon him, Karnak, showing an incredible reaction, rolled up, avoiding a blow. Karnak easily rolled, demonstrating the technique that he brought to perfection in long training with his student. Randolph was at a loss, thinking what kind of strange and unexpected rifts were. The audience was also stunned, realizing that the young lord, despite the power of the blow, was incredibly agile. The judges Rogos looked at each other. One of them commented that he sees such a parish for the first time, and it is worthy of admiration. Karnak got up easily, throwing the shield to the side, and looking at the opponent, called him a miserable insignificance. He grinned, emphasizing that he was slow as a turtle and clumsy, like a muscular wild boar, which is also called a knight. The words of Karnak angered Randolph, and he violently replied that he would no longer allow him to mock and close his mouth forever. Karnak only grinned, stood in the combat rack, and invited the opponent to try to make his threat. Randolph froze, dumbfounded by an unusual pose of the enemy, which seemed ridiculous but anxiously familiar. Remembering the teachings, he realized that in front of him is the technique of Delphiad, the rarest style. There was noise in the crowd. The onlookers began to discuss that this technique belonged to King Delphiad himself, one of the 4 fighting kings. The Karnak family rejoiced, seeing how their heir uses the legendary style that instills hope for victory. Randolph, smiling at himself, decided not to succumb to emotions, maintaining composure and concentration. He knew that only a genius with vast experience could master the technique of the War King, and Karnak clearly did not possess this skill. Randolph thought that the rival overestimates his strength, but still appreciated his courage and hard work. Having directed the weapon to Karnak, he stated that he would perform justice in the name of Allium. However, feeling the opponent's evil look, he realized that one zeal is not enough to win. Even before the duel, he discussed with Berosus how the technique of the Combat King can be copied for the appearance of skill. Randolph decided that it was enough for him to demonstrate his strength so that the audience believes in his superiority. And although Beros's true plans were far from his goals, now it no longer mattered. Karnak, skipping the blows one by one, wondered if all this was really part of his mentor's plan. Despite the difficult situation, he did not give up, knowing that he was obliged to bring the matter to the end. With difficulty restraining tears, he shouted that the blows mean nothing, and that no one could defeat the heir to the Jestard house. Randolph looked at him in bewilderment, thinking that this battered idiot was caring for nonsense. Meanwhile, supporters of the House Jestard silently worried about their lord, proud of his efforts, although they used to be considered a sloth. They began to whisper that, despite everything, he is quite worthy to become their leader. Beros, watching the battle, was glad that Karnak avoids critical strokes, and believed that his training was bear fruit. He also noted that Karnak masterfully leads the opponent with his caustic remarks, which clearly angered Randolph. Randolph could not resist and stated that Karnak looked exhausted and is unlikely to be able to do something else. With these words, he fiercely rushed to the attack, intending to finish the battle right now. Beros, noticing his impulse, realized that this moment had come, as was planned. Karnak closely watched Randolph's actions, thinking that it was finally time for the decisive maneuver. He recalled the words of the mentor that the imitation of movement without the power of the blow would immediately give out his weakness. But if everything is done correctly, the plan would work. Randolph, aiming at Karnak's feet, tried to limit his mobility and complete the battle. But Karnak at the last moment went into the protective rack and stuck the sword in the ground, blocking the attack. Randolph, in shock, realized that his attack was really stopped by this newcomer. Karnak mentally followed the plan, reminding himself that now it was necessary to conduct a diagonal blow-up. He made this maneuver, and Randolph flew out of his hands, taking off up. Without losing a moment, Karnak changed the grip of his sword, preparing to deliver another decisive blow. Having concentrated and following every advice of his mentor, he inflicted a powerful attack known as the overkill double uppercut, striking the opponent and completing the duel. After it, the blood of Randolph poured onto the floor, and the hero was exhausted. Although the opponent was wounded, insisted on his feet and asked, "Is it all that he is capable of?" The kitten who scratches him would have coped much better than he. After these words, Karnak realized that he had done poorly for him. After what the faces saw, they realized that after this, the match seemed to be finished. The supporters of the young master were also puzzled, because they realized that it was wonderful, and reality is quite cruel and unfair at the same time. Randolph said that the guy weakened vigilance, and he was sure that his peers would laugh at him. But the hero replied that he was risking his life right now. So is it really that he has this concern for him? Although this is not so bad because the guy will not have to regret him after everything that happened. The opponent felt that his expression on his face somehow changed quite strongly, and at the same time from the wound, which he received the beginning of dark energy. The man did not understand that this was still happening to him, so he immediately began to scream the film. But the priest, who was the main judge, said that this aura is somehow strange. Render, in turn, tried to get rid of the dark energy that covered his body with the help of a fly sword. Then Karnak rushed to the attack and said what kind of wallpaper he did not come up with dirty tricks. He would not lose. Suddenly, Randolph's legs also began to be covered with dark energy, and he was distracted. The limbs, as if he were moving on its own, so he threw his great power to the head of the protagonist. Those present were horrified, and did not understand how a person could have such a force. As a result, they realized that this black aura was controlled by Sir Randolph. But people were confused. Was it really sacred? When suddenly Barrows shouted from the crowd that it was necromancy, and it should be the power of the devil. After that, the fighting knights and the priest ordered the one who used the necromancy, and they immediately rushed to the attack. The old man also went with them and asked him to change his mind to his name Allium. To accomplish the court and justice over unclean creatures, let him lower his sword and surrender. But with one wave of sword Randolph, he immediately threw them away. The man did not understand what kind of nonsense they were carrying, but he could not cope with this force. The judge immediately shouted to the rest to listen carefully, because this is necromancy, so everyone should stop him. Randolph's body exuded this very power, but could not understand what was happening. The first thought that he had visited his head was that this villain Karnak did it with him. Of course, the main character from this outcome of events was very happy, and thought that his former opponent was confused, but still should not arrange such scenes. And so he, using the power of his necromancy, directed her to Randolph, after which the body of a man completely covered the dark power. The guard noticed the priest. "It seems that he was controlled by the curse," the old man replied. "This is because he still does not know how to manage them, and they have no choice. This person should be killed at that moment, as soon as the opportunity presented," so they rushed to the attack. Randolph really could not cope with the power that enveloped him, and therefore shouted. And after a few moments his body pierced the weapons of new rivals. And when this happened, they began to leave his body very much, and the dark energy gradually disappeared. In the end, only a lifeless body fell on the field, where an honest battle of the knights was supposed to pass. The guard said that Randolph was no longer breathing, so he asked what to do. The priest asked the officials to the Vinth Devontor estate and let them conduct a thorough investigation. Then he said that the verdict was already adopted. The fighter of the girl called the dark power and participated in a duel in this sacred court. It was nothing more than a shame. The goddess does not forgive this, and therefore the fighter Desestard Baron Karnak won. During the search, the estates found a blanket, and raincoat symbols of necromancy and evidence were throughout the building. Randolph's sister could not believe it, because all these things were those that he recently bought from the merchant, the priest asked. But what about this suspicious bottle of medicine? The girl said that it was just a hair growth that they bought from the merchant, because the brother was always worried that his hair was falling out. The interlocutor interrupted Milady and said that this could not be more obvious proof of the necromancy, so the hearing will take place very soon. And on the occasion of the confident Jestard family, a chic feast was arranged. Barrows asked if it was normal that they were eating like that, and the young master replied that everything was in order, because he was sure that the same feast was also on the city square. Further, the subordinates asked how Karnak thought of such a spell. He replied that he had to do everything to win. It worked so well thanks to the receptive character of Randolph. Asiaz Back Barrows asked whether he was going to use necromancy, and the Main asked to listen before criticizing whether he would still die during the necromancy or during the test, and was it not better to use it then. Although the guy was not going to use it, he said that he would not do this, and Randolph would use it. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what he has in mind. Karnak said he would have to arrange a scene, because they pretend to be idiots, and this is his specialization. Given how far the officials are, he will be able to deceive them. In a situation where they will fight each other, it will be difficult to determine who uses the spell. This is an incredibly strong spell of a high-level necromancy, so that even the Order will not suspect that it was he who was behind. But there was still one problem. "It is necessary with you. The enemy spilled a little blood, because he could not skills in all skills," Barrows asked. "Is it really necessary to force the enemy to bleed?" Remembering everything that happened, the gentleman said that he spent very poorly, and the former coach asked if he was really glad that he had made so much effort. Karnak said in any case, Randolph should defeat, but somehow it was possible to avoid suspicions, and everything they did conducted an investigation of the girl. Investigators were absolutely surprised that it was Randolph who used necromancy, but it is not clear why. The senior priest asked the ward whether they had completed the investigation of dark forces, since this is a big problem, even if they report only those facts that were confirmed. The judge of the fight said, based on the experience of their investigation, they are sure of this. This was not from an ordinary necromancer. Using the transcendental fragment, the goddess warned them that the attributes perfectly coincide, so we can say exactly that it was the darkness of the apocalypse. The hero was very happy at that moment that in this life luck on his side. The comrade also said that the world favors them. Then the master said that all that they need to do now to enjoy life in full. After some time, Vera said when the Deventer is no longer familiar, there are a lot of effort that will try to capture the minds. The gentleman replied, that is why he needed to strengthen his necromancy, But the interlocutor did not understand what would happen if the Order understands that it was them. Karnak only smiled and said that is why he needs to find a way to use necromancy so that he was not caught. 3 months later, as usual, he sat on his estate and trained. The magic circle that was used in necromancy also covered the whole room. And the hero, accumulating this inhuman energy, thought that he should focus on its development. He used the negative energy of the lunar light and the darkness of the deep night. It was necessary to call on spoiled energy, filter it, and collect only clean. And finally, after that, just sort and process it to create magic. In the end, he succeeded everything that was conceived, and he was glad that it was the perfect technique of chaos magic. Somewhere on the training ground in the same estate, and Barrows trained. He thought that 3 months have already passed since he began training as a soldier to become an official knight of Jestard. But the problem is that the abilities of other soldiers are simply miserable. He was just opposed by the senior soldier of Jestard Gilliman. The guy realized that all this time she had support, so there was nothing to do. Suddenly, the opponent stopped him. He no longer became very much, so he asked to finish today. The interlocutor smiled and told Gilliman that he was grateful for devoting his time. The man said that he was not even a whole, because now he should study with him, and not vice versa. Still, he increased incredibly, and will soon become the strongest knight throughout the family. Barrows replied that he still had to go a long way in comparison with him. Then the soldier said that he would definitely become a good knight, and today the soldiers are going to drink together, so if he wants him. The guy replied that the small gentleman had learned an important task for him, so it was annoying, and they said goodbye. And after some time, along with the kettle and with joy on his face, he showed up to the young master, saying that it was time to eat. But the main character met him with the help of magic, directing the equipment at him. The Baron shouted that it was necessary to knock before it out, because it was dangerous, and the ward did not understand what kind of technique it was he had just used. It is definitely not like necromancy, and this is something else. The interlocutor noticed that this is true. It is now difficult to consider this necromancy. This technique itself is more like some mana. Barrows was again surprised and asked, unless he could use Manu if he does not change his strength. In this world, there are 4 ways to go beyond human power, and the first is a knightly combat aura. There is also mana used by magicians and divinity of clergy. The last of them and the most dangerous is necromancy, which deals with the force of death, as well as darkness. This transcendental force accumulates only that energy that corresponds to the strength in the human body, as soon as enough strength is accumulated, and it will now be formed by force. Because the force is optimized that it is best suited to the soul and body of the user himself. Anyone who owns this force will not be able to use another power if his soul has already received one of them, so that having chosen the power to change it. Karnak explained that he did not change his strength, and she was simply in the second stage. The interlocutor immediately noticed how his power changes in the second stage. The gentleman noticed necromancy, using the energy of death and perishable energy, is a literally very dirty mana, which is why he works well with her, because he had rotten education. But there are products that are made using unpleasant methods, for example, fermented. This force was also processed so as not to feel vile, filtering out initially negative emotions, such as hatred and resentment, leaving only the pure energy of darkness and death, and then transforming it into mana. So the work on his mana chaos was completed in appearance. She looked like a regular mana. Comrade said that she really felt closer to mana. And the gentleman after that stated that now he could pretend to be a magician. But there was a snag if he could imitate the amount of force that he had with the help of chaos. The Baron stated with a lot of force there are big troubles. All that it needs at the moment is enough strength to protect the territory. On the territory of Jestard in the western forest, all the monsters were caught to be in the mines. It was a good job, so the soldier said to prepare for the exit. He himself is going to make a report, so not very worried. But suddenly a silhouette of the animal appeared behind him. This very monster was very surprised, so he rushed on the attack on the man who was in front of him. The man immediately turned around and saw that he was attacked, but did not have time to react in any way. And then Barrows immediately rushed to the aid of which the animal's blow was rushed and killed it with just one blow. Then he stated that he was a little late and asked whether Gilliman was an order of Lee. He thanked him and said that he felt more confident with the official knight. After that, the guy smiled and said that very little time had passed since he became a knight and still feels awkward. He further noticed that the soldier was saying the island now. He replied that this was so. These synagogues became at least twice as much, so that the rumors are true. The bar immediately asked if, by rumors, he has in mind the oracle of the goddess. This is an oracle of destruction, which was sent by the 7 goddesses that protect the world and humanity by order. The emptiness will open the mouth and erupt fate, which is unacceptable, and it will be demonstrating the light and darkness of a reigning life. difficulties arise over time. The wrong animals will receive improper power, and the dead will awaken and go on the wrong earth. The king of death will go down. It paints the world with blood as well as tears, and it will become the end that speaks of destruction. After the divination of the goddess, the monsters from a close continent became furious, and the necromancers became uncontrollable, which led to accidents. Then the religious orders of the continent announced the divination in order to prevent all this chaos, after which they began to fight them under the blessing of the goddess in order to protect the world. Barros told this to Karnak and noticed before the regression of such an oracle was not so why the past is constantly changing. The hero told him, it is a little annoying that they did not have enough information. The interlocutor noticed that this was probably connected with the young master. But he replied that the time frame did not coincide because the oracle was long before their regression. Then, of course, it was again in horror speaking. That is why the incident with Rendolph went so easily. It is the collapse of the world, and if they should not do something now. The hero asked what they could do as ordinary village. He does not know who the king of death is here, but is it really so simple to destroy the world? They did it, and know how hard it is. Barros added that there are many different heroes. Do these people themselves will not deal with the problem, and the master suggested trusting the forces of this world. They, in turn, simply should remain on their territory and enjoy this life. 7 days later, a man arrived and said that he was from the order of the goddess of the sun Latiel. He wants with you. His interlocutors collaborated in this matter. After all, their organization learned that the necromancer operating in the city of Duratrit fled to Gestard and believed that he was hiding somewhere in the nearest forest. Therefore, the man would like to ask for a guide who knows the way well. Barros thought about whether the master feels this, because they should reject him naturally. Karnak, in turn, said how he could reject things related to the goddess, and the wards could not understand at all that he was doing. The baron said that as soon as possible to imagine a person for them, and on this they agreed. Soon, Barros said, they thought they were not going to interfere in worldly affairs. But the hero replied that this was a good opportunity to understand the situation with one person. At first they will catch him, and then they will easily kill him, and he will show this guy what real power is. Just in the forest, a man was making his way who thought, did he really lose all the pursuers? Right now they are the parasites of the goddess. He thought that he would finally stop living as a beggar, but they immediately began to pursue him. So it is necessary to survive in this difficult situation and take revenge. But unfortunately, very soon the knights who chased caught up with him and said that this demonic necromancer stops faster. The suspect stated that he thought why he was so freely fled, and it was just a trap in the end. But all the people who were in the district said that there would be no mercy for him, so they should give up. Naturally, the man immediately began to use his demonic power, and asked if they really think that they would allow themselves to catch so easily. A huge amount of the released dark energy immediately spread in the district, and the ghost appeared, which people saw, and they were very scared, because it was necessary to remove the protective spell. Karnak, in turn, was also in the forest, and when he saw this, he thought that he was all crazy, because this technique looked shameful, and he sat on a tree with his ward. Barros noticed that this man did not learn the standard procedure, so he thinks that they already need to start their actions. Let him only look, because this necromancer began to act and run as soon as he spoke about it. The master smiled and immediately stated that they should get ahead of them until the knights were seized. The man who was suspected of necromancy and finally reached some kind of cave. He was very tired and said that he spent more energy than expected. You can hide here, feels warm. It was only necessary to dilute the bonfire and warm up. But when I went through a little deeper, I saw the guys. One of them said that they were already worried because this man was late. Karnak said that he had a keen eye, and this is their usual refuge. The newly made necromancer could not understand who it was, so he immediately asked them about it. But the hero said that there are people who want him to catch him. The man was surprised from their impudence, because he did not understand whether these devils of villains dare to contact him. Therefore, he immediately took advantage of the power of necromancy, urging his own hearing ghosts, and he thought that he could use them to win the time, and these jerks brought it to himself. Barros noticed that this technique is not bad, and he cannot cut the spirits with a sword, so what to do now? But the hero said that he simply stood still, and let him simply allow him to check Manu Chaos on this person. He just ran away at all speeds as soon as he could, and thought that they would linger for a short while. But after a few moments he was dumbfounded by the fact that he heard a loud explosion in the place where the cave was. 2 recently acquaintances of the guy recently came out of the rise, and one of them asked where he was running. Again, using his new power, Karnak ordered her to congelate and explode. After that, fireballs began to fall on the ground, which looked like meteorite rain. Of course, the unfamiliar man did not expect this and asked, was he really a magician? Then he thought that this person was stronger than he thought, and they would catch him at such a pace, so there was no other way. Further, the necromancer stated that in this case he would show him the true power of death and asked him to come out of the word of the spirit. Seeing him, Barrows said that there was a lot of energy, and the master did not understand why he called him an evil spirit, because he was not called ghosts. After using his technique, the stranger smiled and said that he was seeing fear on their faces, but Karnak was horrified, not understanding where he saw him. Further, the necromancer shouted that he was already late to pray and directed his spirit forward. But the hero did not flinch even for a second, and then opened his eyes, ordered his knees. So that so-called evil spirit immediately hit the ground. His body literally began to tremble, and it was clear that he was scared. Naturally, the man did not expect such an outcome of events, and asked if he had a necromancer. The former king of death was horrified that this man had just guessed about it, because it was so stupid. And then he used the second force and noticed that this person does not even know what it is. And the force was called this wounding. And after that, a huge green hand appeared over a person, which after a few moments grabbed a person, squeezing him more and more. Subsequently, a man who would remove fought, turned out to be enveloped in the ground with blue energy. Turning to him, Karnak ordered to get up and he began to listen to his new master. The guy asked how he found his abilities for necromancy, and the interlocutor noted that this was just luck. He, as usual, stooped his sorrows on the street, when suddenly darkness swallowed from the lane. An unknown force began to penetrate his body, and he realized that this power of the apocalypse, predicted by the prophecy, with such force accessible to receive, did not hesitate. It was easy to use this energy, and he quickly became stronger. Then, using it, he killed all the people that he did not like, and made his way into the mansion. The hero asked him to stop and noticed that he was just an ordinary random person. Barrows asked if he was going to control his mind, because he even has a dagger. Karnak replied that they needed to put things in order, so he killed this person with the help of his strength. Then he began to carry out some manipulations, and the comrade asked if he took his strength, because he should not avoid dirty energy, like him. The master said that he needs to deal with this in more detail. The search detachment will soon arrive, so you just need to take a little so as not to cause suspicion. They were still too much noisy and people will be at any time. After a few moments, the guy felt something strange. Of course, the knight noticed this and asked if everything was in order with him. Karnak replied that something was wrong here, and people had already arrived here. A few days after the incident, the gentleman talked with the ward. He asked, "Is it really so serious that they need to put a soundproof barrier?" To which he received an answer, "This is an unusual matter." The hero is more closely looked at the power that he collected the other day. As a result, it turns out that the reason for the reality is in it. And the comrade did not understand how this is generally linked with a temporary scale. Karnak replied that he also did not understand. But this perfectly corresponds to his abilities, and it was he. Then he asked if the guy remembers why they chose regression, not possession. They had too much strength, and they tried to squeeze the bodies that could not cope with her. So they abandoned their strengths and separated their souls to regain back into their original bodies. But it seems that the guy did not leave power in the future. He left his living body and used energy to create Astra Schnapf, so it became something that was neither a body nor spirit. And he thinks that his abilities for necromancy were associated with his spirit, and not with his body, so that the forces turned into the past with his soul. But his body, having lost this, must have released most of this force. Barrows grew up and asked whether his forces also fell into the past. The hero replied that this was so, and she became the darkness of the apocalypse. The knight understood that this power was enough to end the world. Therefore he asked, was it not hopeless? And can he simply call her back? And that's all. Karnak, of course, was surprised from this proposal. But the ward again said in horror that to trust the world of the dog, and he once already tried to destroy it. The result of this is evident, so you need to do something. Barrows sagged, and that it is going to do now. The master noticed that you just need to explore more of this. Soon they rode horseback, and the guy said that in fact, getting here not so badly. And the interlocutor said this is probably because no one is chasing them now, and there are no thorough traces of bandits either, before they constantly pursued them. Karnak noticed that now they look like they have support, so they do not touch them. And the ward said that this was probably because of the money, but they left under the pretext of teaching magic, and whether they think correctly that they are sent to Dizram. The Baron said that all this is so because the necromancer whom they caught received gray there. Barrows seemed to be an unplanned witch of the apocalypse. Simplicity would not come to them. Therefore it was interesting whether there was any other magic of tracking. The master noted that it was not, and they should do this in a good old way. And then he asked if his faithful knight remembered where she went the last time. Soon the heroes had already reached the Darum, namely the Adventurers' Guild. The main character said that this is the best place to collect data in the end. They have any information at hand. In the past, they could hide their personalities as adventurers, and they were again useful, although they were often pursued as criminals. This time everything will be different, because they do not need to simply become adventurers. When the Baron entered the building, he first went to the manager and put him a bag of money. He immediately greeted the guests and said how he understands they need information related to the darkness of the apocalypse. Barros asked how the Lord could not care that monsters are found on its territory. The employee has recently received quite a few requests related to the darkness of the apocalypse. Thanks to this, they have quite a lot of information about it. Then he took out a fairly large number of papers and said that they could first look at it. So very soon the guys dealt with these papers. And with chagrin, they found out that there was a lot of false information about their business. In one of the cases of fraud, and in this the dog ate chicken, and it is not clear what the devil is accused of the darkness of the apocalypse in all this. The employee said, "It seems that there is no useful information here," so he asked whether it was necessary to leave, but Karnak said that he simply laid out everything that is. The hero touched his comrade and said that he would take advantage of magical messages, since there are many people, and said that important information is hiding among these useless documents. Of course, the knight was not at all enthusiastic about the fact that it would take more time than expected. And suddenly they heard that someone began to scream quite strongly at the whole room. There the man was stopped, and he seriously said that an evil necromancer lives in the city. Then he ran to the rack and stated that he needed to submit an application, and the employee asked him about what he said. And he asked if he had already spoke to the temple, but the interlocutor shouted that they all did not believe him either. As a result, he was simply asked to first explain the situation how she was. And a man began his story some time ago in their city, appeared a foreigner named Cleo, as soon as he arrived, settled in an abandoned mansion. This man was fierce with this sweet smile. It is not clear where he got so much money at such a young age, but he constantly arranged city festivals to please the townspeople. That is why he seduced all the young women of the city with the help of his strange skill. As a result, it turned out that even his bride Emily fell in love with him. The man from the side did not say, "Some young and beautiful and rich man is popular in the city, but is it that a dark power is needed for this? It looks like an ordinary rich playboy, and this person thinks too much about it." The guild worker immediately apologized and said that he could not help accept this statement. Well, or he wants to pay in order to personally hire an adventurer. It will cost about so much. After the preoccupied man saw this, he was shocked and leaving, said that they were all scammers, so they would regret it. And those present began to discuss the fact that he did not hold his jealousy in fun, probably thought that everyone would immediately get up and begin to do something if he mentioned necromancy. Then Karnak said that today they had nothing good, and Barros heard that there was a good restaurant nearby. Why not go there? The gentleman agreed to this proposal, and the guild worker, after he saw that they were coming out, said that he would contact them if something new appeared. After some time, the guys left the Hilded house, and the ward told the main thing that this Cleo sounds suspicious. Why he does this in some provincial village and not in the city, it is incomprehensible. Karnak said there is only one reason why he chooses innocent village girls, because he hunts for the souls of untouched girls. This must be some kind of dark magic, and they should have rushed, so very soon they arrived at the right place. The Baron said that now he would be shown something and immediately took advantage of the force, so they saw the barrier, and he did very carefully. Even a high-ranking priest will be difficult to detect him, and there should be a necromancer experienced. They should check if he is part of the darkness of the apocalypse. Although it may be that this person is an ordinary necromancer, as soon as the guys were going to explore there, they heard that the priest was returning to them. Once they saw him, so they understood what he was doing here. The clergyman introduced himself and said that his name is Alias, and he is the Inquisitor of the first rank of the Order of the Earth, which serves Hatobi. Barros immediately introduced himself, as well as Mr. Karnak, and the interlocutor was surprised that they were adventurers, asking what brought them here. The hero said that he had heard strange rumors when he drove past, and they just wanted to look, and Alias asked they could then provide him with a service. All this will be in the name of the goddess, so they should not wait for anything bad. Further, the priest said that this is not exactly, but there is a chance that a necromancer is hiding in this city. Karnak asked, "Is it not bad?" And the knight noticed why then the clergyman came alone. He replied that the order would not do anything until there is concrete evidence. They do not believe that there is a necromancer, because now there is so much important information. The Baron asked that this situation is not suspicious enough. Elias noticed in such a provincial village, it is difficult to pass the rich and beautiful in comparison with the city. They can call a person so if he has more money than others. That is why he did not try to take care of it himself. Looking at Barros, the guy thought that he had a sword and armor that looked rather used and well-trained body, so he could not be weak. Therefore, she told the guys that they both look very inept, so he was sure that they will help him a lot. Using the magic of messages, the hero said that it is annoying, he thinks, they cannot yet accompany him, since they need to check something. The interlocutor immediately asked, but that if he finds out that he was also a necromancer, the hero replied that they were just watching his memory. Then Barros asked to try to avoid this because he had not yet seen someone remained in his right mind after that. As a result, the gentleman agreed and said that they were the children of the goddess, so they would help. And the clergyman, delighted, thanked them for this. Then he stated that for a start, he would take them to the city church, and they went there. Upon the arrival of the guys, the head of the city church of Grads and the nun Julia greeted. They said that Mr. Cleo is very useful for the city, and he is completely unrelated to necromancy. A priest came here before, but not left after a while. So they are very sorry that all these people have done this whole way here. Alias listened carefully and said that there was nothing wrong with that. It is good that they came here in vain, because then no one will be in danger. The head of the church said that this is true. They cannot offer a lot. Well, let him get settled more conveniently during their stay here, and he leads them to their rooms. Mr. Cleo came subordinates and said that another person from the order arrived for investigation. The aristocrat asked to report as soon as he noticed something was wrong. At that moment he was very angry that all these rats continue to advance. Grads just took visitors to the rooms and asked them to rest. Karnak noticed that they did not even respond very positively about Cleo, so that perhaps the whole city was deceived by this person. Alias said that it is pointless to ask people, and he should meet him himself. The hero did not understand whether he was just going to interrogate him. To this the priest replied that there is still a more effective method, and it turns out that they should simply agree with his plan and all. Late at night, Cleo walked around his estate and suddenly stumbled upon a maid. When the girl noticed him, you were surprised and immediately asked where he was going at such a time of day. The man replied that he needed to meet an uninvited guest, so he asked not to worry about him and go to rest. Of course, the employee did not dare to reproach him and said that he was seen tomorrow. And he thought that the spell of a good job, so he cannot believe how weak the human mind is. It took almost 6 months to prepare to call the demon. It was the time when his efforts should be fruit, and then another obstacle appears. Of course, it is very good that he put a detection barrier and just talk a little with them and send them back, and already found them in speed. When he saw people in masks who robbed his estates, asked what they were doing here. Barros noticed that they were caught, and he probably was this very master of this estate, about which rumors are going on. He heard that he gives money to the townspeople. Therefore, it became interesting to me whether they could also get a part. Cleo was surprised and said that he could not believe that there are thieves. But the main character, then playing the scene, said that they seemed to have to teach him a lesson. Then the owner of the estate, taking advantage of the force, said that these scum was not worthy to become a victim like interference. But this rapid attack of necromancy was blocked, the priest, using the power of Hatoba. The knight threw off the cloak and said, "As he said, sir, to think only that he so easily revealed his personality." Elias added that this method has already been tested. At the same time, Cleo realized that the situation looked bad, although he was too complacency. That is why now he has no choice, and he will get rid of them here and now. Therefore, using necromancy, he said that he would not live. Awakened from the underworld, let them follow mine and expose their evil fangs. Actually, the minister told the guys that he would win a little time for them with the help of their strength, and they rushed to the attack. Further, they only had to crush the dead who were in their way. The knight used the ball techniques, but the protagonist his new power. The necromancer realized that the situation was getting out of control, and although it is still too early for this, there is nothing to do. Therefore, he directed his great power up and asked his beast to leave the underworld. So after a few moments, some otherworldly creature came here. It turned out to be a demonic knight who was enormous and had a fairly large amount of power. Cleo asked the violators whether they liked this technique, because they definitely could not cope with it. But Alias did not think so, so he immediately took advantage of the force of light and asked Hatoba to help him. So a few moments later on, the necromancer and his monster headed into the sacred stream of power. It turned out that it was used on a counter, check, but the guy could not just disappear like that, although he had no choice but to look at how his monster, as well as otherworldly power, disappeared. Further, the clergyman said that he already knew what kind of spell he would try to use. Cleo, of course, got even more angry and said that he would recognize them, because they are 3, not just some ragged people. It seems that he no longer needs to hide, so he immediately began to use his equipment. The human body immediately began to deform, as well as his clothes were torn. And very soon he became more like some kind of thug than a thin guy, which was before. Alias was horrified by this, because he understood that he did not think that this would happen. Unfortunately, he would not even have enough time for another frame. But as soon as he thought about it, the guys who accompanied him and rushed to the attack. Barros, with the help of his weapon, in an instant inflicted several dozen strokes. But the main character, trying to hide the power of his necromancy, directed the magical arrows of another nature. So the body of the creature that was in front of them was affected. And the onslaught of two huge forces could not stand. The monster immediately fell to the ground. From what he saw, the clergyman could not believe his eyes and did not understand what had just happened. After all, it turns out that the villages of these people are quite ordinary, but the teamwork is simply incredible. The big knights asked him whether they should kill or leave him, but the priest said that he would take care of him. After that, using his healing power, he went to the man and tried to cure him. And from the wounds of this man, the dark power, which was a necromancy, began to slide. As a result, Alias said, as expected, it was the darkness of the apocalypse. It turns out everything he needs to do is to turn in this corridor, but only he lost his vigilance, as the main character cut him out with one blow of his hand. Then he asked with a smile on his face. Perhaps they also needed to start. After a while, Barros asked if there was something interesting there. The hero replied that this man was always a necromancer. He just had a chance to incorporate part of my apocalypse. The comrade said that it was tempting because it is a huge power, but there is something else. And Karnak said, it seems that he was still a member of the cult. Reverence for the Tesronic. It seems that he is considered the god of death here. The interlocutor asked what he meant, because he thought that Mr. Karnak was considered the god of death. And it turns out that not everyone can claim such a strange title. The hero said, according to the gospel of the cult of Tesronic, the god of death and revival, he is considered a creature who will cleanse the world through death and create a new paradise. Barros added that this courage should be the cause of everything, the master answered. Probably he is right in all useful information. But there is also one more thing that he received as priest. He can easily process Manu chaos. His comrade asked if this was the reason he wanted to go with the priest. Karnak said that this is so, since the monk of this purified and sealed power of necromancy, if he can use divinity, can easily cleanse more chaos. Barros realized that this reason he wanted to help in order to experiment with divinity. The hero noticed that his mother should double, and he would become the magician of the fourth circle. It seems that they need to look for holy artifacts, and they can later steal them from the church, so the hero asked to help the priest to wake up. Soon Aleut carefully said that he had lost his vigilance and only think that he was falling into such a trap. Further, Karnak said that it ended well, but the fascinated townspeople looked confused. The priest assured them that they would calm down with the help of the church. And then he asked where they were both heading, to which the hero replied that they were planning to relax in the city of Duratrit. Then they said goodbye, and Alias asked them to finally be careful along the road, after which, thinking that these two have something still suspicious, so he must return and find out more about them. After all, if they find out who they are, these two from him can help the castle very much, and the priest will investigate as soon as he returned back. On the outskirts of the city of Duratrit, the turn was the interrogation of one of the victims. The man was launched upside down several times so that he would tell about everything. In the end, he could not stand it, saying that he was a necromancer, and he said that he was ready to tell him everything about the power of darkness. Therefore, he asked what Karnak specifically wanted to know, but the hero ordered the ward to dip him again. Still, all bad energy follows and nothing pulls it better than holy water. Soon they were already walking along the street, and the hero reasoned that today was a good day, and Barros said that he would contact the order in order to restore order here. They caught quite a few necromancers and was surprised when Alias asked for help, because they had never met him before. The master noticed that they simply need help, and probably made certificates about them, after the incident in the village of Gelf. The only thing they will find is that he lost his family because of the necromancers, but naturally they want his most likely person who hunts them here. Although important things are brought to them for free, and give a lot of holy relics, so the guy could not complain to Barros, asked if it was time for them to return, to which he received a negative answer. Because of this, he was disappointed and asked if the gentleman was going to collect all the pieces. He replied that he was not going to, and simply blocks the paths that they could spread. If we observe, then this force spread through the gates in time, but the hero studies the conditions for the appearance of these gates. The knight noticed this will take at least another 3 months and some large-scale event may occur. Suddenly they saw a letter and did not understand that it was the Order of Hatoba already contacted them. The report said that Alias wants to see them, and he would already explain everything about everything at a personal meeting. Then, the hero felt that something large-scale was brewing. And after a while they finally arrived at the Hatob temple where the priest met them. He further noticed that these people first meet each other, Serafi and Raltain. He introduced Baron Karnak and his knight Barros. The man was the first to introduce himself, saying that he was a magician of the sixth circle. And then the girl, who said that her last name Allen and she was from adventurers, and she is also a swordsman. In the report, the hero said that she was a user of aura, who awakened her combat energy at 20 and quite famous. The comrade noticed that everything is true. We are talking about the red level, and that magician is also at a high level. Magicians and combat energy users are distributed by levels depending on their strength. So the larger the paper circles, the more advanced spells it can use, the great magician of the 10th circle becomes a creature that goes beyond humanity. The hero, in turn, has already reached the stage of the great magician, just he doesn't have enough mana. The user of the aura who awakened combat energy, in fact the same. Red, blue, purple, and silver, and then gold knights. The higher it rises, the cleaner and stronger its aura exponentially become geometric progression. Among them, the gold knight is a step that the 4th combat king reached. Therefore, these people are sufficient for insurance. The hero asked Barros if he had studied combat energy himself, and he replied that he was fighting on an equal footing with the 4th war king. Karnak greeted new friends and said that he had heard a lot of honor for them to meet a lot about them. Serafi, seeing him, noticed that it was he who managed to catch so many necromancers in such a short time. Alias interrupted the conversation and asked if they would mind if he starts an explanation, because they do not have much time. When everyone sat down, he began to talk about how everyone could judge by how many people they gathered for some problems. That is, it so happened that recently their order was involved in the struggle in the city of Tristi, and since then it has been creating problems for them. The city is located between the kingdom of Justil and Tarlem, and this is the very city that for a long time was at enmity because of its lands. The kingdoms were tired of quarreling, and they sent one nobleman to the wedding, after which they created a count's wedding to rule with neutral lands. However, the problem is that the city is located together suitable for trade. They do not have enough power to properly manage the growing wealth and people. This led to the fact that the authorities in the city were seized by criminal syndicates. Thus, Tristi was turned into ruins due to continuing crime. And the largest criminal syndicates of the Ranfels and Plates expanded their power. 2 clans rented a heritage to 300 and divided the city. Until now, they are fighting to determine the heir. The kingdoms have agreed to recognize the other side that could rule the city properly. So, the struggle with the indicator lasted decades. But since the darkness of the apocalypse has come, the top has won boards that began a rapid attack on Ranfelt. But they brought to themselves too much troubles. Ranfelt's finding that the fees are used by necromancers, they reported this to their order. And the order spoke as soon as the use of necromancy was confirmed. The battle ended in the victory of the Ranfelts, and Plata could barely have been able to maintain his name. Karnak noted that it was still resolved, but the interlocutor said that one problem had appeared. Indeed, in the end, the winning side is also accused of using a necromancer. Simply, unlike boards, they hid it well. Serafi asked whether both sides were sinned, and the order did not know about it. Alias noticed that it was difficult to say about this in the wakes left by the darkness of the apocalypse. The girl indignantly said, "So they can simply say that they were not them, and that means these people are not excusable." The hero immediately supported her, said what other people because they stopped being people not excusable villains. Barros objected to the map, put the reputation of the order, so everything should be done unnoticed. The priest added that everything is true. They should move carefully. If he is blurred, then in the future problems can arise with the capture of necromancers, so you should disguise yourself in order to penetrate the city first. Immediately, the guy was asked why he did not entrust this to the members of their orders. Alias replied that he, of course, was ashamed to recognize, but it seems that the rat did not start. The previous group, which they sent to the Ramfelts, disappeared without a trace, were all experienced adventurers, and they suspect that this is the work of the Hands and Bishop of Straff. He is a high-ranking priest who helped to expel Platov. The hero noticed that the rest, which means they did not know about this plan, and received the answer positive. You see, the priest is enough to do this, and he intends to inform how it is done. They need more precisely evidence of the use of necromancy. Serafi noticed that it could be dangerous, because the whole city can turn against them. Alias said that this is true. That is why he called them here today. Because they believe that it is all these people that will be able to stand up for themselves in the worst case. In the underground catacombs of the estate, Ranfelt were a lot of crippled people. Several people arrived there, and one of them said that a lot of time has passed since the order sent them. Therefore, he asked how the interlocutor thinks whether he was not to make a move again. The man answered, "If so, then he will be glad to them. Because in the end, they simply send more victims in his direction. This man is just a bishop named Straff." And after an answer, he took advantage of his power of necromancy and killed those who were still alive. After that, he began to absorb their mental energy directly from their bodies. The guy that was nearby said that this was quite a lot, so whether his body will cope with this interesting. The bishop answered, of course no, and that is why he will take advantage of his strength. In different hands, he applied 2 different forces, and said that he would protect his body with the mercy of the great goddess. To hope this time they will send the adventurer to them more. After all, only in this case he will be able to get great benefits from their bodies. And somewhere at the same time, the main character, along with his new comrades, arrived in the city of Tristi. There were ruins around, and the priest said that it was a rather large city, with such a rampant crime. Everything is not as it was usually. Also, they need to tightly hold on to their things when suddenly from some side a weapon flew right in Raltaine. The blade hit right in a bag of money and gold coins fell there. Then there were children who picked them up and immediately began to run away. The man was in horror, worried about his money. And Alia said, "Here everyone was for himself, and it is not surprising that this place was nicknamed the City of Sins." The magician noticed how they could trust the night at the hotel in this place, but the conductor said that he knew one place that is safe, so let him follow him. And when they arrived, the girl, along with the rest, asked if he wanted to leave them here. It turns out that it was a plate estate. A clergyman with a smile on his face said that they understood everything correctly. Soon the woman said that they did not intend to make excuses. Everyone who plunged their hands in forbidden magic should have been punished, including her father. This was the head of the Sildera family. She added that the Runfells also violated the law, so they could not just leave them unpunished. Alia said that he could not watch as the Temple of 300 performs acts of violence, and the hero, like everyone else, realized that he managed to redirect hatred to the temple in some words. The priest said that he would be grateful for help in the operation against another syndicate. The girl replied that she would do everything possible. But what is their plan? Recently, he has not strengthened the protection, and it is impossible to get to the mansion, if not a high-ranking person. Alias noticed this and therefore he decided to ambush the Ranfelt residents. Everyone was surprised from this, and Raltaine asked, was it not too simple a plan, but their so-called lava noticed that he would definitely work. Seldera said that they do not have so many estate efforts, so this is feasible, but there is no information about the necromancers. The priest stated that everything is in order, because these people are veterans when it comes to the fight against necromancers. And now, as said, the secret group began its penetration into the estate. Next to the fence were their supporters who used combustible mixtures to distract attention. They set fire to their bottles and immediately shouted that all this for revenge. Then they called them cowardly runfuls and asked to try their new gifts. Now the knights who were inside the walls in defense were from this horror. The wizards began to defend themselves, and they said that it was an ambush because of the walls, so that we had to go there and deal with the attackers as soon as possible. And at a time when all the defenders were distracted by the attackers behind the walls, the group, along with the main character, penetrated inside. The hero noticed that the supporters are very useful. The priest noticed that this is true to use this opportunity, because he feels out of necromancy and mansion. But soon the rest of the knights appeared in front of them, who asked, "Did these villains send boards?" Raltaine said that now he is greeting elite knights using his magic. After that, he used the technique by the name of the fireball, which fell on people ahead. Karnak, in turn, also did not stand aside and took advantage of the skill called chain lightning. But those knights who fell under her influence were horror, because they did not understand how to pronounce the spell so quickly. The next to the battle was connected by Seraphi, who jumped forward in attempts to attack with her sword with a combat aura. The girl made one powerful incision in the air, thereby struck several knights, and the defenders did not understand what the user of the aura was doing here. She could not stop at her, and she simply continued to kill the enemies that were on the way. Barros in turn looked behind her movements and said that this cannot be done. Her movements were disappointed. The hero noticed that it was strange to hear from who does not even have a combat aura. But at the same time, several knights arrived on the attack, after which the ward decided to warm up. He does not strain at all, only once waved his sword, and those who attacked were killed in an instant. The hero also did not stand aside, and using his dark magic, killed several victims. Suddenly, the guy saw a clergyman who used his sword and angrily killed people. It was very strange to see him like that, so the hero thought from where he could learn how to own a sword. Soon Alias noticed that they were retreating, and it seems that they had all that they had, Seraphi asked. But why the necromancers still do not go out? The interlocutor replied that they were probably inside the building, because in the end, it would be more profitable for them to fight there. Further, the group of his hero went inside, and there they saw darkness, and also heard the silence. But after a few moments, someone spoke up, saying that they finally arrived. This is just necromancers, one of them. The user of the aura and a high wound magician said to be quite famous. But all this is pointless in the face of the power of darkness, and in front of them was a high-ranking ghost of undead. The group at the same time was glad that the evidence was found, so they could just capture them and go back. But the main character, along with his ward, exchanging messages, rejoiced in what these three would bring good money. One of the formanders got angry that they smile and said that they would see how long they could laugh. Then he ordered this very high-level house to the ghost to absorb their vitality, and he attacked. But the sacred minister immediately used the light of the goddess to show everything unclean. The dark ghostly aura immediately began to block the spiritual power. And that necromancer who took advantage of his own was surprised that they had a priest in the team. Serafi also did not stand aside, and then rushing to the attack, she began to fight. She jumped over that ghost and approached the necromancers that were on the second floor. And as soon as she tried to fight these people, something happened. After all, their faces literally exploded, and it was not clear why this had already happened. Alias thought that she killed them, so he noticed that he had not discussed them to capture them before. But the girl, in response to this, said that it was not one, but something else happened to them. At the same time, some strange force began to appear on the walls, and it was not clear what was happening. The mansion literally transformed, and its walls were deformed into something strange. As a result, it turned out that enemy necromancers changed the space around. But is it really possible? And suddenly, a strap came to meet them who noticed that he was definitely good today. He was happy due to the fact that the user of the aura arrived here, as well as the magician of the sixth circle. Well, this is not all, because the Inquisitor Alias even arrived here. This voice really seemed familiar to the priest. And now he is already exactly sure that the bishop of the Temple of 300 Stroph arrived here. The man smiled and said that he was correctly noticed. They probably came here because they suspected him from the very beginning. The interlocutor noted that he did not want to believe that you were the minister of the goddess seduced by the power of darkness. Further, the rest of the team reported that the exits were blocked, and they could not even cut the walls. The head of the detachment noted this because their forces are weakened by the local darkness, and he will immediately try to destroy the energy of death that reigns around. But as soon as he tried to do this, he said that everything is bad, because his divine power does not work here. Karnak, in turn, when I saw this, was also very surprised, because he stunk that the divine power was nourished by the power of necromancy. The bishop asked if this person thought that the people he faced were still real necromancers. It was not at all like that, because if it were all connected with the necromancy, why were the 7 orders so feared by the power of darkness? It is interesting for him to meet that necromancer. While they were talking, the main character asked Barros to prepare. The ward did not understand why this was so, and Karnak was conceived, if they were still not lucky, then this place could even become their grave. The hero said that in this barrier the divine power and power of necromancy are mixed, and he had not seen such a thing before, so he could not do anything with him. It is necessary to use only Manu Chaos and the power of necromancy. Barros asked how he did not know the spell, and how some village priest could crank up, even if he does not know. Further, the bishop said that they have nowhere to run, and took advantage of his strength, so that something began to appear from behind the walls. As a result, these creatures were in the necromant puppets of those who are called the golems of chaos. The dark creatures began their movement in order to eradicate those who arrived at this place. And when Alias noticed this, he immediately took advantage of the divine force and asked for the chassis to protect his servants. Although this force stopped creatures for a moment, they continued to break forward further. Therefore, the clergyman said that she would not last long, and the wizard asked to hold out a little more view of what they would do. And choosing various spells, he decided to use a furious flame that burned everything in its path. However, unfortunately, he was not able to take advantage of his technique, because the golems nevertheless broke through and threw them away. Then they went immediately to them in order to capture. Further, Stroph said that they captured a priest and a strong magician, so it is necessary to lock them in the basement with the rest of the victims. Of course, Serafi could not allow this, so she rushed on the attack on one of the creatures. But unfortunately, she realized that this attack did not give anything. And after a few moments it was captured by this very golem that she attacked. The bishop said that the remaining 2 were useless, and this woman would come. The guys immediately looked at each other and realized that they were called useless. The necromancer continued to hold the girl and said that she had a good soul. Suddenly the hand which held her chopped off Barros and said that he asked her to be a little more careful. On this, of course, he did not stop, and with his furious attack rushed towards Golem. So his body after that broke up into several dozen small stones. Serafi could not understand how this happened, so she asked how he did it without using the aura, but the guy could not answer it. He perfectly understood that the weaknesses of chaotic golems are places where there are no mana flows. The only problem is that the stream is constantly shifting, and this makes it difficult to determine the places. The guy thought that the girl is now on his own, because if he had endurance, he was also the end, but if the young master should not intervene. At that moment, the hero understood that the situation is really bad, because necromancy also does not work. Even if he tries to nourish this fog by his strength, he still will not be able to control him. So at such a pace they will lose, and immediately some other decision is needed. He did not think that there were no necromancy spells that even he did not know about. B. There must be here something else, and he has only one idea that it could be. Therefore, I immediately thought that I needed to check another theory. At the same time, Barros continued to fight with the exposed, calling them annoying creatures. At the same time, the hero continued attempts to attack those creatures using his various methods. Straff at that moment got angry and asked how this villain was able to destroy his golem so easily. It turns out that he should not underestimate these two, and it would be necessary to absorb these scrolls of necromancy, sealed in the Hatoba order. Golemov was not enough, and it would probably be necessary to try something else in this attack. Therefore, with the help of the forces of necromancy, he also called on the next spirit, which rushed to the attack. The guys at that moment were under the protective dome, and the girl did not understand when they managed. Then she tried to run away from this new creature, but the heroes did not think that she was so slow. Soon, Serafi, along with this spirit, clashed among themselves, and she tried to cut him with her weapons. Knock. Unfortunately for a girl, this attack was unsuccessful for her by any success. But the creature, using the power of its dark necromancy, hit it greatly. The bishop saw what happened and said that the user of the aura was also caught. From this he was glad, but suddenly the main character shouted that he was already enough to do this, because he's a necromancer of the Simpleда. Seeing what happened, Karnak smiled and thought that he looked right. And the so-called clergyman did not understand what was happening at all, because his barrier was rapidly starting to crumble. Therefore he, of course, frolicked because of the actions that the guy did and asked what he did. The master smiled and said that he did not do anything special because he simply put his barrier to his top. And this necromancer behaves so highly and powerfully when he is just simple and simple, up. Of course, from these words the man got angry and noticed that it would be so. But everything is completely not so simple, and he immediately, taking advantage of his spell, asked him to rebel his dead from the underworld. And in reality, these creatures immediately began to appear and headed for opponents. Barros did not understand how he could call them, because the barrier fell. And the hero said that nothing could do anything against this type of basic necromancy, so they should cope with them themselves, and we need to prepare for battle. The ward noticed that they all look like a high-ranking undead, so really he calls this basic in necromancy. It seems that he has more power of the necromancy than they thought, and at such a pace they will fight forever. Karnak noticed, the longer they fight, the worse it is for them, so you should leave when it will be for this opportunity. Then he immediately took advantage of the power of the Blade of Darkness, and the dark energy scattered around, demolishing his opponents on the way. Straff at that moment said that it was a good attack, but it was useless against his overwhelming power. So he immediately used the following level of his strength and asked the demon from the underworld of Gina to come, after which this creature immediately appeared on the ground with a very frightening look. Then this demon turned to the performer and asked to state all his wishes. After that, the bishop smiled and asked to kill these men and then bring him a woman. But the creature at that moment was confused and asked who he had to kill. The hero noticed that he had never seen the necromancer easily succumb to the illusion, and the man did not understand how much this happened, and the master replied that it was since his barrier broke, and he was really a mediocrity. Then the guy said goodbye, and they immediately disappeared from this place. And Straff was simply furious from what happened and called these people villains. Being far, the hero said that he was going on, and that is why he concentrated only on one type of spells, his comrades agreed, because this gave them time to escape. After that, he noticed that it would be too dangerous to return to the boards. The master replied that he was reasoning. Rightly, the Ranfelts would look there first. Serafi, in turn, was also with them and said that he had been lying to them all this time. And the Baron was delighted that she woke up and asked how she felt. But the girl was very outraged, saying that he would not pretend that she cared for him, because he is a vile necromancer. The interlocutor said that it was not outside the city to avoid barriers, and they need time to treat it, and Serafi did not understand to cure or kill. Karnak said, they try to be good people, so they will soon erase her memory. The interlocutor noted that she does not feel her hands and could not live a normal life. And to be a swordsman for her, and even more so, shines, so she just begs her to kill her. Barris turned to the young master, asking why they should not try to use the healing spell from an experienced priest. Karnak noted that they cannot use holy magic, because this contradicts the natural order of things. And the ward said if they can do something with necromancy. The hero knew a little, and the girl asked if he could really return his hand with the help of necromancy. Karnak said that he does not recommend, because in order to accept necromancy, she will have to become his servant, but she probably does not want to get up by the servant of the evil necromancer. The interlocutor was horrified when she heard it. It turns out that the necromancer could control human souls to use them as slaves through a slave contract. There were many stories about how the adventurers were captured by the captive torture. until they met their end. Serafi realized that this was terrible, but she could not accept this, and Karnak using the message and asked if this villain of special mentioned it. The swordsman noted that this is obvious, but he had no other choice, and he knows what she feels now, so he hopes that he does not ask too much. The gentleman turned to the girl and said that he was trying to stay away from necromancy, but seeing her current state could not advise what to do. If she becomes a servant, she will regain her lost hand. So decide her. The interlocutor asked what would happen if she became his servant. The hero said when the contract is signed, he will be able to see the structure of the soul. Having received information and restore the body, after that it will have freedom, but some restrictions will be imposed. And if she sells it, then this is equivalent to death. The girl thought that it might seem dangerous, but is not too different from the oath of fidelity that the knights give. The gentleman again repeated to lose freedom, or the butter of the butcher's decision only after her. As a result, after thinking about everything, the girl turned to Lord Karnak and asked to accept her as her own merit. Using his power of the Lord of Darkness, he asked Serafi whether she would become his servant, and she agreed. Then the guy asked her to open his mind and accept this service agreement, and if she does it, he would immediately regain herself what she lost. After that, the forces of darkness began to penetrate into her body, and the girl saw dark traces in her arms. Then she, with great surprise, felt that her hands began to work. At the same time, the gentleman again turned to her and called the full name, said that now she was his servant. The swordsman was very happy about this, so she told the master that everything was true. Barrows said that she was well done, and then asked what to do with the stolen Alias and Raltaine now. The hero noted that the power of Straff was stronger than he thought, so it is better to use the place of the mana of chaos, but the comrade said that this city would be destroyed. The master said that then there are two options: to prepare and poison to suck the guys or abandon them and escape, but then they will become bad in any case. Having entered into a conversation, the girl asked, "Isn't the salvation of friends an obvious choice?" To which I received an answer, even if they have to resort to such a cruel method. Is it really so? She replied that they could not simply abandon their friends. So I'm sure that even this method is the right act. Now Barrows realized that if the intentions are good, these are even evil methods justified. The hero noticed, so he has no other choice but to use necromancy. Because of this they both rejoiced, but the girl did not mean this. On the streets of the town, knights were looking for people and kicked them out of the houses. Ordinary people asked what they were doing because they are just merchants, but they told them to cover their mouths and follow them, because they need to catch strangers. Several men who were in one of the lanes did not understand what they were doing so late at night. The one who said this saw another knight and asked what he was doing here. Let him move. But he was angry that he orders him. Therefore, the guy noticed that he really thinks that he does it because he also wants. Suddenly, at the same time, his weapon began to move on its own, and he literally attacked his interlocutor. He, of course, was very angry and asked what he was doing. Did he really want to fight? But a comrade in arms said that this was a misunderstanding, and his sword moved himself. Although the man was no longer stopped, and he immediately rushed to attack him. The rest, when they saw this, asked to stop, because you need not to fight, but to do business. But the one who killed another swordsman noticed that that man was the first to start, and when she said in this, "You have changed his face to the face of the monster." Therefore the rest shouted that here an evil creature should have faster to kill him. The one who was considered the monsters at all could not understand what they were doing and about whom, in fact, but they attacked him and immediately killed him. It turned out that the family was manipulated by the god of death of Karnak, using necromancy, said that this city is so terrible that everyone is panic as soon as there is a problem. Serafi asked why he was making such scenes, and the hero noted that he was just creating an army of undead. This is the best choice to withstand Strap, and fortunately, in the city, there is enough death of death in order to use it. However, there was not enough body for control. So he had no choice, and just needs to be created. Barrows said that this is an evil method. We need to save friends, the girl thought. If he hadn't said it, they would just run away. To all this necromancer does not seem as angry as rumors say. He aimed only on Ranfelt members and leaves ordinary citizens alone. The knights that were below continued to fight each other. They even recalled the old grievances that were brewing all this time, and fought even more diligent. Karnak was glad of this, saying that this should be enough to level the situation. Further, using his hearing, he asked his army to wake up. As a result, she directed her dark energy to the fallen warriors so that they came to life. After that, the dead actually began to rise and go for the battle. When the girl saw this, she realized that she was mistaken because he was too cruel. She said this only from this, that the undead army was so huge that it covered all the streets. Serafi realized that this terrible person was the auditory, but it is not clear whether she would cope with this onslaught. Soon the bishop of the bishop arrived at the battle immediately with them. The hero noticed, although everything goes according to plan, but the power of the necromancy of the Stroff is stronger than he thought. It turns out, he was able to call the Dragon of Death and 7 flying creatures. I even thought that there should be the only one who was able to use the spell. Since it could be changed, people managed to get some of its objects. Then he said that they should go, or they would be noticed. The newly made servant asked what exactly they would notice. Karnak replied that the zombie is just an illusion because most of them are so. Did she really think that he could do everyone in such a short time? Then Serafi was delighted that he was well done, and now why not hurry up? At the same time, Straff was in the room right in the magic circle. He said that these simple zombies are simply pests, despite their numbers. But it was necessary to find the technician romance that was controlled, because it is not clear where they are. Suddenly a man heard a guy who said what a large space under the estate probably was such a basement. And while the bishop could not believe his eyes, the hero asked if he was really hoping that they would see him soon. He looks tired enough, so probably the battle of the zombie exhausted him. Serafi noticed friends, and probably this is an altar to sacrifice them to the demon, but they are still alive. Straff asked the hero, was it really his hand? But it seems he was mistaken in something, although this is true that he was tired. But this does not mean in any case that he will not be able to cope with them, and will make them regret that they have crawled here. So immediately directed the army of his dead to attack new rivals. After that, the swordsman with whom the protagonist arrived rushed on the attack too, and Karnak, who was on the second line of the battle, began to call his army from the underworld. The skill with which he used was called the Echoes of the Underground World. As a result, the dark forces began to attack the dead. So the number of enemy army has changed very soon. The bishop was terrible from this, so he asked how to quickly deal with it. If they manage to do this, then he uses his trump card, after which he asked to respond to the call of Demon Gina. Barros and the rest saw what happened, and he asked, was he really tired of? And he called the demon. At that moment, the gentleman said, this is the same guy that the last time now is repeating too much. He thought further that the power of his necromancy reached the limit. So he directed the speed to the enemy, where we were to our strength, which began to hit it with technology. The bishop did not understand what was actually happening and how his technique could suppress. Then Karnak smiled and said that this is called the contrast calls. If the demon was seen enough, then let him return. But the demonic creature immediately shouted, which could simply break its squares, and something like this would definitely not stop him. After that, a huge explosion occurred at the place where he started to appear, a wave from which he spread in different directions. The creature was already fully appeared, and turning to calling, reservated to say that he would want. The bishop was glad that this technique works well, so he asked to kill men and bring the woman to him. In response to this business, he shouted that they would immediately fulfill their contract. And the girl felt that incredible pressure was brewing, and the hero did not understand why this call gate stopped closing. Therefore, he told his wards that everything did not go according to plan, so let them go and fight. Of course, this swordsman was not delighted, but they had no choice but to rush into the attack. Their blows were powerful enough to hit any creature, but the demon was nothing, and he said that these insects are quite funny. And then he grabbed his own weapon and stroked a powerful attack. The swordsman, of course, managed to jump off, but the explosive wave overtook them. Then the main character connected to the battle, who asked how about this, and huge fire shells flew towards the Gienna demon. But with the help of his strength, he was able to easily defend himself. Serafi said if he were a user of aura would be allowed to start at the level of the Purple Knight. And Barros added, if he only aroused his combat aura, he would not fight like that. Hearing this Karnak, I realized what they need to do, so I shouted to the ward that be. The guy replied that they would begin immediately, but the girl did not understand what kind of plan it was. Soon she saw how the protagonist uses her junior of her romance on her Barossa. He turned to his servant, and Serafi thought, didn't he say that this guy was not his servant? Karnak asked to open his mind and accept this order of his master. So the souls of the girl and the guy at that moment changed, and this skill was called possession. Barros in the girl's body said that he had not moved to someone else's body for a long time, and she was just horrified by what happened. Then the master ordered his ward to go forward and fight, and the guy apologized to Miss for lending her body for a short while. The demon was ridiculous, and he asked how a villain who owned aura could use someone else's military aura. But the swordsman with a smile on his face asked, and who generally told him that he could not use it. After which he attacked the creature, and his attack was crowned with success, because the demon was wounded. Then Barros said that using someone else's combat aura is his horse, because it was based on his previous life. The creature thought that he was perfectly aimed at his weak place, and he definitely became stronger than before, so it was difficult. The girl at that moment thought that for a blue aura stood up by a blue knight because Sir uses his body or how. Barros said Miss Serafi that her hidden power is incredible. Thanks to this, he can fight more comfortably. Then he rushed to attack a dark creature, inflicted several dozen blows to him. The demon was horrified of this and did not understand. Could he really lose like that? Although he could not believe it. Therefore, he tried to attack the knight, but he easily returned from his attack. Then Barrows stopped and with a smile on his face asked, "Is it all that he has?" But the creature, which was the monster, said that the monster is he. But at the same time, one should not think that he won only because of this. As soon as he ceases to possess this human body, everything will be finished. Therefore, he immediately directed his attack on the world of his opponent and towards the protagonist. So after a few moments in the place where he was all this time, there was a huge explosion. The creature, because of this, only laughed brightly, anticipating his quick victory. But Karnak was intact, and therefore asked what he was doing. It turns out that the one who called and the one who caused such stupid, because they constantly lend themselves to the illusion. Then the hero asked that he really thought that he could not understand what he was thinking about. Seeing a lot of illusions, we made a confusion, because I did not understand who he should kill from them. And already at this time Barrows was behind him, who struck several more blows and thereby struck the creature. The demon wondered that he had already overstrained himself to get out of the counterprise, and now he does not have enough mana. Then he only declared to think that a simple person could do this with him. After a few moments, the call company returned right at him. This is exactly what Barrows said when he immediately saw. The demon told them to wait, because he would walk. But as soon as he returns, he will find him the first thing, and then he would do that. He will not be able to die or live this promise from hell. Karnak asked if he was really trying to escape after what they did, really think they would allow him to allow him. Then the hero took advantage of his strength and shouted that he would die here and right now. So she enveloped the body of a dark creature that he spoke to them. The demon did not understand what, in fact, was happening, because it flowed in the opposite direction. After that, he began to literally break up into parts of his body disappeared. Therefore, in the end, nothing remains of this dark creature. And the illusion of the protagonist after that gradually began to disappear. And Barrows and Serafi again changed their bodies. The guy thanked her for allowing her to use her body. And the hero noticed that now they had only to deal with another villain. The bishop in turn raised his hands and said that he was published in this case. She will also tell him everything that she only knows. And it is interesting that he wants to know. Karnak was surprised and said that he probably did not understand something. It's easier for him to get his soul in order to interrogate why to complicate. Then he asked the girl if there was a reason not to kill this guy, and she refused. So the guy directed the power of his necromancy to this man with whom she had a conflict. He realized that his life was in danger, and therefore tried to escape. But of course nothing came of him, and he was killed. And the master approached him and said that now is the time to work. He gradually began to strike at the same clot of the soul, and noticed that it was quite generous, about 30 servings. The ward also rejoiced because of this, saying that they could go home. The hero replied that they had collected enough, so it was worth returning. Barrows confirmed this, but Serafi said that they could not just abandon these guys here. Karnak replied that he just forgot to do something about them. Soon both guys were conscious, but in shock that these three defeated the strap, because this man is completely not the one they could defeat the three of them. The gentleman replied that they were lucky. Sometime after they were wounded by the golems for the residents, the zombie army suddenly collapsed. It seems that some other necromancer took advantage of the bustle to raise the uprising. But if we recall the character of the strap, then everything becomes clear. They did not miss this opportunity, and with the help of Miss Serafi they defeated him. The clergyman now realized what happened while they were unconscious. Then he noticed that he had nothing to talk about, because this is probably a blessing. The hero added that they did not touch the corpse of a man, so let him conduct a ritual of purification. He agreed and immediately went to use his divine forces. Then it was surprised that he received an incredible amount. Compared to other necromancers, he had at least 10 times more than the apocalypse. With the help of reports, Barrows asked why the necromancy remained. Did he not remove it with information? The master replied, it would be obvious if he had taken everything, so he did not touch. Further, Alia said that they finished. After that, the soil should stabilize. But they can leave the rest of the work, so they need to return. Soon the priest was informed that Serafi became the knight of Baron Jestard, and he was no less shocked. Therefore he asked why this happened, and the hero thought, was it really so surprising? The girl said from the events last night, she realized that the Baron was the one who should swear allegiance to, the priest noted, in which case it was good. Karnak added that it really thinks they will return to officially devote it to the knights. So this is a farewell, and he thanks for his cooperation, and when the opportunity is presented, they will meet again. Arriving at the Jestard estate, the protagonist was happy to meet the maintenance staff. The plant bent and said that he was glad to see everyone again. Further, the butler asked if he was great all this time. But suddenly he saw a girl behind him. He immediately wondered who this beautiful woman could be that the Lord brought the daughter-in-law. Therefore, everyone asked what kind of person it was. The hero replied that this Seraphi Allen would present her now. From now on, she is a new knight of barony. The girl also greeted everyone, and people were surprised. Turkish said, even if their territory is on the edge, but they cannot take anyone to the knights. Barros immediately asked her to show them all her strength, after which the girl immediately took out her weapons, and the rest saw that she had a combat aura. Then she hit her weapon towards one of the trees, and she began to crumble. So those present were very surprised that the aura user arrived at them. Seraphim soon smiled and said that she was looking forward to getting to know everyone, and after a few weeks, she fought with the rest of the knights of barony. Several guys discussed how these people fight and understood us how much it was difficult. Given their weight difference and the fact that it uses only its strength, it is difficult to understand how the aura users push it back really incredible. Already soon the opponent's weapon flew off, and the man did not understand how this happened. After that, he stated that everything was expected, because it is strong and should be finished on this. Then Barros turned to her and thanked her for helping the knights train, and then he asked if he could go next to the fight. Then their battle was started, and the man said that its use of combat aura was still strange. That is why it can be said that she spends her strength in empty. She should be able to use the right amount of energy in her every blow. The girl thought as if it were as simple as it seems. Then she asked the guy, unless he could simply take possession of her body. As before, if she experiences this several times, he thinks that she will understand what it is. The interlocutor said, it is better not to do this more than once, and if he does it 3 times, her soul will be spoiled, and she will go crazy. She will be able to become stronger without it, because sufficiently talented, and should also help him with the awakening of his combat aura after dinner, so that you need to finish sparring. Karnak at that time realized that he did not know how Straff combined the power of necromancy and divinity. Is there any ability to unite his strength with another energy? Probably this is not the case. If it were so, then he would definitely know about it. But now it just has no idea what it is, because you need to think about it later. In the meantime, it closes the hole spreading the darkness. He understands that the darkness of the apocalypse somehow penetrates through time and space in order to spread throughout the earth. So he just needs to create a powerful body that can explore the dangerous time and also space. So he took advantage of his strength to rinse the darkness in several threads. Then it is necessary to manipulate it. It will be details, avoiding errors at the same time. Soon the main character saw a powerful essence for the study of space and time of darkness in his hands was already ready. At night near the fire, Karnak asked Barros. He really hadn't awakened a combat aura, but it is not clear, wasn't he the greatest martial arts master in the world? The ward said with sadness. It was before he directed, and Mrs. at that time, the master said, was the king of death. After all, then he gave him a dark combat aura, and everything became easier. Seraphi was horrified and thought that she had just listened for the conversation. On the way, everyone told her here, and she did not understand whether these two were the reason for everything. Probably this makes sense, since she thought that they were unusual knights. But to think only that the transcendents who captured the world, they also regressed. The girl has no idea how she generally contacted these people, so she said that she knew they are trying to raise the Eye of Darkness, but why on the territory of the girl? The Lord noted because it will be unpleasant if they are caught by the use of necromancy on their territory. When he thinks about what the Deventor did with his family, this is just a prank. Soon he stated that it was time for them to advance and immediately used the Eye of Darkness. The girl asked what he was going to do with him. The hero replied that he wants to send him through space and time to find out if there is a way to close the gates of darkness. After that, he immediately directed his new power up, and she quickly rushed there. Having burst into the space that enveloped the sky, the guy was asked why so quietly, and he answered, because they did not open space and time, it looks only inside. Then he will use his eye to enter the sphere of infinity, being unconscious, so let them be convinced that he will be protected. In response, the master heard that he would be protected and immediately began to lose consciousness, as was necessary. Then he found himself in a completely different space and looked through that eye, realizing that everything was working. In order to find out what was interested in, he immediately began to consider various sides. And suddenly he saw a strange silhouette that was more like a tree, but it is not clear what it was. As a result, he got there and realized that he still found the very tree of the void called Astra Schnapf. This is precisely the same true form of power that he possessed earlier, and knows that he should not talk about it. But this is quite ugly. After a few moments, his fruit fell from a tree, which fell straight down. After Karnak saw, he realized that this is how the power of the apocalypse spreads, so he asked himself if he should stop it. Without thinking twice, he wondered where the core of power was still, and the dark clot of power that was in the center of the tree spoke for himself. The hero thought that it was from there that he might be able to get some information, but only he tried to get there, as he heard his voice so that the mortal would not fit, because this place is forbidden for those who were destined to disappear. Karnak asked who it was, and the voice replied that he was Death and Darkness, which are designed to destroy all living things. Something strange began to happen further, so the hero asked what it was. He thought that it was probably the darkness of the apocalypse, but how it can easily control its strength is incomprehensible. Then the voice shouted so that this mortal in the name of Tisronic would return. After that, the manipulating power became the main character even stronger, and he began to disappear from here. With his body, which was in the real world, something began to happen, so Barros tried to wake him up. He asked if everything was in order with him, but the master asked what happened. The comrade said that his body began to steam, and he lost consciousness. Karnak said that they could talk about this later, but as they called God, in whom these cultists believed. Serafi said that he probably speaks of Tisronic. This is the dark god of death and darkness, to whom the order of the black god serves. The hero noted that it was he. And it turns out that this god was there. The ward asked if he really has that god's cultist really wants to say that he is real. The gentleman said that this could not be all the same, but then it is not clear why something similar exists. In the order which Barles recently spoke of, there was just a meeting. The Father of Death informed those present that a problem arose in the sanctuary. The Dark Lord asked how such a sanctuary was considered a sanctuary, because no one can get closer to it. The Priestess of Destruction was also surprised, saying that it was all strange, and therefore stated that she should check it all. She understood that the problem of the sanctuary, which means had to do something. A maid entered the room who asked the mistress. She poured her. The woman asked, she could not have lost weight. Let her tell him that she was looking for him. Her name is Elazar de Repsalon, and is the imperial magician of the Empire line, and one of the 3 archmages, as well as the Priestess of Destruction. At the estate, the hero told the wards that in the end he could not find a way to stop the discovery. After that, he tried several times to approach him, but to no avail, and if it continues to continue, they will easily find them, so it is dangerous. Well, there can now understand this is that the Order of the Black God believes in this Tisronic. The only question is what position they occupy. These are people who use the power that falls from the tree, or these are people who interfere with the tree to get power. But if this is the latter, this problem. To disturb a tree means that they are able to influence forces outside of time, as well as space, and means that they can create their own space. This is a difficult task, and even he took years. So we can say that if the Order of the Black God has disturbed the tree, it has an absolute power that exceeds even its possibilities as the King of Death. If they have such a force, they don't why do something superfluous. That is why they were able to restrain the creature of the Tisronic in the void. Barros did not understand where he came from at all. Serafi noted that if part of his strength has gained consciousness and became this creature, Ramachchina replied that this was quite possible, but how she could accept consciousness. But Karnak, thinking about it, explained that this is quite possible. Although this is nonsense, the swordsman asked if the tree called himself these wanderer and acts like God. This means that the guy can now create the gods. But the master noticed, who said that it was true that he simply says that there is a chance. In order to calm them down a little, the girl said that they still did not know the truth. Soon Karnak added, first he needs to study the Order of the Black God. The lower members will not help, so you need to study senior officials. Barros noticed with their current methods, it would still be difficult to find them. And the hero added, it seems that they will have to enter the Order of Kings. This order is a special imperial organization created to hunt members of the Order of the Black God. After the era of chaos, by order of the family of the goddess, the Inquisitor and Darkness Hunters killed necromancers. Despite this, the appearance of the Order of the Black God throughout the continent began to cause various problems, especially when it turned out that many of them are highly ranking nobles or royal persons who entered the Order of the Black God. It was difficult to cope with everything on their own, so 7 nations gathered together and created a special unit of the Order of Kings. Its members received the right to be censors. They can conduct an investigation and arrest those who are suspected of belonging to a cult, and in rare cases to execute, so the conditions of entry are very strict and can only be through referrals. Then Barros said that he was known as a hunter with darkness for a long time, and perhaps you need to work with the capital, and the girl asked if they wanted to become part of the order. If he does not want, she can give them the opportunity to apply right now, because she will ask for the referral. From this guy they were more than happy because they understood that they would go there soon. After some time, the bustle again happened in the barony. After all, the master ran away again, and the butler realized that he did not say a word. Baron himself was now in the city of Deretrit, and his ward asked if it was possible to leave so. The hero replied that as a lord he should not leave for a long time, and the old man would definitely stop. Suddenly a man approached the detachment and asked for an apology for being late. The partners were not at all angry at all, but on the contrary, were delighted with the fact that their referral was already here. The hero asked Alias how he feels, and thanked that he came, although he contacted him at the last minute. The clergyman answered, of course, he was glad to hear him. That night, Karnak asked the girl, "Is she really Alias?" But as his order unrequited with another, the servant replied that they were not separated so much. To catch the necromancer, you still need a clinic. Since the order needs a cleric from the Order of the Seven Goddesses except members, there are conditions. That they should receive a recommendation or undergo a check. The first-rank inquisitor, such as the Alias, obviously has the right to give a recommendation, the hero asked. But how did she know all this? And the interlocutor replied that she had heard everything from Alias himself. He called them to the incident with the Ranfells to give a recommendation. Now the man said how it was a shame when they said that they were suddenly going to return to their territory, and he was just about to recommend them in the order of their kings. But he is very glad that they returned, and the Baron noted that they almost missed a good opportunity. Further, the Inquisitor handed the letter of recommendation and said that they could take it to the headquarters of the apartment. Although this does not guarantee their entry, but still this is possible, and he wishes them the blessings of Hatoba. Karnak, of course, thanked him. They and his detachment immediately headed for the capital of the kingdom of Estildrunt, namely to the headquarters of the Order of Kings. People there looked quite serious from the usual mind to the strongest of them. The hero noticed, as expected, they were better than you could see, and Serafi added that she saw 2 aura users, and the capital was different. Suddenly the old man appeared and said that these 3 were probably waiting for a long time. They confirmed the letter of recommendation that they brought, so now they will lead them to the head of the order. And soon the head welcomed them inside. First of all, he introduced himself, saying that he was the commander of the Order of the Kings, and his name is Arentel. This man is a purple knight. Karnak and the rest also greeted him, and the commander said that he confirmed the letter of recommendation, and they were qualified, and their personalities were protected reliably. In addition, this is a recommendation from the Inquisitor Alias, which means that it deserves confidence. But they must well know that this is not enough to enter the Order of Kings. The hero noted that he approximately heard about this, that for new members there is a period of training, and is being done in order to prevent the penetration of the cultists here. Arentel said that then he would give them the first task. They asked how to pull out only entry here. The man smiled and said that they work just that, because there is always work here and everyone is busy. Then he wished them a successful performance and asked to say hello to everyone else. The first to greet them, Tarman, was the general of the 4th Battalion, and he will accompany them throughout their practice. He is also a magician of the 5th level of Vicanism Alban. There was also a guy named Called Delimni Swordsman of a double blade, and Alice Goddess Ocean Artema Inquisitor of the 2nd rank. The hero greeted them and asked if they were not always so busy, and the interlocutor replied that they came at the wrong time, because this day when you did not receive a task. Barrow said that he didn't even expect the general to be a magician, and Tarman asked why it was so strange that the simple magician of the aura user has a 5th circle. In their work, the personality is also part of their abilities, because they have to deal with secular forces. A person will study more work, but the main work of the Order of Kings is the collection of information and the discharge of pagans. The abduction of key figures, as well as interrogations, not battle if a person is strong in battle. This does not mean that he will still be good. Serafi asked why it seems that there are only wicked tasks, and in response, she heard that she understood everything correctly, because their work was to do unholy things with the Gentiles. That is why the papers are able to use various methods more beneficial in this work than users of the aura. Also, most generals in the Order of Mages, the girl asked. But what about the clergy? Alice answered her, saying that the Order of the Kings was created in order to keep the Order of the 7 Goddesses in the depth, so they could not give the priest a general position. When everything was explained, the general said that they received information that one of the regional options joined the Order of the Black God. The suspect Count Brault in the south of the Kingdom of Justel. They are disguised as adventurers and go there, after which they will receive evidence. They will do this before punishing the Count himself. Karnak was horrified and asked if this all means they should go, even if they do not know the pagan or not. The interlocutor noted that for this they need their order to find out. The hero with his detachment was horrified, and he now understood why this order was created. In the county itself where the hero was heading, it was restless because the son fell ill. The ward told the Count that his son's illness is getting worse every day, and they should accept this fact. The man replied that he would never accept him for anything. They think that he does not know what the fate of those who fell into necromancy. It is not clear at all that he returns a person from the paws of death, because he then becomes only a moving corpse. The guy in his voice still stated that, but they cannot call it a real necromancy. He just needs to serve as a Tesrachik's true power of darkness and use it correctly. And if he does this, death will not be fate, but simply the result that those who do not know how to treat diseases are faced, but what he can name the treatment of the disease in general evil. In addition, his son is still so young, and to accept death as the fate of a small child is strange. So does the Count really think that this is really a natural logic of this world? At that moment, Brout looked at his son and thought about this situation, and he realized that even if he wanted to stay on the side of the Order of the Seven Goddesses, he still did not help. And if this can give a new life to his son, then it is better to do it. Therefore, the end he agreed and said that he wanted to turn to Tesronic and asked if he would accept him there. At this time, in the County of Diamonds in the tavern on the outskirts, Tarman said that from that moment they begin to collect information. And this can be obvious, but they should not allow it to be known that people are members of the Order of Kings. They should use a method that seems to have nothing to do with the Gentiles and let them take it. Helen is a well-known metropolitan criminal, put on the wanted list. He talentedly disguises himself, so he has not yet been caught. Barros asked how he was related to them. The general replied that now they have no time hunters from this moment at all, and they pursue this criminal. This means that they are trying to collect information as their headhunters, and then they should be divided into 3 teams and go to the investigation. Karnak went with Kald, and they asked the townspeople if they knew this person. But the general went with Barros to the Count. The man asked for forgiveness for a sudden visit, and they came from the Guild of Adventurers and are their headhunters. He thinks that the offender escaped to their county, so whether they can ask him for cooperation. The man noted that he, of course, will help them dangerous people wandering around the territory. It is bad for them, so that he will cooperate. Tamrin thanked him for it, and said that they would not do anything that would cause him trouble. Returning back to him, he asked if he told the Count. The interlocutor noted that it was pure truth, and suggested returning to the hotel. But the swordsman could not understand why it was to meet with the Count, if it was all they were going to do. The general replied, although it seems that this is not so much, but this was enough, therefore he already understood everything. Soon the whole group gathered together, and they should have exchanged information. Kald said that Count Rialt lost his wife and his only family early. Karnak added, they say that his son suffers from not the incurable disease with which even holy healing spells cannot help. Then the head of the detachment said that this is an ideal case for the cultists. Kald added another suspicious moment of a sharp decrease in crime. The Count led the exile of many criminals, but if these criminals should be in other cities, whether they heard about such stories on the way. Alice noticed the mass disappearance of a vegetable phenomenon when it was with necromancy. Then Tamrin said that they visited the Count himself and found something interesting. Thick curtains hung on each window as if it was necessary to overshadow the sun. One of the subordinates said that this situation is familiar, which means this is a vampire. And late at night the Count along with his son had dinner. Father turned to the boy and asked if he would despise him. The boy smiled and asked why he would hate him for the first time. For the first time he realized that life could be so calm. All people should kill in order to eat and survive. And he just drinks what he gets by order and does not harm anyone, so his diet has changed. And this is the best than death. The man noted that he was glad that he thinks so. At the same time thought that his son had not changed, because he was still polite and vigilant. Therefore he understands that the level of the Black God is not Yureteki, but simply a new truth of new eras. When Tesronic steps on these lands and washes, his son will be able to live a normal life. Of course, a man knows that this can be inconvenient, but let him suffer a little more because he will not live in this body forever. On the way, Serafi asked why they needed to continue the investigation. Alice replied that they should remain vigilant until they found absolute evidence. They need to tolerate a little more. Suddenly, a man's conversation was interrupted by a man. He also asked if they were really a bustle of their heads. The Inquisitor replied that everything was true, and asked what was the problem. The man said that they found the wanted person, and the Count asked him to convey this to them, and the interlocutor did not understand how they found the wanted so quickly. Soon, the group gathered again in order to talk. The general noticed that the Count told him about the refuge of a non-existent criminal. The cleric said that he correctly understood. He said that the offender was returning to sleep there and arranges an ambush there, of course. The main one. He realized that this was all a trap. Kald noticed, given that he indicated the night, then he was definitely a vampire. The head said that it was nonsense, that he really expected that he would not come across such an obvious trap. Or how. Then Karnak noticed, unless it makes the situation difficult if they ignore this information, the cultists will find out that they suspect them, and then the search for information will begin. Those present were surprised at him, looked and stated that he was right, and the hero could not understand why they were all so stupid. Kald asked the captain that they had to do this trap, and they definitely made it beneficial for themselves. Tamrin said that they had no choice and needed to play into their hands. And already that night the whole detachment was in the house to be indicated by the Count. They thought that everything was much calmer than expected. Suddenly, Serafi asked how strong the vampires were. They answered the magicians several times stronger than when they were people, but they should not be afraid. The girl again asked, unless the ancient vampires are not very strong. Then the swordsman answered her that they were often found quickly, and usually they could not stay alive for a long time. Tamarin added that they cannot use aura or magic, so they will become weaker. Then Serafi understood everything. The general looked at Karnak and his ward and asked if they were worried. He knows that it was not good to be arrogant, but not better, but in the kingdom, so they can do the vampire. But at that time, while they sat peacefully and spoke in the building, a fiery arrow was already flying. So after a few moments she ran into the building and there was a very strong explosion. Fortunately for the entire detachment, Alice took advantage of the protective magic and put the barrier that saved them. The attackers came from the darkness, the main one said. As I thought, this is the order of kings. Not a single hunter could dodge such a blow. Seraphim saw the aura and said that vampires could not use it. Called recognized this man and noticed that this was Sir Durald. It was he who was the strongest knight in the Count of Brelt, but why the user of the aura became a vampire. Then Tamarin now said that the Count collaborated with the Gentiles. With the authority of these order of kings, he declares them the enemies of the goddess, as well as the king, so that you will kneel and accept the sentence on the order of the king. The knights at that moment began to laugh, saying what knees they were talking about. It is not clear who to come to. The general said, if they do not obey, the only way out would be to be carried out in the execution, so that he ordered the detachment to punish them with the name of the king. Of course, the swordsmen were the first to rush into battle, because they are an advanced detachment. But the Count's warriors also did not stand aside, and now they called themselves the Warriors of Tyrannic. These people actually used the power of necromancy and fought with bare hands. But Kaldu, this attack was completely nothing, and with his strength he easily struck his opponent. And the knight, at that moment grabbing his wound, cursed these royal dogs. Then the Inquisitor connected to the battle, and stated that impurity should burn in front of the light of the goddess. With this attack, the enemy detachment could not move normally, and it was necessary to first remove the priestess. To do this, a squire rushed from the advanced unit to her, but Tamarin was next to her, and therefore he said that he could not allow him to do this. He immediately took advantage of his magic, and in order to attack, called for a golem who defeated his opponent. But these were not all his attacks, and the man also used the discharge of lightning. Thus, in the Euro Knight, who used necromancy for his strength. Further, the general wondered that he was in someone in any case, to the fact that he thought that in his detachment there was simply a magician of the fourth circle and his knights. But right now he sees that they are fighting very skillfully. After all, Karnak and Barros were not inferior to anyone. At that moment the man could not understand whether they still had not known such experienced people so far. But unfortunately, now the point is not whether they will win. And all this is because this fight depends only on the struggle of the aura users. Even if he is not both Red Knights, whether Serafi will be able to win Durald less experience. Both opponents at this time just collided with each other in a furious attack. Their collision power was so large that it did not scatter in different directions quite far. The knight said that the girl has such a beautiful face and for her age the skills are also good. But in any case he can say that she is definitely not an opponent for him. The battle for some time continued very fierce and everyone had something to do. Although the enemy detachment was much weaker, they were ordered not to retreat, because they have a blessing of the Tisronic. Even if they die, that is, goes on Sunday. Kornak said that these guys really quickly regenerate, did not think that there would be a user aura who is also a vampire. Boros noticed that if Durald joins, they will have problems, so he is worried about whether he will be with Serafi the entire order. The girl at that moment realized that she had more strength and experience, but she could not even find the opportunity to attack. Thought if a person becomes a vampire, loses mana and aura, and from the very beginning, it will be necessary to accumulate the dark mana, so what is happening, it is not clear. The mountains just asked to see how the great power granted to him, he could use the aura, despite his darkness. Using the magic of messages, the girl asked if vampires have weakness, because the heroes should have many, have seen in their lifetime. Barrows said, if he knew that and you had already ended, Karnak answered. They were so weak that he did not even find out and remembers them a little about them. Then Serafi asked if she could help her in Barros, but he replied that she could not and remained in his body, but she did not want to. Therefore the knight realized that the matter would not work like that, and she should deal with him herself. So she shouted that she would smash his number. Then she rushed to the attack and began to apply chaotic strikes in space. The vampire was a little surprised of this, because I realized that these attacks were sudden, and while the rival flew in his direction, he noticed that a slight increase would not change anything. After all, he himself is on the side of the Tisronic, which means that the girl is definitely not to win. After these pathos words that he said, he immediately attacked the girl, so she needed to somehow defend herself. Of course, she did this, and realized that she could not defeat him, suppressing her aura, but it is not clear what to do then. At the checkout, Rafia was thinking about this to her. Barros turned to her. He said that he told her the last time about his strength, so he asked if she remembered it. Let him try to remember how she owned her body, and try to remember her sensations, and also let her control her aura and concentrate. The interlocutor immediately began to recall everything that was before and accumulate Manu, and the guy said that all sorts of feelings were still in her body. Therefore, you just need to explain your mind and clear the energy that flows to its sword. And now very soon the girl's weapon and her aura will intensify several dozen times. Durald, of course, noticed, was surprised, because she realized that her aura became sharper. Then he rushed to the attack and said that he did not know that she had conceived this would not help. Serafi only at that moment opened her eyes and thought what Sir Barros would do if she was in her place. And literally instinctively, she discarded the opponent who flew on her in her furious attack. Then she was very surprised because I realized that it still worked. Now the battle initiative was on her side, and she understood everything. This is how Barros could easily play with her, despite the fact that she used the aura. That's why the girl should not aim at the blade or the body of her opponent, but properly determine his intentions. The campaign of the subsequent fight, Durald said that he saw a trump card that she had in her sleeve, but it was useless. Then he attacked the girl from the back, blocked and thereby surprised his opponent. She perfectly understood that it was necessary to determine where the enemy would move and aim at the starting point, until the right moment came. She remembered all this. She did as it was necessary, and of course struck her opponent. At that moment he poured dark blood that the cultists gave him. Karnak noticed her battle and thought that she would cope. Barros noticed that everything was right. She had everything under control. Tamrin was glad that the girl was doing well. They also finished, so everything goes well. Durald at that moment did not understand what was happening with us completely different from a few minutes ago. It is simply impossible for the Tisronic to endow him with this new force, and he will kill her here even if it costs him life. Therefore, rushing to the attack, he noticed that now there would be everything or nothing. Seeing that the card was happening said that, using so many aura, he would burden himself. Did he really entrust this his regeneration? It became clear that it was very dangerous for Serafi, so she was asked to leave there. The girl perfectly understood that she needed to dodge. She could also regenerate a new limb, even if they lose one. Therefore, right now they will see who will win everything. In order to check this, she immediately rushed to the attack and two huge forces collided again. The explosive wave scattered several tens of meters, therefore. Hiding from the wreckage, the girl's detachment said that it was too risky. But all of them were interested in what happened and who won. When the dust was a little dispelled, everyone saw that Durald's head flew to the side. That is why it became obvious that Serafi won. Then the general asked if she had it. Soon, Alice healed early with the help of her divine power. Serafi thanked her, and the cleric said that this should not thank her, because as if not for her power, they would definitely come to an end. Tamrin also said that thanks to her help, they have obvious evidence of the sins of the Count, so he asks Alice to contact their headquarters. They were ready to believe justice over Count Brault, and when the others arrived, who were already the smell of vampires, so that it was necessary to grab everyone. It was in the name of the goddess. The Inquisitor accomplished the trial of all these vampires, and they had no choice but to succumb to this power that surged on them. The Count himself, until the very end, continued to sit in his office and thought about this whole situation. In the end, he only turned to Tisronic and asked to spare his child. And then he killed himself, thereby did not give the main character and his detachment to do this. The son of the Count, along with several men at the same time, ran away from the estate. One of them asked him to hurry, because they do not even know when they would get to them. The boy was thinking about his father all the way, and that this order of kings was cursed. Introduce them, not forgive, and someday reject on behalf of Tisronic. Soon, before those who ran away, several men were still, and one of them said that, as he thought, he was coming here. The wards of the Count immediately turned to strangers and asked who he was, and it was Karnak, who noticed the boy that he could not just leave traces of necromancy. People who defended the Count asked the young master to run away and tried to use their strength. The main character would happen to this, could not allow, so he took advantage of the force in response. It was already his necromancy, which had even greater power, and he grabbed everyone he tried to catch. Then he smiled and said that now they would go directly to the matter. Soon his victims were finally dead, and he used his strength to absorb their dark spirit. After all the manipulations that he committed with their bodies, he said that they were finally ready. Then he immediately clicked his fingers and the fire appeared right on his hand. And then, of course, he went to the bodies of the fallen victims. Serafi asked in surprise why he burns them so. Because they need to inform them that they found them. Karnak noted that this would not work. He devoured the whole darkness of the apocalypse, which was with them. And Barros noticed that he accumulates a lot of power of necromancy, while not only one magic of chaos to cope with her. And is he really sure of this? The gentleman said, "It does not seem that the situation allowed such slowness." And the girl could not understand what he was worried about. The guy replied that he was worried about Durald and Straf. After all, the latter retained his holy forces, despite the fact that he became a necromancer. And also Duralim was able to use his aura. Despite the fact that he became a vampire, the ward said that he had in mind that they had some problems, but probably they coped with them. The hero noted that he correctly understood everything, but the fact that they did not lose their strength did not disappear. As many people know perfectly, energy does not mix, and that is why, in order to learn, something needs to be abandoned. But as a result, now this rule is violated with the onset of the darkness of the apocalypse. Magicians can use both magic and necromancy. But users of the aura can use the aura and necromancy too. Barros said that it was always the Archmage of Lychee and the Knights of Death before. Karnak added that in those cases there was a side effect into a undead, or the loss of reason. The strongest that necromancy escaped, experiments with it begin. This is an opportunity for the games of defended power to grow rapidly. Even the fourth War King and 3 great magicians can become their enemies. It is precisely because of this that it simply will not work to become a little stronger, and he must collect as much effort as possible. Soon, the main character, along with his subordinates, arrived at the headquarters of the Order of Kings. There they were thanked for the beautiful completed task. Tamarin really praised their behavior, so the man thinks if they want to join the Order of Kings right now. Moreover, given what they did at the previous mission, Karnak was surprised, did not ask, did they really take them to them? Arantel smiled and, holding out the badge, greeted them in the Order of Kings. Of course, the interlocutors were delighted because of this, and he added that in any case, to celebrate their performance, they should start working. The joy on the faces of the new participants immediately disappeared, and they asked, "Did it really now?" And the head, indicating on paper, and said that they had a lot of work. Then the hero, like the rest, thought about whether it was the right choice to join such a crazy organization. As a result, it turned out that the days of work lasted for the destruction of the cultists. Meanwhile, the main character showed other necromancers, which of the strongest. And also they had a lot of paperwork during which they made reports. Of course, during the tasks that were associated with necromancy, the hero stole a little darkness of the apocalypse. So a series of events continued over and over time for a long time. So far, finally, the main character did not think that he nevertheless gathered quite a lot of necromancy. Now he can separate the energy of mana chaos and also restore it back. What he, of course, took up, crossing 2 forces among himself. And finally, based on all his strength that Karnak received, he finally reached the 6th circle of the magician. His creation of kings began to spread that rumors that Baron Karnak was already a magician of the 6th circle. This, of course, were surprised because he was recently at the 4th level. That is why there should be his talent granted to God, the guy answered with him pathetically. But Serafi hoped that he would not be suspected. The commander of the order was also very happy, and said that they probably really have a great magician. Then Karnak was happy that no one suspects him that he was a necromancer. Then the man said that he has good news for them. The captain's place in the 7th Division was freed, so he wants the guy to occupy him. The hero was surprised from this, but Aranel said that everyone had already agreed. Judging by his contribution, he is more than worthy of this position. People have high hopes for them, so let them continue to work hard. Karnak said that he understood and rejoiced at the increase, but that means more work. A week later, the protagonist, together with his detachment, were in the southeast of the kingdom of Justal, on the border of the Arthra fortress. In the basement of the central tower, the clergyman begged the goddess to give the sinful soul a nap of repentance. She shook, because she heard the screams that came from the room. The girl was from the 7th Division and the follower of the goddess Latiel, and the name of her Melia. Of course, she knows that inquisitors should torture the tables of the table if necessary, but grateful that it can remain outside, while Karnak does his job. Nevertheless, the girl hoped that he was a good person, but the one whom they tortured begged to spare, because he would tell everything. The master said that this would probably drag on for a long time, and Serafi said that they had made enough to pretend to be interrogated, and Melia would believe. Soon Barros reported that this man was dead. Karnak was delighted from this and said that now his turn to act. When he used his strength to him, the guy said that the Tesronic is the destructive god of darkness and death, as well as God, who would bring a new order to this world. The hero realized that this is another failure, each of them who was not caught. not ironically believes in his god, but it is not clear what is happening. Further, the girl said what was found out at the moment was that their order is controlled by 3 leaders. They have 6 cardinals and 13 archbishops, and the bishop of each region controls its small organization. All they captured are ordinary priests, so they have no useful information, and based on the above, you need to catch at least a bishop. Then the leader. He said that they would be able to win someone higher the career ladder. Why not have any major incident? Soon their detachment was already in the Arentel's office, the man said. There were rumors that in the capital there is one who collaborated with the cult, and the main character, like the rest, could not understand that with his expression. Therefore, he asked the head of the order, "Who is the main suspect?" Then the interlocutor reluctantly said that the suspect is the 2nd prince of the kingdom of Justel. We are talking about His Highness Alfred Ludan Justel. Karnak, with wards of the past, is surprised, although it is joyful at the same time loudly in the matter, as it was necessary for them. The current king of Viscid of the First has 2 sons who conduct a fierce struggle for who will become his successor. There is the 1st prince, whose name is Lloyd Ludan Justel, as well as the 2nd prince Alfred Ludan Justel, although it is logical that the prince must become the successor of the king, but he has a tragic background. Melia from the clan of Count Filler was accepted into the family through marriage by calculation and became a real queen. However, in the past few decades, their inability to have a child has become a serious problem for the future family. Therefore, in order to receive the heir to the throne, the king had no choice but to accept Calpia from the clan of the Marquis of Talion. And 3 months after she entered the family, the news came about her pregnancy, and this child was Lloyd. The king was carried away with happiness and declared the prince his successor in the name of the goddess Allium. But then the queen Melia was able to give birth to a child, and he became the 2nd Prince Alfred. The royal court was confused because the senior prince was against the 2nd in a straight line of blood, since it was difficult to determine who was more important than the king's decision was difficult. An indecisive Viscus, who could not make a decision, told them that he would accept him when they would become adults, and finished the conversation. The couple noticed that he was obtained, dismissed the decision, and this entailed many consequences. The hero noticed if he had thought that he had in mind if something happens to one of them, the 2nd would become a successor. And not surprisingly, 2 families who have developed the princes for more than 20 years does not cease to be at enmity. The guy replied that this was all the circus. And Serafi noticed if the reason was not enough, is it not easier to choose by abilities or character? Karnak noted, if you choose this, Lloyd is calm and assembled, and Prince Alfred is cruel and arrogant, and as for their abilities, they are still too young. The girl asked if there was a reason why the king did not choose Lloyd, and the head replied, it seems that he was incredibly weak. Apparently, he was never healthy. Despite the fact that he had been learning the possession of a sword for a long time, it seems that he could not demonstrate his skills. But Prince Alfred is strong and galantnoy in martial arts, so it complicates all. Then Barros asked, but who reported that the prince had come into a conspiracy with the Dark Order? The gentleman replied, it seems it was a spy thrown by Prince Lloyd. Since he was concerned, he sent an unofficial report to the Royal Order. Before Arundel headed the Royal Order, he was vice commander of the Imperial Knights. Therefore, he was able to find out the handwriting of the 1st prince. This is all that the hero knows at the moment, and he was told that they would later send a messenger with details. The ward asked if they should meet with the spy of Prince Lloyd. Karnak then offered to go inside. And when they entered, it was simply obvious that it was that nervous guy. So the main character immediately went, reached him, and immediately turned. But the stranger in the mask was immediately alert and asked what he needed. Karnak thought that the actor was definitely bad from him. Therefore, he showed his certificate and asked if he received an order from Sir Lloyd. Further, the man is in a cloak, probably noticed those who were chosen by Sir Arentel. Barros felt that the atmosphere was very heated and said that he needed him to call his personality. The interlocutor said everything that he could do now to name his personality, to show his face. And when he did this, Karnak, along with the others, were very surprised. Since in the end it turned out that it was Prince Alfred, but it is not clear what was happening then. The hero thought the one who informed the prince himself is him, but this is strange. Alfred saw their faces, noticed that they were confused to see him. He knows that the person he wears belongs to Alfred, but he is not the one for whom he gives himself out, because he is Lloyd and the 1st prince, as well as the legitimate heir of the throne. As a result, His Majesty reported that their souls had changed places. Then the hero realized that he had not realized everything, as he was too shocked. But now when he looked closely and can say that in this body the shape of his body and soul does not coincide in this soul, and the soul is also broken. Further, the prince believed that it was difficult for him to believe it. But the Baron said that in the necromancy there are many spells that could cause this. Luda was immediately delighted and said that he knew that to contact the Order of the Kings was the right decision. He believed that the one who came would understand that he was not imposed on the necromancy spell. But whether ordinary magicians can recognize it to me to recognize it, the hero replied that this is not so. It is impossible to with a simple magic eye. He can understand this because he sees the facts. But the prince asked how the one who is not a necromancer could believe that he is Prince Lloyd. Then Karnak stated, it would be strange if he had sentenced himself to someone else, and said that he had reported himself. Members of the Order of Kings also own knowledge of necromancy. Now the principle of everything became clear, and he said that then there is no way to use and prove that it lies with a necromancer spell. The hero noticed that first it was necessary to consider the facts of this event, whether he could explain what happened on the day when their souls changed places. His Majesty said that it was 5 days ago. On that day he passed the daily procedure of holy healing magic before bedtime. Barros was surprised from this and asked if he was really treated daily, but the man asked if there were no rumors that his body is very weak. The interlocutor hesitated and replied that it was really so, thinking that even a zombie could be stronger than him. The prince continued to say that he fell asleep without any problems after that. Anyway, the estate is always protected by the holy barrier, but he woke up already in his brother's body. But then the question is the necromancy is so strong? Karnak said something does not fit in his head, and thought it means that they were able to impose a necromancy spell that could break through the barrier. Then they had to prepare something in the estate, but there was nothing. Lloyd continued to talk about when he woke up. He was in a rather strange place. He in turn could not understand at all where he was, and he did not understand why he felt healthy, because he did not hurt anything, and the temperature was asleep. Besides, the pain in the joints also disappeared somewhere. Suddenly the man saw a muscular body, and there were also some magic circles nearby. The first thought was that he was abducted, because he does not understand where he was. Then mysterious people entered the room and asked whether Prince Lloyd woke up. The man looked at them and said that this was a strange place with unknown people, but it is not clear what they did with him then. The interlocutor used the Seneca of romance and said, it seems that he is not in the know, so let him show him all this. With the help of his own strength, he created a mirror, and then the prince saw his new face. It belonged to his brother Alfred, so the stranger said that they had changed bodies. And all this happened only thanks to the great power of Lord Tisronic. The prince realized that this is precisely the cultists, and asked why they changed their bodies. Suddenly another man entered the room, who immediately greeted the prince. Lloyd saw that this man was Sir Sebastian, and he was a minister of Alfred. The prince was surprising that he betrayed his leader. But his interlocutor asked about this in surprise. Then the man said, if not so, then why did he put Alfred in his weak body? Sebastian answered, thinks, this is one of the options for interpreting this situation. And Lloyd understood by his reaction it seems that his brother is behind all this. That's why he asked what he needed from him. The interlocutor untied him and said that nothing special was required. After all that needs to be done is to stay here and be a good boy. Now the prince said that all the windows were boarded up by steel grills, and the doors were locked, however, to be honest. He was not disgusted to stay there. After all, he was not sick, and the food was the most delicious, and the happiness that he received from food simply amazingly. Then Serafi asked, but how then he was able to escape from there? His Highness reported, if we talk about this, even having heard his story, they will not be able to believe in it in any way. Once he stated that for the first time in his life, he interrupted, and it was interesting what they planned to treat him so well. I would like to get out of there as soon as possible. She looks at him too much eye, sees that they carefully care about the body of Alfred. Therefore there is a chance that he can escape if he uses his body as a prisoner, and this life force, which he feels contributes to a lot. The knights walked along the corridor and talked that for one meal he needed as many as 4 knights. But this is because Sir Sebastian is too worried, although it was impossible to say for sure whether the prince could at least keep his sword. Finally, the maid, who brought with them, knocked on the door and told the prince that it was time to dinner. He invited her to go inside, and she and knights immediately went there. Lloyd, in turn, hid behind the door and immediately cut down the first knight with one sharp blow. Then he grabbed the weapon and immediately began to wave it. Those present did not understand how he fell into a weak place, because he should be those who are in the body of Prince Alfred. His Highness, they said, must have been surprised, but whether they ever managed to study them, to own a sword in a dying body. It turns out that they should rely solely on strategy and equipment and use as little movements as possible. And what, in their opinion, will happen now that he is in a healthy body? The actions say louder words, so he will show them by personal example. Therefore, rushing to the attack, he easily struck all his opponents, and their bodies were already lifeless, and only a maid remained. The prince saw her frightened expression on his face. He asked him not to worry, because he did not harm her. But before leaving the room, he asked to stay here at least for a short while. On the way, The man accused that his brother had happened. He was strong only because he had such a body, so Lloyd could not but be disappointed. He would need to leave this place as soon as possible until no one noticed. But suddenly he soon saw the guard. He was not lucky, because he had already met more than one person. So I decided to take care of them right here and now. But suddenly he was asked where he was going, whether he was time to eat. And then Lloyd realized that these knights must have not known anything, that he was not the one for whom he would give out. Therefore, only a few people knew that their bodies were replaced with the help of necromancy. Thanks to this, he could not jump over the walls, pretending to go for a walk. But at the same time, he has nowhere to go with this body, and thinks that his servants will not believe him either. Therefore, he asked for help from the Order of Kings and hid in the slums. On this, his story ends. Karnak said that it would be better to catch the cultists who did this with him. The only problem is that they are difficult to find when they are hiding. After a conversation with Prince Lloyd, the hero came because they should make the necromancers come to them themselves. Then the interlocutor realized that he seemed to have to portray the bait, but the Baron replied that unfortunately, he would not be enough. After all, ordinary knights will be enough to grab him. Then the prince asked if there is a different option. Karnak smiled and stated that they would prepare a bait, from which more than one necromancer could not refuse, because he has a plan. A few days later, in the vicinity of Drunta, Prince Alfred had a meeting in the shelter of supporters. Sebastian asked where Lloyd could hide if he contacted his supporters to cause a problem. The Bishop of Detzros replied that this would not happen. The spies that they launched into the palace have not said anything yet. Kale said if Prince Lloyd had thought something, they would know, but Olt added, that's true. They also prepared measures against his possible actions. Therefore, they just need to deliver Prince Alfred's body here at the right time. The bishop said, if we say in the necromancy spell, which he put on the Ring of the Soul, not damaged, so that there should be no problems yet. Someone said even if they are not, they should remain vigilant. Is there a way to use necromancy to track the prince's body? She heard this. If it were possible, they would have done it. All the conditions should be met, but even they do not know what they are. Then Sebastian said that their only way to continue to look for him on his own. And suddenly one of his subordinates burst into the room and stated that the prince was found. The man was surprised and asked where he was, and he was informed that he was in the south near Dalane Street. The main thing was thinking that there were supporters of Prince Lloyd, so he asked if their people made contact with them. The interlocutor said that this did not happen, and then Sebastian said that this was pleasing. It was necessary to send a squad of Scarlet Flame behind them right now. Having learned this information, he was delighted, and said that His Highness could translate here. On that street, which was recently discussed, there was a rather troubled atmosphere. The prince, walking along the road, heard several men, so he asked if he was really dealing with him. One of them immediately called him Alfred and said that he had come for him. The interlocutor asked, but did he really somehow look like a prince? Therefore, the person who spoke to him thought about the fact that he was not in his mind, then went further and stated that he was ordered to deliver him to a certain place, even if he was resisting. Of course, this is done for His Highness, so they asked to do nothing. Suddenly, after a few moments, Serafi came here, who asked the prince if everything was in order with him. Then she stated, if these people want to pick him up, then let them first try to defeat her. Soon the squad of Scarlet Flame saw a strange power. It was the power of necromancy, but they could not understand whether this is really the evil spirit of the necromancer. Energy immediately spread throughout the area, and they were attacked by this dark power. Several people could not believe that the prince contacted necromancy, and someone was already running away, trying to escape. But the ways for escape were cut off, because the tentacle of the monster appeared from the dark holes. Of course, they immediately attacked those who tried to escape and dragged them inside. After that, those people who still survived killed these creatures. But still, one of the men still survived and tried to run away from there. But the prince himself thought that it was just terrible magic, and whether it really became so interesting. A few days before the incident, they told him about the bait for necromancers, but he asked to tell in more detail. Karnak said that the necromancers, afraid to be issued for those, often do not hide themselves, if only it is not about the fight against a strong enemy, so they will put the enemy in the same conditions. The necromancer will be as a bait. His Highness was very surprised of this, the hero said. They expect that they would not call the order on them, because they will also unite with necromancers. Necromancers, in turn, can steal each other's strength to become stronger, so they will undoubtedly appear. Lloyd noticed that it was still strange to cooperate with the necromancers, and the Baron told him that it would only look like this. If they use the confiscated things of the necromancer and use magic to deceive them, it will be indistinguishable from the usual necromancer. The prince realized that the Order of Kings considers such things necessary, so you need to adhere to this plan. And at the present time they finally met, and Karnak asked if everything was in order with him, and he said that yes. Then he noticed that it was like necromancy, although he knew that it was magic, pretending that nothing had happened. Karnak noticed that it pleases him. After that, Lloyd said that one of them ran away really enough. The hero answered him enough because he reported what happened. That's why it remains only to wait for the necromancers to swallow the bait. Soon it happened, because the person who was left alive spoke about necromancy. A member of the detachment of the Scarlet Flame that was sent there saw it with his own eyes. Sebastian was horror and was speechless. Therefore, he asked if he really collaborated with necromancers. Then Detzris came up and noticed that now this specialization of them asks to provide it to them. The main thing was thinking that his skills deserve confidence and noticed that he entrusted this to them. The bishop, along with his subordinates, went on a mission and said that he would certainly bring the prince here. At that time, I already thought that they destroyed the squad of Scarlet Flame, so they are unusual necromancers. So he would take every drop of this power. Try it to the necessary street, he informed his subordinates, and then said, if they are also necromancers, they should aim at their strength. They will lure the necromancer here, and he will remain in the shelter and arrange an ambush on them. But if everything works out, he will give half the strength to them too. The guys had no choice but to agree to this, but they realized that they were a bait. Kale took advantage of his own strength. He began to call the damned souls of warriors, so that they wake up in the name of Tisronic. The knights who rebelled from the dead began their way, and the guy said that they would find their enemies in the name of darkness. Karnak, of course, saw himself, he said, as expected. They sent a necromancer, and his magic of tracking tracked them down. Lloyd asked if all these ghosts want to get to them, but Barros noticed that he was really hurrying. Next, the hero invited his comrades to arm himself and advance to the battlefield. At the same time, he said to His Highness that this time he would move themselves, but the man asked, did he really need to go this time? Karnak noted, it would be bad if he is ambushed, and they will interrogate them, after which he would return with the information. The prince thanked them and said that he was leaving it on them, but at the same time, looking at the things they took, asked why they needed it. Then smiling, the guy said that it may look stupid to this optimal anti-cult weapons. The perfumes that the enemy has taken, the necromancer at that time penetrated through the walls of residential buildings, and the people who saw them were very afraid, because this was not there before. So because of this evil spirits, a terrible commotion soon happened in the whole city. Barros, along with Serafi, sat in ambush. The girl said that these villains lure innocently citizens into a trap, and the guy noticed that they still did not harm anyone. The interlocutor added that he meant whether it was needed, and the swordsman said, the more corpses, the more servants will be, of course. Serafi was in shock from this logic, because she thought that all necromancers were deciding. And while they talked peacefully like this, just a ghost caused by necromancers made his way to them. Kale, who called on all of them, told his partner that the lost spirit had fallen. She asked the interlocutor where he was, and suddenly, behind him, he heard some strange noise and realized that there was the power of darkness. Kale immediately sent the called spirits there and also said to comrade after him. And with these minions of the necromancer, Barros and Serafi fought. The guys saw them and immediately thought that these people should also be necromancers. But at the same time, it was completely incomprehensible to them what they were doing to go out to be waving some strange weapon. The man used a mop and with the help of it easily discarded his opponents. And the girl did not stand quickly using a frying pan in her hand. It was not clear to these guys why they had such things. Perhaps it was a necromancy that they did not even know. Barros, in turn, told Serafi that their enemies are already here, so they would begin to implement their plan. Therefore, they even more fiercely began to use their weapons and struck the spirits in front of them. Kale, of course, did not understand what they were doing, but said that first to deal with them, and then decide everything. Therefore, taking advantage of his strength, he used the field of necromancy, namely a skill called the Swamp of the Dead. Barros saw what happened and realized that this time these necromancers have some kind of skills. That is, it turns out that he really has not seen this field of necromancy for quite some time and needs to move. So using quite strange maneuvers, he dodged at the hands appearing from the ground. Kale thought what was happening because he was just moving. But Serafi did not do this so simply and constantly hit her hands, that they were drawn to her. Rarni could not understand why this woman was so cool. Further, comrades of the protagonist aloud said that they would do something now. The necromancers were interested in what they were going to do, and soon saw how the mop and a frying pan flew up. In bewilderment, one of the guys asked what would happen this time. And the swordsmen literally the same second pierced their blades into the ground and began to use magic. After that, water appeared from their weapons and headed right towards the rivals. Kale asked that this was still happening, because their field of necromancy was swept by their energy and necromancy. Then Barrow smiled and told the rivals that they could not resist them with such tricks. The guys did not understand what spells they use, and they had to quickly deal with all this. That is why Ult resorted to his strength of hell and began to transform with his body. Demonic energy spilled out and he was demonized. The guy shouted Serafi that he would leave it on her and jumped aside. The girl agreed with his proposal and immediately rushed to the attack on the newly made demon. Ult asked how she repelled his attack. Must have been strongly strengthened. But she cannot compare with his demonic form, no matter how hard she tried. The rival smiled and stated that he was not very good and turned into such a grotesque uniform. From these words, the guy, of course, got angry and, calling her a scoundrel, said that he would end her here and now. Further concentrating the energy about himself in his mouth, he literally spat it towards the girl. But she immediately applied her skill and easily repelled this attack again. The demon was very angry from this, and Kale noticed when they wave this thing, all their attacks are blocked. Therefore, it was not clear what they used, and Karnak ruled this force. He was glad that no one suspects him that he was using it, because this is literally nothing. A frying pan and a mop is just a distracting maneuver to hide the power of darkness. Even if they believed in his history, they would have to understand everything soon. Kale understood that this situation was very strange, and it was interesting what was really happening. Moreover, the necromancers are here, but the energy of death comes from somewhere else. Turning in the other direction, the guy noticed that she was coming directly from another building. So it was amazing for him. Was it really a redirection? And these people are likely to simply play with them. Therefore, he turned to a comrade and said that he would have enough to spend time on them, because he not only distracts attention from someone else. From the real necromancer is located on the roof. Then the Karnak's comrades realized that they guessed and decided to finish it, but here and now, as a result of which they immediately rushed on the attack on Ult, and he shouted that they were idiots, and they had already bought their spells. Now all they need is to defeat a real necromancer who closes somewhere. Therefore, taking advantage of his strength, he directed the eager energy from his mouth right in the direction of Karnak. And after she encountered the barrier that he defended the guy, there was a rather powerful explosion. The guy smiled because he was happy because this attack was quite good. But the main character was in perfect order and said that these idiots were happy, that they guessed. He apologizes for upset, but he is in perfect order. To all this, even if they're weapons and a mimic one who said that he would hurt me. And now very soon both necromancers were connected by dark power. In order to wake them up, Barrows put a little assault on his efforts. Because of this, the guys got angry and said that they were villains, even if they just wait a bit and they would see everything. But suddenly he saw the dark and terrible energy of Karnak, so he wondered if he was really much stronger than those with whom they faced. This person is definitely a real necromancer, and this can be 100% confident. Then the hero asked why they simply should not chat. Kyle understood that together they could not cope with him, and could not afford to become an obstacle to the order. That is why, turning to their god, they began to make manipulations with their own bodies, and soon they were killed with the help of their own forces and hands. Serafi was surprised from this, but Karnak said that they did very stupid, so he does not understand whether they were real necromancers. So, taking advantage of his strength, he immediately pulled out his soul, which had not yet had time to leave the body. Then putting them in some strange space, he stated that they could take them to a more calm place in order to talk to them there. The subordinate asked what to do with business, because the power of necromancy remained in them. The hero replied that they could take them just in case. It turns out that Prince Lloyd reported 3 followers, which means another necromancer is hiding, and they can use them as a bait. The girl asked then why the latter still had not taken a step, and Karnak noticed that he did not speak about it. The bishop himself was in shock, and understood that he did not have time to intervene. He did not even think that they both would be defeated. Although seriously, they fell on such a trick and must be lost in activities. But it is not clear what to do now, because he cannot say how experienced he is. Also, they can't just let them go and should follow them in order to pick up all 3 forces. The main character, in turn, along with the others, went to some abandoned hall in the slums. There he also said Kim Dush, whom he caught so that they told him everything that they could tell about themselves. They began to say that they were the direct subordinates of the Bishop of Detsgrass, then introduced themselves, calling their names. The guys carry out the order of Cardinal Grental Loss, who controls the Kingdom of Justal. They confidently intervene in the next events with the bishop. He is a necromancer in the order, as well as the magician of the 5th Circle, and also received orders from senior management until he fulfilled his mission. The hero realized that we were talking about a magician and a necromancer in one person, so he noticed that it was he who was hiding, but let him forget about it. Interestingly, what they did to break through the sacred barrier and impose a curse in order to change the bodies of the principals and places, the interlocutor noted that they did not need to do this. Because the purpose of the curse was not Prince Lloyd himself, but Prince Alfred, they use a curse that allows you to change the bodies between bloodlines. Thus, they will be able to easily make a plan while they have Prince Alfred, even if they do not have access to another person. Karnak noticed that this could be allowed, but the ghouls should not agree that the curse worked. The necromancer said that they did it with the help of a magic mirror. To show the appearance of Prince Lloyd and create the impression that he is participating in the curse, the hero noticed that they use necromancy to correct problems with a magical spell, thus to fulfill the impossible curse. But nevertheless, why did the principal have changed bodies to eat or some benefit from its weak body? And as soon as the guys wanted to talk about this, the third party intervened in their conversation. It was the bishop himself who destroyed the wall with his necromancy. He informed the Cossack that he was better to surrender, and the hero asked him with whom he was talking to at all. Then the old man turned and asked how he could dodge, without even imposing a curse of necromancy. To this, the guy replied that he had a good enough intuition. Detzrus thought, it seems this is not the end, so he needs to concentrate now. Therefore, he used the magic of the shadows of a fierce cold, and asked them to appear and open the night. After this, the premises in which they were began to be covered with ice. And also from the very ice that covered the whole room, creatures appeared similar to wolves or werewolves. Considering everything around, Serafi realized that the space itself had changed a lot, so she stated that it looks like they encountered Straff. Then Barros reported that they are about 100 of about the same status. It seems that they can do little. The forces of mana and necromancy were used together. The girl asked if it looks like the last time, whether it was dangerous. Karnak replied that this was not the case last time too, was not a particular problem. All they need to do is apply a barrier, as in the case of Straff. Therefore, he took advantage of his power of necromancy, and when he saw this, the bishop asked what it was. After all, very soon the ice werewolves whom he called for began to quickly melt. Just like a great surprise, it was that his barrier quickly disappeared. He asked if the guy knew how to dispel his curse, and he thought that he did not even expect this, because he could not weaken the nutrition for a second. He further stated that, however, this is not the end of the power given to him by Lord Tisronic. Therefore, using his strength, he began to call on wandering spirits and asked to follow his master of darkness. So they gradually headed for the heroes. Barrow said they were similar to the fact that both are trying to use numbers for their own purposes. Therefore, perhaps, you need to escape as the last time. But the master asked why they should do everything they need to defeat him. So using his mana chaos, he used fiery magic bullets. Then he attacked the spirits, which were supposed to attack them right now. And then he stated that now they are definitely not the ones that were before. Detzrus was horrified, because fiery bullets were a chaos of the sixth circle. The necromancer could not use it only if his Tisronic blessed him. Karnak asked if Seraphi was still going to do with a necromancer, and she replied that she was tired. Then she immediately rushed to the attack, using her weapon and aura. The bishop was again surprised, due to the fact that they even have a Nyx sword with them. The hero turned to the ghost of Nemesis and asked to listen to his master in order to destroy the enemy. The opponent also did not stand aside and released his battle spirits, after which they collided with each other. The man said that a man who does not serve Tisronic will not be able to use magic and necromancy at the same time. So this is again some kind of trick that he uses, so really thinks that he can fool him again. Barros, of course, also did not sit out and attacked enemy spirits. Serafi looked at him and said that she would like to have the same endurance, and the guy replied that she had awakened a combat aura. Due to the fact that the forces of necromancy were suppressed, Detzrus called the heroes unbelievers and asked the true teaching of God. Karnak immediately felt divinity and ordinary magic, so that it was unusual for him. And their opponent immediately took advantage of the power of necromancy and used the skill of the soul of the earth. So the soil immediately began to crack. A golem appeared from under it. When the hero saw him, he said that he expected something more impressive, but the ward said that it was still quite burdensome. Serafi volunteered to fight with him, but the guys did not really want to stop her. But the bishop continued to use his strength, and the armor soon appeared armor. When the girl noticed this, said that now it became more complicated. He has not only such a body, but now he also owns a sword. The master asked not to worry, because he still had weaknesses. In order to further strengthen the power of his own goal, Detzrus asked for a blessing from his god. So the armor who wrapped the creature immediately flew off him, and then they gradually began to go back even stronger, strengthening his body. When the procedure ended, the bishop asked the creature to put an end to them quickly. This night ghoul should fight enemies and defeat them quickly enough. Karnak said that the merger of magic and necromancy was used here. It must be combined in himself the golem and the art of death armor. Detzrus managing the power of his being, he immediately rushed on the attack on the guys. But he made it a fairly large distance using his weapon. And in order to confront this force, Seraphim rushed into battle, using its combat aura. Trying to do something with this force, she thought he was stronger than an ordinary high-rank demon. Further, Karnak, using his strength, said that it is necessary to hit, that there are relics with bullets that he has. But when he did this, his ammunition did not work, and after all, they easily flew away from the armor at the being. Therefore, with chagrin, he said that this did not work, and the comrade asked what they would do. Then the master smiled and stated that he did not expect this, but while they were talking peacefully, the golem rushed into the attack on them. So in the place where the heroes were all this time, a big explosion happened. But they, fortunately, survived, because at the last moment they managed to get out of there. Barrow said that she would take care of Detsras, and he asked Serafi to take the Knight of Golem. So he discussed his rather quick plan. They rushed to the attack. Necromancers noticed what was happening, so he informed his ward so that he stopped them. And Golem rushed at Barrows, who aimed right on his owner. But he, of course, managed to successfully dodge his swift attack. But Serafi also rushed on the attack and said that he had forgotten about her. We do not go to it quite strongly. He did not even move after that. And he just turned to the enemies and once again attacked them. The bishop was very happy from his own forces and said that this was a real power. The girl noticed that her attack did not work and asked what to do now. The swordsman, turning to the master, noticed that he was calm, which means he had a plan. The interlocutor also asked not to take her own eyes and tell him about everything. And then they will simply die here at such a pace. Karnak agreed, and said that he would tell everything now. If they still insist, to cope with the night, a huge force is needed. Then the ward stated that this was already obvious, even without his story. Karnak smiled at the same time and said that he was not understood, because he had prepared something just in case. Therefore, when he touched the ground, several living bodies later began to appear from later. It turned out that these were just the same necromancers with whom they had fought for a long time, and they were now his servants. The hero said that these are really those necromancers and in their body full of power necessary for them. The bishop noticed that his subordinates would now fight him and was surprised. Kyle immediately took advantage of his strength and asked him to become damned warriors. And Old again found a demonic form, with the help of which he also had to fight. The old man was horrified and did not understand who at all could control the forces of the dead to the necromancer. It is terrible that someone was capable of such a complex technique. While they attacked him, the man shouted to the knight Gotham to deal with them. And then the creature headed for dark spirits, and Old, taking advantage of the moment, tried to attack him from the back. But Golem noticed this attack and quickly turned around, immediately threw it aside. The bishop was surprised from whether this was really so asked. Are they really idiots? It turns out that they really fought well enough, but now it's all in vain, because they will never kill him too. They did not stand next to him, even when he was alive. The hero, using his strength, asking what he said, "Is he only not alone here?" After that, his chaos bullets attacked the creature that was ahead, and the hero ordered his subordinates to attack and stop staring just like that. The swordsman who obeyed him immediately rushed to the attack, saying that now it was possible to fight. Kyle, calling for the servant, actually his comrade, asked to destroy the enemies of his master. Therefore, the fallen warriors, along with Old, immediately rushed to the attack. Detsras asked, "They really think that the number will affect something?" Then the Golem Knight asked why he did not protect him. He, of course, immediately returned to the owner and began to protect him from all spirits. Serafi decided to take advantage of this moment and again apply her attack from behind. And as soon as she tried to do this, her creature blocked her armor. And despite the fact that the attack was successfully repulsed, the armor began to crack, so the girl said that she was not enough a little. The former necromancer, who also fought on their side now, came running to her, and he dealt an equally strong blow to his new opponent. Seeing what happened, the girl said that it was fine because she works. But the bishop was not so joyful at that moment, and while he was distracted by the fact that the armor of the creature whom he called was destroyed from behind, someone appeared. It was Barrows who tried to kill him, so the bishop shouted to the goose that he first stopped him in this. The creature, of course, came running to defend the owner and stop the attack, and the guy, turning to Serafi, shouted to continue to attack. She agreed, and together with Oldos, they continued to destroy the armor of the Knight Golem. Detsras was very angry because they are about to break the armor of darkness. Then he asked if these people think that they would so easily defeat the one whom Tesronic himself blessed. Therefore, using even more forces of his own necromancy, he again turned to the great god and asked for strength. And very soon she burst out and began to swell around the district. Based on the body of the bishop, this force was also transmitted to his knight, to the goose. Barrows noted that their opponent intensified quite strongly, so he shouted Serafi to be careful. And when people bounced a little aside the creature, they immediately attacked them. The swordsman said that their attack works, but it is not enough to win, and Karnak said that one very strong blow was needed. And this is what will be the only way to defeat this creature. The old man, in turn, again turned to the knight's head, and said that he first got rid of the knight and magician, and it would be much easier to deal with the rest. Therefore, his inanimate ward immediately rushed on the attack on his opponents. The first on him was Kyle and Old, who were not mobile. Serafi shouted that he would help them right now, but the hero replied that there was no need for this. After all, it turns out that they should be grateful that he himself jumped straight a bomb to them. After which the guy took advantage of his strength, and in his affairs his hearing began to happen. And very soon there was a huge explosion, and the armor of the night golem flew very far. From what he saw, the bishop was simply horrified, and did not understand how the corpses could explode, and how a person could crank this. After that, Karnak approached him and asked him, "Is the necromancer to say it because it was ridiculous?" And then he asked if he had nothing more. Detsraz thought that this guy is strong, and these villains will most likely torture him in order to get information, so he would not allow it to do this. Therefore, he immediately turned to his god and Kay, like his wards made manipulation with his own heart. The girl asked if he also ruined himself, and Karnak said that another fool was right in front of them, and probably this fashion among necromancers. Suddenly he saw that something began to happen with the body of their former opponent. After all, the soul, with the help of the power of necromancy, immediately began to rise up, and the hero realized what it was. After all, this technique of transferring souls to the contract is most likely the soul goes immediately to Tisranik. Karnak was horrified, saw a disappearing soul, and a quarter for himself that I had not seen this before. Barros noticed that this was really an omission, because they could get all the answers. And while the guys discussed this among themselves, Serafi drew their attention forward. She asked, "Was it not the soul of Detskris?" The bishop was really in front of them and asked why these guys are here and where is the Tisranik. The swordsman smiled due to what happened and said, "It seems he had problems with magic." And Karnak added that he probably had no communication channels. If he studies the necromancy of the very beginning, he needs a strong basis. And until the guy spoke, he was already reaching his hand to him. And after he grabbed his soul, he offered to talk about everything with him. Soon they chose a safe place, and Barros asked to start the master. He replied that this was excellent, otherwise how much you could already pull. This time he should concentrate carefully. Serafi asked if you can't just interrogate it with the help of necromancy, like the previous ones. The swordsman answered, "In fact, it is impossible to use it so often. Necromancy in itself is very dangerous, so you need to use it carefully." In addition, she saw the technique of transferring souls and is sure that they protected him from necromancy, while we tried to subjugate the bishop to ourselves. From the soul of a man because of this, something began to appear soon. As a result, it turned out that this is the evil spirit that guarded him. Barros said that the girl should know the saying. If she looks into the abyss for a long time, then the abyss will begin to peek into it. Those who are trying to possess souls, this spirit drives crazy. This girl, of course, understood, but asked why he behaves like that, because it seems that the evil spirit went crazy. The guy noticed that he said this. If he looked into the abyss, then the abyss would look into it. Karnak also did not understand what kind of reaction he really miscalculated, and the ward said that he completely disappeared thanks to him. The gentleman immediately thought about whether his soul was so terrible, and he thinks that it is worth starting to live more correctly. And now he would like to get an answer why Prince Alfred changed his bodies with Prince Lloyd. It is not clear what is in his body. The new servant answered his body weak, and it is not a matter of him. This curse was part of the prince's plan to capture the throne, and this hero understood and then said that he would explain in more detail. Soon the detachment returned to the prince, and the leader asked if everything was in order with him. He immediately asked what happened to the necromancers. Karnak noted that everything was already over with them. They learned how to remove the curse and that Alfred plans. Lloyd thanked for this, and asked to tell as soon as possible. The interlocutor began to tell that the exchange of bodies was a temporary prince planned to return to his body soon. This can be done with the help of a little thing that he holds in his hands. In the full moon you need to bring this brooch to the moonlight, and then pour in the fresh blood of the purpose of the curse of Alfred. Not even the necromancer will be able to do this if you fulfill all the conditions. The prince thought and said, "That is why they tried to capture his body so much." Karnak noted that this was true, and that is why his brother changed his bodies. He guesses what they were going to do. They planned to kill the current king and His Majesty Vistok I. From this, Lloyd was simply terrible. And Karnak continued to speak for sure during the dinner with His Highness. He would try to slaughter him, because the king would not be afraid of his son. And when Alfred would return to his body, he would just have to do with it. The interlocutor understood everything, but the body of the second prince is weak, and hardly an attempt to harm it would be successful. The hero said, even if the murder fails, the plan would have been crowned with exactly success, and he would either be executed for this attempt or put him in prison until the end of his days. And then Alfred will become the only heir to the throne. Lloyd noticed that you did not even know about his plans. But now, when his body is no longer there, he will not be able to move freely, so it may be worthwhile to just hold the ear to the full moon. After all, suddenly he was mixed up with the poison before everything returned to normal. Karnak said that he needs to be patient. If you damage the body, then problems may arise when removing. And the interlocutor said that if so, it would be quite annoying. Further, the hero said perhaps the second prince did not know that his real body was gone. Alfred stopped at the estate of His Majesty Lloyd and secured the necromancer to contact his accomplice, but they removed the necromancer, and he will not be able to find out about what happened. Therefore, he is interested in how His Highness believes that the second prince will make. Lloyd noted that he would have postponed all his plans in his place, and so common sense tells him. If he had common sense, he would have stayed away from necromancy. The Baron said that he was thinking so too, but he is unlikely to retreat from his plan. Then the prince noticed that it was really difficult, because no one would believe him. But Serafi asked if he needed to return to his old body. After all, this body is strong and healthier than its present. Karnak said that this is impossible, because relocation does not last long, because this body does not coincide with the soul. In addition, we must not forget about side effects, because with a long mismatch in soul, the body can simply go crazy. The princes are close by blood, so he thinks to hold out for a couple of months. His Highness from this was horror, and did not understand what would happen otherwise. Then he asked what to do. Is there really no way to stop his brother, and the full moon very soon? Karnak thought that he had already caught a high-ranking sectarian, and maybe now it is worth making a friendly connection in the royal family. Therefore, he asked if he wanted to defeat Alfred. The man answered that of course he wants it. The hero smiled and said that in this case he has one idea. And in the palace there was not quite calmly. After all, Alfred in the body of the Lord could not even move normally. It was completely incomprehensible how he could live with such a body. But these are all trifles, because today he's going to end and say goodbye to him. Although he will lose his connection with the sect, he cannot postpone his clan. But then, because there is still a month to live in this body, just a terrible horror. Suddenly, the knights from the Maid came to him and asked to follow them. Because they needed to leave immediately, he was surprised and asked what they were talking about. The girl immediately grabbed him in her arms and said, because it was difficult for him to move, she would take him. But he did not understand why she was doing this. And one of the knights said that Prince Alfred was threatening him with a sword. Because of this, the guy himself was surprised and understood that Lloyd was not one of those who are in hastily. Then it was unclear that he had planned it. But a man in the prince's body at that time shouted to everyone to kneel before the future king. The knights could not understand why it was he screaming at everyone and asked him what he was doing. The commander of the palace guard Gilead said that His Highness would not forgive this. But the prince shouted that Lloyd's only goal was enough for him, so let them leave the road. He does not want to shed the blood of the innocent, and he will still serve him soon. At that moment he thought that he would show Alfred what he was capable of. The commander sent the guard forward and said, "It seems the prince is not in himself, so you need to be careful." Lloyd further said that he asked to get out of him to leave and not fight him. But he could not do anything, and soon a skirmish occurred between them. And based on the prince's strength, almost all the guards were soon defeated. Gilead thought about when Alfred learned to drive a sword like that, because it would be difficult to defeat him without injuring. Suddenly a flash appeared in the sky, which was rapidly approaching the palace. It turned out that it was magic, after which a powerful explosion happened. The knights in confusion began to think that it was really Alfred's accomplices. Suddenly they saw that Karnak had arrived with his detachment. The commander of the detachment, after he saw them, asked who it was. The hero took out his certificate and said that he was a carnival from the royal order. He came by order of Prince Lloyd. They helped the royal family, and the prince sent them this letter. Gilead immediately read him and said that this was actually the handwriting of the first prince, but what he was planning. Then the man wondered that this is excellent if something happens. He would shift the blame on them. Suddenly Lloyd, who was in his brother's body, asked who these are still, but whoever they were, they still could not stop him. Karnak noticed that for starters, he would kill Prince Alfred, and the guard said, "You need to be careful with him because he is a prince." The hero noticed that he understood everything, and sent Serafi to fight with him. Those present, after she exposed the sword, noticed that she owns a combat aura. And then the prince, along with the girl, rushed at each other on the attack. Although they showed that you were really fighting, it was clear to them too that this was not necessary. So they literally played a role in the theater in this production. And after a short match, Alfred's body was, as if it was pierced by a weapon. Then he fell and the guards asked, "Is it really over?" It turns out that this girl defeated him so quickly and did not even spend a drop of blood. And Karnak at that moment took advantage of his magic in order to knit him. Of course, he succeeded, after which His Majesty began to scream, so that they would not touch him after all. He does not dare to do this. After that, the commander thanked them for his quick determination and said that they would take care of him further. Then he ordered his subordinates to throw him into a royal prison, and Karnak turned to Gilead and said that he needed to talk to him. The maid told Alfred that his brother arranged all this and is in the royal prison. They say that the royal order was also involved in this. The man was surprised because of this. Therefore, he asked what about dinner with his father, because he is soon enough. The interlocutor informed him, since the prince's safety was already cancelled above all, and Alfred was even more in shock from these words. After he was left alone, he realized that his plan was just a drainage, and thought about how to remove the curse, while his body was in prison, because the full moon was already. And after a few moments, the man felt that something began to happen with his body, and realized what it was. After all, he found himself in his real body, which was really a prison. Therefore, angry, he shouted that he had returned to his body, but it was not clear how it was. Lloyd is just a villain, and it turns out that he really knew everything. Suddenly, Karnak appeared with his detachment, who greeted Prince Alfred. He, of course, asked who they were, but the guy answered, "What's the difference?" It was not clear what they were going to do, and Karnak said that he did not need to know their names and everything else, because he still did not know them. A few days later, the guy was already welcoming the real Prince of Lloyd. He noticed that they still saw him for the first time in this body. Therefore, he asks to allow them to thank them again if not for them. Then he would have a victim of Alfred's plan. The interlocutor noted that they only fulfilled their duty, and His Majesty said that he had guessed that they would say that. Now all the supporters of the second prince fell and people in the palace, and so notice that his associates are cooperating with sectarians, and thanks to them the investigation ended faster. So he is grateful to them, but he really is sorry that he cannot properly repay them. They asked not to publicize this incident, and he fulfilled their request. But now he is uncomfortable, as if he was silent for their merits, and this is not good. Karnak noticed that although the prince was injured, but if it became known that he was involved in the ritual with necromancy, he would be suspicious. It was clear that he would not take the throne then, especially since he caught the head of the church. So he noticed quite that the sectarians fell. Barros asked, "But what would happen to Alfred?" The interlocutor noted that this is a secret, but they can know. It turns out that he ended his own life with strangling. The priests examined him and found traces of the darkness of the apocalypse. Probably this is the work of sectarians. The wards immediately turned to Karnak about this, but he stated that it was not him. Then Serafi asked how he turned everything then. The gentleman replied that he simply worked a little with his memory and did nothing else, so it is not clear why they could. Then the prince said, "They say that nothing is needed, but perhaps they have some kind of wish, and he will do everything in his power." Karnak said, at once insists, he would like to ask him for help in order to deal with sectarians as soon as possible. His head hurts when the nobles or the royal family interfere. His Highness happily said that the greenhouse is so disinterested, so he has already prepared something for them. Then he handed some kind of thing and asked to take it to him. This is evidence that he is his representative and fulfills his orders. If he will decide it, then it will be easier for them to hunt sectarians. The protagonist, like the rest of his subordinates, was delighted with this thing. He noticed that she would definitely come in handy and thanked them. The interlocutor smiled and said, knows that they will use it only as necessary, and he completely trusts them, and then asked to fight for the benefit of the world. That night they gave a lily that the kingdom of justice fell. Prince Lloyd returned to his body, and the Bishop of Detzeris died as a martyr. Hearing this, the man asked if something else was known. Then he was immediately informed that all Alfred's accomplices fell. Hudel is the dark cardinal of the Church of the Black God. He understood that the situation looked bad, and it was interesting who passed them. Then the interlocutor handed him some kind of capsule and said that this was placed here by Prince Alfred. Cardinal noted that at least it worked properly here. Then he thought that his plan failed, and it is not clear what to do now. Elazar ordered them to hold on to justice, so that it was impossible to leave this kingdom just like that. A few months ago, she said that he needs to deal with the northern-eastern part of the continent. We are talking about the kingdom of Justal. She has a rather bad premonition, and you need to focus on everything unusual. The woman is the Holy Apocalypse, and her name is Elazar de Repleonon. The man said that this rather blurred formulation of her attention attracted probably something specific. She asked to find out who did what they attributed to them. Now Hudel did not understand what this means, still attributed to them. The person who was in the office noticed that there is another problem. It so happened that the soul of the second prince is with them, but the soul of Detzeris disappeared. The cardinal did not understand how this is possible, because it is not clear how the soul, the abyss branded by the Tesronic, did the priests of the goddess come strongly. He immediately got up from his place and shouted that he himself would check everything, so let him prepare the ritual. Soon everything was ready, and the gatekeeper darkly asked the bishop to answer for the services of his master. But he did not answer, so the man thought about whether the soul really disappeared. Perhaps this is the truth of the hands of the followers of the goddess. Although rather it was not the case or divine spell they could do this. This requires incredible power, and he never heard of anyone with such force. Therefore, there is a high probability that it was a different necromancer. According to logic, such people should sometimes appear. But still, it is again unclear, someone how strong, what can erase the stigma of the Black God, and it is precisely difficult to believe in. Prince Alfred probably saw something, therefore it is necessary to talk to him as well. The cardinal immediately took advantage of the power of his necromancy and asked the heretic to rebel from the dead. After that, the prince's soul immediately appeared the front one. Hudel said when he fought for the right to inherit the throne, someone except the Church of the Black God met him or not. But the soul of this man was surprised to ask what the Church of the Black God. The man was surprised from this question and asked, didn't the Church of Humor help? And again, the former prince looked at his interlocutor, did not understand what this means. Further, the cardinal said, maybe he did not remember this, and he was helped by any black god. There is a chance that someone erased his memories, and this is only a necromancer. He will do this. Suddenly, Hudel, a woman, remembered the words who santed to find out who did what they attributed to them, and realized that it was it. Therefore, he turned to the ward and said that it should properly examine the kingdom of Justal. He asked when he wanted to send. The man thought about the best way to explore something, and this is to begin to stir up water. It seems that you will have to use the ball, which he was given not long ago. The interlocutor noted that this is so, but he cannot yet control him yet. The cardinal smiled and said that it may not be necessary to do this during the storm. Secret reefs are exposed. No matter what their opponent, he will certainly appear. A few days later, in the hut on the outskirts of the capital, it was not entirely calm. The main character, using the power of his necromancy, found out that the Dark Cardinal conceived something. But what exactly was necessary to really find out? And suddenly the master heard that his subordinates were turning to him, and immediately looked at them. They set the table and asked him to take a break to eat because they had no vacation for so long and need to relax. Karnak asked what about them. Did he really think that he took them a vacation only to relax? Still, he's going to collect information and test his abilities. The ward asked what he found out. The master said that he learned something about a man who has access to the top of the Church of the Black God. We are talking about the Dark Cardinal of the Order. They say that he is an empire, and he is about 20 years old. Seraphim said in this case, after the vacation they will return to the royal order and take up the investigation. And Karnak added that he had learned something else. In order to demonstrate this, he immediately embodied two different forces in his hands. The girl saw how they began to mix and asked what he tried to find out. The guy stated that this is a method of merging two magic, who used children, he learned while interrogated him. Now he can apply necromancy and magic at the same time. A few days later, Barros noticed that he had not talked with them for several days, and why he called now interestingly, the hero replied that he needed time. In order to properly master the new methodology and interpret it, we are talking about the fusion method that he learned from the bishop and showed a few days ago. The magic of chaos, which he owns, was created through the destruction of a combat aura, however, in order to achieve more power to drain the forces in one, although this is a completely different magic. Serafi asked if he had already learned her. Karnak replied that she understood very correctly, even remade a little for herself and let her only look. Taking advantage of this force, he applied the very skill of the spirit of the earth. After that, as in the case if their recent opponent from the ground appeared a stone chant, the bar asked if he could now do what Detzra's. The gentleman noted that not everything could do, and he changed his method a little. But even despite this, he can do something else. And after he snapped his fingers right in front of him, a whole army of golems lined up. Serafi was surprised and asked how to cause so much. The hero even said to the architects to manage several objects. He added to ordinary spells, necromancy with her, and the magic of chaos turns out to simultaneously control a large number of golems. The ward asked if he was really using magic in necromancy place, and the main noted that this is true, because everyone sees only ordinary magic. In the future, he plans to study even more such techniques, and this will help them become much stronger. To this magic is quite complicated, and he does not know who created this method is probably a great magician. Barros did not understand what should happen that people began to resort to necromancy, and Karnak said that they had already said if he could use necromancy with another force, he would become incredibly powerful. And the guy Serafi asked how the successes with his awakening of the combat aura. He replied that nothing happened and did not understand why. Then the master said, after interrogation, he realized why Barros could not conduct her. The guy was immediately alert and asked why. And the heroes asked him whether he was a necromancer, to which he answered negatively, because he only did that he waved his sword. Karnak noted that this does not mean that he was not a necromancer then, because all that you need to know for this, how to control the power of darkness. The butcher said since they returned to the past, they stayed away from the power of darkness, because they were afraid for their health. The master said that this is true, that the problem is not in the body, but in the soul, because it is already tarnished with the dark energy that he received, being a knight of death. Let him only think that he owned a dark weapon. So what it differs from necromancy. The ward was horror, and asked the owner whether there was a decision. He thought and stated that they should about washing their souls when they returned, but now it's too late. The swordsman, of course, was horrified when he found out, and with chagrin asked why they never did this. That is why the aura has not yet awakened, and that means he has to create his own method to awaken the dark aura. Further, Karnak said that he understood everything, and now they will leave him so that he would fulfill his plan. Then the guy asked if he would simply be abandoned and not helped. And a few days later, their detachment arrived at the headquarters of the Royal Order. There, Serafi said that it was very pleasant to relax and let the aura take a break during the vacation. But Barros at that moment was depressed, and said that the only one is a weak link, and the hero said that he was already at the stage of awakening. And while he did not communicate with each other to the captain, one of the guys turned. The hero saw that he was very out of breath and asked what had happened, and the subordinate said that he had received a message from Captain Arentel. They say that in the Zetelba area in the southern part of the kingdom a vampire appeared. The captain immediately asked how many cases of the attack were 1 or 2. But the interlocutor dumbfounded him by the fact that over the past 10 days, more than 500 people died. Soon several people gathered for a meeting in the order. There, the captain thanked them for quickly responding to his call. The man asked to understand that the matter was very serious. The meeting was attended by the commander of the 1st Battalion and the wizard of the 7th Circle, as well as Trip Adjutant, the 1st Battalion of Blue Knights and Harris, from the Battalion of the Red Knights. Serafi immediately used my messages. And she said that there are the strongest knights in the Royal Order, which means that the problem is really serious. Arentel said that some people only returned to the headquarters, so he would explain everything in detail. It began 10 days ago, in the village in the district of Jetelva. All residents of the village and livestock were found dead and bloodless. The church considered that this was the work of the vampire, and immediately began the investigation. But as a result, even investigators died, and 4 villages were destroyed in 5 days. And in the end, the largest city of Zetelbi attacked Achendab. As it was a very large city, there were many witnesses. Thanks to them, they managed to recognize the personality of the monster. They turned out to be a young girl with a strange ball in her hands. Thanks to the testimonies of eyewitnesses and the notes of ancient manuscripts, they managed to understand that the whole reason is happening. His peculiarity is that he enslaves his master and turns him into a killer. This is a demonic sword that eats blood. They called it a village in general, where he was first noticed, so his name Merd. The hero was surprised from this weapon, and Barros said that no magic sword could have such a force. Further, the captain said to release an evil artifact into the world, to cause random riots. This is a sign of the work of sectarians. Therefore, the Church of the Goddess suspected the followers of the Church of the Black God, and the 5th Battalion of the Royal Order went to the scene. She literally just informed him that the 5th Battalion was completely destroyed by those present, and were surprised because of this. Barros said that he had heard the headquarters of the problem, but in order to be so very surprising, Arentel added that this is really the most terrible. This has happened since the founding of the Royal Order, and they cannot just sit back and look. That's why he called the best here. Jigen asked the tribe who could defeat the 5 best battalions, and he replied that it was simply impossible. The commander added, in this case, he cannot guarantee victory, because against them, the one who is obsessed with a demonic sword. In a statement, the bar asked, didn't Arentel not a purple knight? But the hero added that it is strange. Is there a sword that he is not able to cope? Karnak never saw anything like it, and even he could not create this. Then they began to discuss that it could be true, although it is pointless, because as a simple person can cope with the ball that is endowed with such force. The hero understood that he would simply explode when he was touching such a sword, which means that everything is not so simple here. The commander added once everything has gone so far, he will also participate. But one of the wards said that this should not be done, because he is the only and purple knight of the kingdom of Justal. It can be a trick of sectarians to lure him from the kingdom. The tribe noticed that this is true if the battalions work together. They themselves will deal with this. Jigyong noticed that they really know what they are doing, so that let him leave this problem only to them. Soon, the boss agreed to this proposal and said that he would trust them, and he instructed Jigen to be the commander-in-chief of this operation. Then he turned to Karnak and said that he would be his deputy. From now on, the 1st and 7th battalions will begin a joint operation, and they must stop the demonic sword of Marid. In the next of the settlements that were along the way, the same girl arrived. Since she took possession of the sword of her own will, did not have, and just walked and fought with everyone. The newly made detachment soon arrived in a small village, which was in the Jatilba area. The village was simply in a terrible state, because the corpses of people were lying everywhere. Jigen asked if all the inhabitants died from Mareda's sword. The girl noted that there were several survivors, and they say they were hiding in the church of Saisha. But he said to the commander that this was good, even a magic ball could not catch all the inhabitants. Suddenly, several girls turned to the captain, and he asked if they found a sword. He answered that they succeeded, and they had an exact location. One of them was called Mai, and she is an investigator, and the second Milia Inquisitor, and she said that the trace of dark magic from the sword leads to the forest. Using messages, Serafi asked, "It does not seem to them too easily. They definitely follow the right track." The hero noted that everything is true. The demonic sword has no reason. Perhaps that is why he leaves his own traces everywhere. Barros immediately said that it would be easy in the idea, but then the problems will begin. After all, this sword can even kill a purple knight, so he is interested in whether Serafi can handle it. The girl replied that she did not know this, but she needs to try. Dark traces continued to lead the detachment directly into the depths of the forest. Near one of the severed trees there was a girl, in the hands of which was a weapon. The commander-in-chief was asked that if it was a trap. He, in turn, immediately asked not to forget this magic sword, which becomes stronger with blood, so it is impossible for someone to suffer from him. After that, he told Barros that he would lead the detachment that surrounds this sword. The guy replied that he understood everything, and then he took to gather his detachment, and Jigen told the rest that they would attack, on the other hand. He ordered his deputy to stay here because if the obsessed tries to escape, then it was he who will intervene. So it will be much more reliable, and therefore Karnak with this easily agreed. Soon, an uncomplicated operation was finally begun. Barros, along with the rest of their detachment, began to gradually surround the demonic weapon. People lived quite slowly to him, and as if it seemed that everything was in order. The commander-in-chief first of all thought that first I needed to assess the situation. Therefore, he immediately took advantage of his magic and applied a fiery blow directly to the place where the girl was sitting. Serafi was very surprised that the magic was very powerful, and the master said that she was from the seventh circle. However, this technique did not affect the girl at all, and she easily managed to escape. Jigyong looked at her carefully and asked if he managed to injure. The demonic sword immediately noticed the one who attacked him and immediately rushed to the attack. Some man saw him. He was attacked and immediately called for defense by a tribe, as well as Harris, who successfully defended him. And while one of them restrained the attack on the front, the second came from the back. But unfortunately for him, it was not possible to crank up a successful attack, because the girl easily fought off her from both. And then she rushed to the attack, and in her way the three of them continued to fight among themselves for a while. One of the wizards immediately took advantage of his strength and asked her to freeze because the Lord of Winter orders to do this. And at that moment an ice spear fell on the girl. But the demonic sword also noticed this attack and again with ease defended itself. And even so, a small part of the icy energy nevertheless fell into her arms and other parts of the body. But for the subsequent battle, this of course did not affect her. After all, the man who were behind immediately rushed on the attack on her. And she of course was again unsuccessful because the girl was calmly defended. So that moment laughed terribly, fighting off from two people at once. The commander-in-chief was surprised that two were attacking, and the sword withstand everything, so you need to strengthen this attack. To do this, he turned to Lord Karnak and shouted to attack. The guy understood everything, and then said Serafi to prepare for the battle. Why did she rush into the attack and connected to the battle of two men? But as a result, her girl beat off and also continued to smile brightly. Seeing this, Jigen said, "It seems that the sword was completely orientated at the battle. If they continue in the same spirit, they will be able to win." All wizards were immediately ordered to attack with Captain Kurna. The hero immediately took advantage of his staff and asked for a very sky that they observe his earth to fight. And suddenly, with a girl who took possession of the weapon, something happened. She seemed to be very scared at that moment and began to scream very much. The knights were surprised from such his behavior, and asked if it was the magic of Lord Karnak. The hero himself was also a little surprised from this, because he did not expect such a reaction. Suddenly, the girl began to run away from somewhere quickly enough. As a result, it turned out that she was simply trying to escape from the battlefield. She did it so quickly that after a few moments she was not on the horizon. The commander-in-chief was dumbfounded that the sword just escaped, but it is not clear what was happening. Therefore, he turned to Lord Karnak and asked what he did. The guy immediately asked what he was talking about, because he did not even have time to do anything, and everyone could confirm it. Then Jigyong said that this is really so, and probably this is true, and the girl, which was nearby, said that he probably uttered the spell in time. Then the tribe noticed. Perhaps he realized that in the minority he ran away. The main one added that he was ashamed to say this, but also faced with this for the first time. Obsessed with a magic sword loses the ability to think and is not strange that he escaped. Karnak noticed, in any case, they again need to track Merid. The commander-in-chief immediately turned to the clergy and asked him to find, but the interlocutor replied that they had a problem. It so happened that the magic sword changed, and after the escape he did not leave a trace. The man asked if she really wants to say that they missed him. Then Serafi turned to the captain and said that the sun is setting. It is dangerous to fight with Mared at night when the power of darkness dominates. Jigen said that since they cannot deal with him right now, then it is necessary to draw up a completely different plan, and then ordered everyone to retreat to a safe place. So soon they were already in a small hotel in the center of Achinbad, and the commander-in-chief thanked everyone. He said that it would be grateful if they all come up with a new plan together. Fortunately, Merida is hiding on the outskirts of the city, and she will not go to the center. So tonight you can be calm and can already disperse to us all. When the heroes remained in the room of Barros, asked where Madame Millie, Serafi answered, should go out very tired, and immediately fell asleep. But it was completely incomprehensible what was happening, that Merida's escape was simply a coincidence. So they turned to the owner. And the ward asked him to admit honestly how everything was actually. It is interesting, after all, what he does without their knowledge behind them. The gentleman answered, if we talk about this quite honestly, then in fact he was terribly curious. Barros immediately asked if the evil spirit of the damned ball was frightened, seeing his young dark soul. The main character immediately denied this, and then said that it was possible. And the interlocutor noticed how not to twist with his current force Merid was unlikely to be frightened, except that he would have been that before the King of Death. Karnak said that this is how the sword could not see his past through space and time, and the girl added, perhaps this is just a coincidence and the truth. And while she was trying to say something, the stomach began to rumble quite strongly. Barros said that he was also hungry, and at first he had to eat. The gentleman agreed with this judgment, saying that in the end they did all this for food. That's why they soon immediately rushed to eat. Through that night, several nights were already ate. One of them said that there was a lot of things to do tomorrow, so we had to return to the rooms, and the interlocutor agreed. Then they began to chat that the damned sword was running away, and this strange incident, and their commander Karnak is quite strange, because he was doing something unusual. Especially when the three of them with their comrades, they look at each other and are silent. And while the men chatted peacefully in front of them, they saw something strange in front. I would consider the best that was there. They came to the terrible conclusion that it was Marid, but it is not clear what he is doing here, because it must be outside the city. Besides, they are not even equipped, and you need to concentrate and report to the commander. The girl at that moment smiled brightly and prepared to attack them. And in the morning, the hero with the rest lined up near the bodies of these people, because they still died at night. Inquisitors realized that all blood and sucked, the state of bodies and identical to the victims of the damned ball, and this is exactly the body of his hands. Jigen asked if Merid was walking around the city center, but the hero thought that this could not be, because he did not feel the aura of darkness. Further, the commander-in-chief asked if he did not feel anything in any of the priests. They replied that it was really so. At that moment, Barros asked the master, did he really feel nothing either? And he replied that he had heard absolutely anything. Then Jigen asked if the priestesses could feel something. One of them said that there could be no traces of the use of dark energy, no. The man did not understand how this could be crank up, and the priestess asked that if the necromancer dealt with them, and the sword simply sucked blood from the bodies, then this is possible when the blood absorption process passes out. Then the aura does not suck out. Milia added them somewhere far outside the reach of the reach, and the bodies were simply transferred here in any case. Both options lead to one conclusion. Most likely, the people have an accomplice of a third party who can control the damned sword or help him. In itself, a sword would hardly have thought of such a tricky dexterity. The main thing was thinking whether it was that it was the work of the cult of the Black God, Kranak thought. If so, then he would definitely feel their presence here. Or they use some new technique that is unknown to him. A man has no idea what is happening, and it is not clear what to do now. One of the knights said that they did not expect Mered to strike first. Jigen said that something is wrong here. This is just an assumption, and it is possible his goal of the king's order. Tribe noticed his behavior really strange. If he is on them, then they do not need to look for him. The interlocutor noticed that this is the right judgment. They just need to prepare for an attack, even if they are his goal. Since he is here, he will soon attack the nearest village. And it was then that it will be possible to take his trace again by hearing this Karnak. He said about this case to find a new place for living for themselves. You need something like a city fortress, where you can easily orient the defense from an external attack, as well as relax and regroup. Soon they were already in such a place, and the commander-in-chief said that she was the best who could find. In addition, there is also enough space here to place all the fighters. Karnak asked, can they easily use the mansion of a noble family like this? But the man said that there was nothing to worry about. This house of his cousin, so let him feel at home, and the commander himself is the second son of the Marquis. Then he said, in fact, the whole city also provides them with comprehensive support, providing people's resources. Because of Merida, he caused serious damage. Therefore, people want to resolve faster. Karnak agreed that it is necessary to deal with it quickly. After that, Jigyong said in any case, until the news about Mared, everyone needs to prepare properly. And so, as mentioned earlier, throughout the entire period, the knights were preparing for the battle. Serafi sat sad and said that the third day was already coming, but nothing was happening. The guys with her agreed to eat, as not in their senses. Then the girl added that her silence has been straining for several days. Next they had a skirmish for food, because Barris thought that she did not want to eat her. After that, he asked why he was so strained in the afternoon, because she knew that the creatures of darkness would not act under the sun, weakening their rays. It is enough to be alert at night, and then everything will be in order. But the master said that it is actually better not to lose vigilance. Sectarians may try to attack by disguising their actions to the deeds of the damned sword. Only Barros asked why to complicate as much as a powerful explosion thundered behind him. The hero immediately looked at what happened and saw something terrible. The knights who were in the epicenter of the explosion did not understand what was happening, but in the dust it was visible, the girls would make. And when the dust sat down a little, people saw that there was a marshman obsessed with the sword. It is amazing that he came here, because he should not have complete force in the daylight. So does Merida really no longer lose power from the sun? While the knights talked among themselves, and the girl in the country did not stand and immediately attack them, the man who fought with her last time noticed that it became much easier to dodge. So he, like the rest, can declare that his strength has definitely decreased. That's why it became clear that even one aura user could cope with him. Therefore, one of them asked where they all were, and suddenly heard that Serafi was nearby and would soon be here. That's why it remains to hold out very little until her arrival. Of course, the obsessed did not want to wait and immediately rushed on the attack on them. The girl became much rapid and than before. But she did not attack the knights who were in front of her, but went forward. They immediately asked why she just flew through them somewhere, and it became clear that she simply goes the other way. As soon as the obsessed appeared near several knights, she immediately attacked them. But fortunately before them, they still managed to dodge them. Although they did not understand what was happening, because she attacked someone, but did not touch someone. The man who was nearby asked what it was, whether he understands correctly that a demonic sword pursues only Leffen from the 7th Battalion. It is completely incomprehensible why this was aimed at one soldier. At the same time, when panic reigned, Serafi arrived at them and asked if everything was in order. And suddenly I saw that Merida was reality here, which tirelessly attacked only a man. The swordsman, of course, could not leave everything as it was, so she protected him with the help of her weapon. And when this happened, the obsessed immediately looked at her in surprise. And the girl rushed on the attack and asked what she was doing here. But the demonic magic sword, of course, did not answer this, and then he simply attacked it, and then immediately began to hide, and Serafi did not understand why this was happening. But then she rushed after him, because she said that this time he would not be able to run away. Although, when the girl went upstairs, she saw that there was no one there and was surprised from it. After all, I realized that the demonic ball managed to hide completely in a short period of time. Several high-ranking knights were horror that the demonic sword attacked in the middle of the day. Besides, after the battle, he simply fled without killing anyone. The commander-in-chief said this happened not only in the afternoon when their guards were reduced, but he also fled at the moment when he was in an unknown position. This only proves that this creature has its own thoughts, because Merid must have his own consciousness in order to do it. Harris noticed that it was enough for him to have his own thoughts, and Jiguan asked what he was thinking about this then. Then he said in any case it becomes clear that a demonic sword, hunting the order of the king. Although he was not sure of this and asked Karnak whether he was coming to mind, the hero noted, something strange happened during the last attack. Together, where the obsessed large number of soldiers appeared. However, apparently, the weapon persecuted only one specific Leffen. Harris noticed when it was a speech. The two victims were also from the 7th Battalion. The chief noticed that she behaved really strange when she first met the Duke of Karnak. It is not clear what the 7th Battalion and a demonic sword have. Karnak said, "It seems that Merida was not aimed at their battalion, but the interlocutor said that he was choosing victims of them." Serafi asked why not confirm this by himself, the man asked, but how to do it. Then she said that they could reorganize the sleeping room. The 1st Battalion will be on the outskirts, and the 7th in the center, after which they can place Leffen, which has just been the target of their camps. If they do as she says, when Merid attacks again, they will be able to get a hint. The chief said that this is a good idea, and then you need to try it. And the same night, everyone was a little alert due to the incident. Leffen sat inside and thought that it was generally incomprehensible why he should be here and wait for the attack. Besides, why the demonic sword hunts him. One of the knights told the commander whether the demonic weapon would really try to attack again, and he said that if he tried to attack once, it would do this the second. Since it doesn't matter to him night or day, they will have no choice but to stay guard. Suddenly, one of the subordinates turned to Jigon. He asked him that if all this was a misunderstanding. Perhaps the fact that demonic weapons aimed at him is just a coincidence. And as soon as he managed to pronounce this phrase, as the ceiling was struck by the obsessed and burst into their room, then she smiled. And it was clear that she was ready to fight them. The commander-in-chief was surprised that she was already here, and said that she could not believe that the goal is really Leifin. But also in this room were knights with a combat aura, so they immediately rushed to attack the girl. But she, of course, immediately dodged this swift attack, jumped up. Serafi told Harris to take care of the left side, and he left the right on her. As soon as the obsessed one heard this, facial expressions changed a lot again. After that, without taking any action in the attack, she rushed to run away. Of course, the knights rushed into the trace of her because they did not want her to run away again. Serafi said that this time it is necessary to try to catch it, and you need to reduce the gap as soon as possible. Therefore, they soon managed to do this, and they attacked the girl again. But of course, the obsessed one felt and rushed to the attack. The man said that it was dangerous and should use the aura shield. And although they both took advantage of this technique, the force was very powerful. So their bodies from this explosive wave immediately flew away by several tens of meters, and they landed soon only on the ground, hitting quite strongly. And the demonic sword, taking advantage of this moment, immediately hid behind the horizon. Serafi was horrified that this happened again, and Harris asked if they managed to at least confirm their suspicions. The interlocutor replied that this is how she was really aimed at Leifin, so it is necessary to check again. And after some time, the purpose of the demonic sword was in the center of the magic circle. They wanted to erase the presence of this guy so that Marid did not hunt him. Serafi suggested that the weapon could not feel where he was, the wizard said, while he was in the center of this magic circle. No one could feel it. Further, they came to the conclusion that the demonic sword felt the smell of his or his soul, and this magic circle acts as a barrier that prevents anyone from feeling inside. The girl said that this should work. She understands that Leifin is crowded, but asks to hold out. It should be safe for his long-term perspective. The guy, of course, agreed, but was disappointed that he actually lives in a prison cell. After some time, the knights were worried about the state of the guy. It seems that he was stuck in this room since last night. The guys noticed that he was tired, but he feels better because Marid does not pursue him. And a few moments later, after these words, the explosion again thundered. Those present were immediately alerted because they did not understand what actually had happened. And due to thick dust, a demonic sword again appeared, and another of his next attack. Those present thought that he was hunting only for Leifin, but he was in another room, so it is not clear why he was here. At that moment, obsessed at that moment, only smiled again and prepared for the battle. Then she attacked a certain guy that she was in her field of view. The attack was quite accurate, so it was easy to determine who fell on. The guy on whom the attack was committed tried to run away and realized that he was his next goal. Then he realized that he was attacked quickly enough, and he would not have time to dodge. And to great happiness for him, soon Serafi appeared, who successfully defended with the help of her combat aura. Then she said that I had to first deal with Maridov, so she asked the tribe to help, and he rushed to the attack. The obsessed changed again in her face when she saw that she was attacked. Then she quickly left the room in which the battle took place. The man realized that she ran away again, but it is not clear why so fast. Soon, the commander-in-chief arrived at the scene, who noticed that again the attack was on the 7th Battalion. This is the 4th goal, and it cannot be that it is just some kind of coincidence. Therefore, he asked Karnak whether he had an idea of what was happening. He said that he had absolutely nothing. Then one of the subordinates turned to the commander. He said that this is a crazy idea, but he can share it, if necessary. Of course, he has no arguments about these thoughts. Jigen and his deputy said that they still have no idea, and let them tell everything. Frost asked if they thought that the target as possible is in order, how close they are to him. Mareda ran away when he saw Karnak, and this is in the exact order of the participants who were closer to him when they pursued him. Barrows said that if you think about it, it seems that he is right. The guy added that he understands this stupid idea, so that he just shared his thought. Then the main asked Harris what he was thinking about this. He said that the attacks were true in this order, want to believe or not. But there are no other options, so they can try to prove whether it is true or not. So he asked who was closest to Sir Karnak, and the knight said that we were talking about a craft. Then Harris asked why they would not try to confirm their suspicions during the next attack. John said that it would not then be placed both guys in a magic circle, because they need to be confident, and while they do not say anything to Krant. After some time, the next attack of the demonic ball took place. The commander-in-chief was surprised from what happened and said that everything was true. As they suspected, a demonic sword headed for a craft. But it is not clear what this means. The hero was also surprised, because he understood that it really had something to do with him. At the Jigen meeting, the reason why we are aimed at the 7th Battalion and the connection with Karnak, he does not suspect how it is connected. However, now they know that the actions of Merida follow the legislative model, and if they use it, they can limit its actions. Therefore, they use this information to attract a demonic sword, and if you install a trap using members of the battalion, then everything will be easy. The Trib noted that it makes no sense to stay here, because demonic weapons can track them at a distant distance. Serafi agreed with this. And she said that the battle outside the city would lead to a lesser consequence. The commander also agreed, and said that a wide field would be fine for them. There is an open field to the north, and they must break the camp there, and then wait for a demonic sword. Everyone should prepare for moving until the end of today. Soon they were in place, and Jigen was sure that everyone was surprised by a sudden change in the place. But all this was done for the sake of Merida, so hoping for understanding. This is their plan, because here in their ranks there will be Leifin and Frost, and right now the ravine has a trap to stop the weapon. As soon as the sword appears, they use magic circles to erase the presence of guys, and use this advantage to lure it into a trap. Their goal is simply to seize weapons and save the obsessed little girl. Let them avoid harming the girl and focus on destruction. One of the knights asked the commander, it would not be easier to defeat the owner who is a little girl. Jigyong said that he understands this difficult order, because the stake is life, but they are the royal order, working as the king's name, so they should still try to save human life. Serafi asked the guys, didn't they feel a sense of duty? But they replied that they did not have this. Further, the commander said in any case, they will wait here until a demonic sword appears. They recover in the place responsible for people and watching. At night of the same day, one of the knights turned to Karnak. He asked the commander how he thinks when he appears. The hero replied that it would not take much time where he attacks them every day. And only they talked about this, when suddenly they reported that the demonic sword was already here. The obsessed actually was very rapidly approaching the knights. As always, she was brightly worried before fighting people. The commander-in-chief, in turn, immediately ordered his subordinates to go to his positions. Well, all of them immediately obeyed him and began to disperse. Barros told the knights that they are the first line of protection. Let them remember that the demonic sword craves their blood. Therefore, it is necessary to focus on protection and make the weapons spend their energy. Of course, they obeyed the guy and immediately rushed on the attack. But as usual, the obsessed did not attack them and only flew near this crowd. The knight immediately shouted that everyone would hold their positions and not allow her to run away. Let them force her to move to their goal. People in turn continued to fight the obsessed, interrupting her path forward. But at the same time she was so strong that with easily they won them. When Barrow saw a danger to his people, he asked everyone to return, and demonic weapons immediately attacked the square near which the land was destroyed. The attack was strong enough to kill a lot of people in the district, but many fortunately managed to dodge this terrible technique. Then the guy realized that the sun had gone, and a direct struggle would be dangerous for them. Therefore he shouted that Marid will now be stronger. That's why let them focus on his blind areas. Of course the wards agreed to this and immediately attacked the girl from the back. But she, as usual, easily repelled this attack, so throwing the attackers to a normal distance. But then after she did it, other knights also attacked her. Therefore there was nothing left to do how to defend myself again and again. During the battle of demonic weapons, it appreciated the skills and people who are here. In the end, she noticed a guy who attracted her attention quite strongly. So she, without hesitation for a second, rushed to attack him. And it was so rapidly that no one even managed to stop her. People shouted that Merida was approaching the goal, and it was necessary to stop him immediately. Barros was glad that she went to where she needed. Then he said to Wester and Camilla to return all carefully. The interlocutors heard him and immediately rushed after the girl. Then they immediately began to use their magical spell, after which he does not lead. A large magic circle formed, and this bright ray of light headed for the uncontrollable, which of course defended itself in its strength. But it was clearly visible that such a technique is not at all like a demonic weapon. Soon the wizard noticed that they still did their job. Well, now they need to run as soon as possible to the opposite direction. After all, the girl at that moment was about to attack them, although she had no time to do this, because the knights again rushed at her, because they understood that the previous attack weakened her. This is how the battle was moving even a rather large period of time. Tria noticed that the Battle of Barros is very interesting. It is not clear how he could move like that. And the guy with you in a magic circle noticed that in the 7th Battalion there is no one who could compete to him. Is the 1st Battalion not known for its skills, and the tribe is really impressive? But the man noticed that he was attacking only in the weak places of the enemy, without spending time on this. As if he knows how the enemy will move, and he heard rumors about this guy. But he is more impressive. But such a strong swordsman is difficult to use a fighting aura for some reason. Demonic weapons still continued to fight the knights. Barrows thought that they managed to lure him in the right place. It seems that the obsessed is tired, so it is interesting whether they should transfer it to the next line of defense. Therefore, he immediately ordered those present to stop. Everyone paid attention to him, and the man continued to say that they retreated. Demonic weapons were a little discouraged because it was recently attacked, but now no one is touching. That is why at first it was confused. Then the obsessed smiled immediately and rushed somewhere in the other direction. And there was just the same man whom she tried to win. The guy informed those who were in the shelter that she was here. And Serafi, along with Harris, realized that now there would be their way out. Of course, the girl rushed to the first for a battle with her. And when holding my familiar face, it was out of this again because of this. And the man asked if they were able to counteract her attacks. It seems they managed to significantly weaken Murad. Serafi shouted that now is not the time to stand in surprise. Let him hurry and move the train to the plan. Therefore, Harris pushed Frost from and told him to move to where he needed, while the guy was trying to run away. But while the combat user, the auras tried to stop the obsessed and block her path. Finally, the goal of demonic weapons reached the desired point and reported it. Then Serafi told him to hide inside the magic circle and hide his presence. Murad saw him running away, so he immediately focused on him. And in order to kill this guy, a rather powerful attack was released, which literally in a matter of seconds has reached its goal. But fortunately for Frost, he still managed to dodge her and stop in a magic circle. Immediately after that, his presence disappeared, and the obsessed from this was surprised. The knights noticed that she stopped and realized that it was good, because their plan works. Then Serafi looked at the cave and noticed that there was only one step. The commander-in-chief noticed that everything was going according to plan, so he turned to Leifin and said that now his exit. The guy immediately reluctantly began his movement from the magic circle. Of course, obsessed with him, she felt and immediately tried to go there. Her movements were actually very swift, as the last time. Then the commander-in-chief said that she was already inside. Then he asked her new goal to be behind them. But the Trib did not stand aside, and immediately rushed to the attack. Further, a good battle took place between them, and no one was inferior to each other. But in the end, the man was still thrown back with the help of the power of demonic weapons. After that, the obsessed girl with her fighter attack headed for Laufin, and the commander-in-chief could not let her like this that he took advantage of his magic. The demonic weapon felt this attack and immediately stopped, because now he had to protect his own body from magic arrows. After they ended, the wizard directed a few more pieces. But the opponent again, with the ease of them, dodged only now in a different direction. And while the sword disoriented the Trib, immediately attacked him. This attack was so unexpected that she even wounded the girl, but because of this she got even more angry. That is why one of the men of your own attacks attacked him. The knight who tried to defend himself from this noticed that she was still so strong. And then the rest of the knights arrived at his aid to defend themselves from this attack. Then they informed Merd that this was the end for him. The obsessed immediately got angry when she saw them, and it was clear that she would take the next step. After all, what all the data tried to escape from here to escape. Jigen said that this is very bad, because to lower the spell perfectly, and needs to contain it for at least a minute. He, of course, obeyed his subordinates and quickly rushed to attack the girl. But she was so fast that she was eagerly running away and dodging them. After all, the last to try to block. The path of Meredi was a tribe. He attacked her quite strongly, but of course, and in the end the attack was unsuccessful. And obsessed with a smile on her face, she just continued her journey, trying to leave the cave. So soon, it would seem that she had already been missed, because she was right at the exit. But suddenly the demonic weapon immediately stopped and looked forward with horror. It turned out that Karnak appeared right on the way from the cave. He ordered to stop and asked where it was going, and also asked what the hell she does. Obsessed again began to behave very strangely because when she saw the guy she was frightened and turned around. Jigen said that he knew this good idea to make Karnak hide in advance. Then he took advantage of the magic of the crystal to sharpen the victim in prison. And the power of the crystal maze immediately headed towards the girl. Of course, she did not stand on the spot, and with all her might she would return this technique. But the rays of this magical power continued to strive for her. And ultimately, going up, they met at a single point literally in prison. Then let's hold me with all his might. He was putting on to break out of this technique by attacking her, but nothing succeeded. It became clear that they should be able to hold it at this time. Therefore, the commander-in-chief told Karnak that now everything depends on him. The hero immediately came closer and using his strength made a binding magic. Arcana's technique immediately spread from his body around the perimeter, and when she opened near the demonic sword, she quickly headed in his direction, thus shrinking it after a few moments with magic chains. Obsessed again, tried to break out of this technique, but she did not succeed in anything. That's why, as a result, she remained there. But demonic energy headed down the chains. Jigen saw this and shouted that the earth was too weak and the chains are not stable enough. Soon, The power of the demonic ball was still enough to tear these chains out of the ground. Then Harris turned to Karnak so that he did something. The hero is fine. He understood that all this would happen, so why he now used the spirit of the earth. After that, a lot of golems immediately appeared near the obsessed girl. The tribe was horror that this man was able to call on several golems at the same time. Like the commander-in-chief, who noticed that she had heard the kingdom, there was a genius with the opportunity to become an archmage, but it is simply amazing. Until they discussed, the hero ordered his golems to defeat his opponent. Then they grabbed those chains that were torn out of the ground and held the girl. Then the master turned to Serafi and said that she would do what was needed. That moment, the girl had already headed for the obsessed in order to fight her. He grabbed an innocent girl who took possession of the sword in order to remove it. But Harris pushed the weapon with his own, so that they would not come into contact. The commander-in-chief cried out that they needed to break the connection between them. This case was entrusted with a stand, who, using his combat aura, attacked a connection. Then Jigen said that everything went well, and asked for the shine of the crystal to fix it. Their techniques began to come into contact with each other, and the dark power was replaced by light. The captain said that this force began to subside, and Karnak noticed that he would still connect her with chains so far. Then the commander went to Serafi and asked what about the girl. The ward replied that she was all right. And then the man said that it was fine. It seems that their plan worked perfectly this time. As a result of a long operation, he released an identifying sign into it. And then he said that this is a signal, and all that they need to do is to wait for the priest, so that they force them to seal a demonic sword, and they will end him. Harris asked if there was nothing strange about it. Still, this girl is in order. This is unusual. Although she fought against their strength, the Trib also confirmed that it was strange. I wonder if there was a demonic sword, some influence on her body. And while they talked about it, this little girl immediately opened her eyes. She immediately in the old timers and grouped, after which she jumped to the side. And then the knights saw that she woke up. The tribe asked to wait because something was wrong. Suddenly something began to happen with the girl, and strange energy broke out of her. And then those present realized that she uses the aura. But this aura was completely difficult, because it was clear that it was purple, a knight. For some time the baby remained in place and soon just disappeared. But it turned out right behind him. One of the knights is ready to attack him. And without thinking twice, she with the help of her foot hit him very much. After which the man could not stand it, and lost consciousness. But Harris did not understand how she managed to do it. As soon as the guy tried to get his own weapons, she also attacked him. Serafi was terrified of what was happening, and the girl said to defend herself. The next she hit the commander, and he too soon turned out to be unconscious. Then she turned to the remaining girl and called her a servant. Then she rushed into battle, shouted that she needed to kill everyone here. Serafi wondered what other servant and how the child only knows these phrases. And then she only tried to turn out from the very quick attacks of the baby. And I thought that this thirst for blood, but why exactly for her at least? The movement of her rival is easy to understand. And suddenly, a few moments later, bullets seduced to the place of battle. They were released by Karnak, who asked what was happening. The girl replied that she certainly could not say it, but everything is not so simple. Suddenly, the obsessed noticed the protagonist and immediately got angry, shouting his name. Of course, the guy was very surprised when he heard him and asked how she knew his name. And the baby, without thinking twice, used the power of her aura and rushed to the attack. Of course, the main character easily defended himself, but did not understand why she attacks him. Besides, he did not deliberately use necromancy to protect. This attack was strong enough, so even using his own strength, he flew away. Suddenly, Barros arrived along with the rest of his subordinates and attacked the girl with magic arrows. The clergyman shouted that everyone needs to be careful because Merid uses necromancy. In addition, it was terrible that the commander-in-chief and Trib unconscious. It seems that the demonic sword was completely separated from the girl. And now it is completely incomprehensible what the hell is happening here. The knight asked the young master if everything was in order with him. And while he was distracted by him, the girl immediately rushed to the attack on him. But of course the man used his instincts of the knight successfully returned. The knights shouted that Merid attacked Barros so that he needed to protect him. And he himself did not understand what she called his name, and is not clear as he knew after he regressed. The wards asked the man whether everything was in order with him and prepared for the battle with the girl. And she looked at these people and said that she would save everyone. Then she quickly rushed to the attack and they told people to be more careful, because the demonic sword is not the only threat. Several guys were allowed the moment when Merid was a little distracted. Then they attacked from the back, but the girl easily stopped their weapon with only her fingers. Then she attacked them with the same limbs. It became completely unclear how she could fight so, only using her bare hands. Using the magic of messages in Serafi, he said that she was completely different when he did not face her. She holds back her aura and has no intention of killing everyone. Karnak did not understand how she knew them before the regression and what was happening, although they would figure it out later. And now she is a monster even without a sword. Barros noticed her impressive skills and asked the master whether there was something that had occurred to him. He replied that he was not sure about it, but it feels like he had seen before. During the battle, Merritt again drew attention to him and shouted the name, and then again hit the next man and grabbed his weapon. Then she picked him up and also created a shield from her aura. It was evident that she is a first-class owner of the aura, and also can use several of its types at once. But it is not clear how she can manipulate her. The little girl has the power as Commander Arentel to win. She needs silver power, so let them be a check. It was ordered not to let this girl come closer to Sir Barros and Karnak, so everything was done to stop her. Seraphim asked, "Is it really so difficult for her because she thought he could when she was capturing her body?" Barros replied that this was needed for the 4th level of the aura, and this is silver. Karnak added, "This means that her manipulation of the aura is at a high level. There is something familiar in her aura, but he does not understand where he could feel it before, and only he thought about it, how measures spilled for a long time and shouted his name. Then she rushed like that and said that he was a damned king of death, and it was at that moment that the main character, along with Bars, realized that they remember her. The knights did not understand why she continues to call him the king of death. She probably lost her mind because of a demonic sword. This, of course, tolerate this one tragic for such a young girl. Further, Karnak prepared for the battle and said that they would focus, because it was necessary to damage the first time. In order to do this, they used their own magic of chaos and bullets. Then one of the knights smiled and said that she stopped because she could not see what was in front of her. Suddenly they looked back and realized that all 3 disappeared, but where they went incomprehensible. It turns out that they ran away as always, but unless they could discuss it with them first, someone asked if everything would be in order. They answered him that this often happens in the 7th about the triad. They will soon return with the decision, and now you need to focus on the situation. The main character was along with the wards under the barrier and said that the knights should not see them. Then Serafi asked who this girl was. The guy replied that this was Rapunzel, and he and Bars were dejected. The interlocutor asked, but who she was. The master said that she is the 4th war king. Serafi said that there was still no such person among them. It turns out that most likely this child will become a fighting king in the future. Karnak noticed that this is true. So she is one of the 4 military kings, Rapshinkle Crotium. Since she had no children, the Velity decided to give her her last name. She became the youngest king in history. She remained her rival until the end of the King of Death. The young master, in fact, accepted her mother into allies and turned her into an undead to fight against Rapshil. He considered insulting that she continued to resist to the very end, so he divided the bones of the woman and body of a woman into 3 separate parts and turned each of them into undead. And then he used it for protection. Serafi understood everything. She asked why she also pursues her. She answered Karnak, just a man who sold his soul to him. Then the guy asked for so far to forget about it. But did Barros think that she also turned in her young body? He replied that it suggests. But it is not clear how she really succeeded. Then Serafi asked why she was cutting out of everyone. Barros answered, perhaps, because of the memories before her regression, because this is the only way to stop the control of the mind of people from their young master. Then the girl realized that it was because of his past actions. Then the swordsman noticed, in any case, he felt as if the girl was fighting at a different level. Serafi said earlier he mentioned that he was at the same level with the fighting kings before he regressed. The man replied that this was not so. He was even stronger. The girl noticed that he meant strangely that both his souls returned to the past, but only Rapshil can use such an aura. Karnak noticed that her situation is slightly different and still needs to focus on combat weapons. And suddenly he understood something about what his subordinate asked. The master smiled and stated that he knew how Rapapel managed to return his aura, probably that she did not return it herself. Now is the time when she has not yet met her master, and given her age, she did not have time to train, but she retained the aura before regression. Strength is in the soul, then only one answer that it used the power of a demonic sword, and this weapon gives a dark aura of battle for the girl. And she transformed this aura of her original, Serafi asked. Is it really possible? And Barros noticed that this is so. She was an artificial swordsman. She always managed to find a way to solve the problem. Karnak noted, since this power was obtained from demonic weapons, she should be able to use it before she lost her strength. The comrade asked if the master was really trying to say it was necessary to use Merritt's sword. The interlocutor noted that he would apply a fuss of secrecy to ease everything. Soon, most of the knights finally lay unconscious. The girl smiled sweetly when she saw them and said that she had saved. Well, then again turned to the king of demons. Barros thought that she destroyed them all and wanted to not touch him. She just tried to find Karnak. The master did not understand why she was going to Barros and what would be here. She would catch him. To prevent this situation, he took advantage of the technique of the Earth's soul. Of course, after that, golems appeared from the ground that were supposed to fight with the girl. The opponent noticed this and immediately rushed at them on the attack. As usual, its power was so large that the stone monsters broke up into parts. Karnak at that time said that he had won a little time, and while she was busy, and Serafi asked what he was thinking. Then the hero again took advantage of dark magic and ordered the girl as his servant something. Then its parts of the body began to be covered with iron armor. The hero said that this is a bloody demonic armor. With this she will have more chances against Rapshil. The subordinate asked, "Is it not necromancy, and whether her soul would be in order?" To which Karnak replied that she would use it to win the time. Then he immediately came out of the shelter and began to attract attention. The girl who saw him got angry and immediately rushed to the attack. Well, of course, there was no choice but to rush to the guy's defense of the guy. During the battle, she realized that this armor was inconvenient, but very effective. Further, faced with each other, the girls jumped to a distance. Raspal attacked her rival, and that remained only to defend herself. But the onslaught with this force was so large that Serafi could not stand it and flew aside, thinking that the armor was saved, although it will not last long, so Barossa would be better to return as soon as possible. At the same time, he was not far and understood that there was a mess there, but he at the moment needs to hurry. The man immediately looked at the demonic weapon, which lay in front of him, and tried to take it. When this happened, the power that was inside the weapon began to break out, and they told him that he was a low-level man. It was the voice of a weapon that he said to accept the Dark Conquest, and the power of Barsus began to closely interpret with this demonic sword. Soon Karnak noticed that here is really a mess each of these people lies in the knockdown. But this, of course, facilitates the use of necromancy for him. Therefore, while the girls fought among themselves, he began to call his own servants. These were the dark souls that he ordered on behalf of the King of Death to fight the light, after which the creatures immediately attacked the Raspal. Then she increased her attack even more, thereby discarding Serafi once again. And then he concentrated a large stream of his own energy, gathered to attack dark souls. And when this happened, she immediately rushed the other way to the King of Death. He was completely alone, and the girl shouted to turn around. But the weapons of the fourth combat king immediately demolished his head. Serafi was very scared, thought he had already died. But according to the results, it became clear at the place where the master was only an illusion, which was killed. The hero used the magic of illusions and said that he almost died, of course. Good that he prepared for this. Now, if they just wait until Baros returns, everything will be fine. Only he said it as he was attacked. Raspal again and again rushed into battle at him, trying to kill at least his shadows. The girl looked at what was happening and said that she did not understand where the real lord was, but he was behind him and quietly called her. Using the magic of messages, he said not to look at him and continue to wait. The interlocutor realized that he was hiding there, and he noticed that his illusion was working. That's good. Then Serafi asked when the forces of Raspal disappear, because she was struggling continuously from sunset. The gentleman said that she sees her weakened form, and in general she probably will collapse soon. The guy, of course, understood that his mother would end soon. The girl asked what to do, because she would not lose before Baros returned. Karnak noticed possible thoughts blowing back to past actions, because he can control their souls. While they were discussing Rapshapel, she felt a strong aura from the side. Further, the swords that were created using the aura immediately stuck into the ground. Serafi realized that this was a protective reaction of the aura. Further, Baros turned to the young master and asked if everything was in order with him. It is interesting whether he came in time, but the master shouted that he was late. Then the interlocutor said that he came as fast as he could. Seraphim ran up, asking everything with him in order, because the sword controls its users. He replied that everything was really fine. But suddenly, from the weapon that he held in his hands, a dark spirit began to break out. Baros asked where to go, and even if he did not think to do this, after which he simply put it back. Then he said the dark spirit of the sword is still trying to run away from the moment he accepted him. Then the interlocutor said that she was worried in vain, and the swordsman looked aside, said that a dark projection is his specialization, so he needs to leave it to him. And Surfi, let the defender of the young master. After that, the guy immediately greeted Rapshil. The girl also did this and said that he is just a damned dog of the King of Death. Having exchanged courtesy, they of course immediately rushed to the attack on each other. Their forces were powerful enough to fight each other. As soon as he did not jump to a safe distance, they attacked again and again. The first part of the battle, Baros only remained to defend himself. But soon he increasingly began to move into his own attacks. And having thrown his weapon into the ground, he used the skill of a shadow raven. The released dark aura immediately rushed after her opponent. Of course, the girls did not quite like this, so she was counterattacked. And she did it literally with the same spell that the man created. So these forces collided among themselves in a furious battle. And then a rather powerful explosion happened in the sky. After using such a powerful technique, Raspal began to breathe hard enough. Seeing this, Karnak said that their opponent is quickly weakened. But even if this is the case, then the Barrow's sword also ends. Then he said that he completely forgot. Now he understands why Raspel generally did such strange things. Serafi asked if she was really interested in whether it would help them at least somehow. The gentleman asked if she remembered the story of how the girl's soul was divided into 3 parts and was used as guards. Each part of her soul received a different order, and when she united, these orders also merge. The interlocutor did not quite understand what she was talking about and asked what he was talking about. Karnak noted, although these were 3 completely different orders, now that they are mixed together, in her head is that the people who are with the knee of death are his allies. That's why she needs to kill them all. And be sure to do this. Serafi asked why this is happening, what other order he gave initially. And the hero replied that it is no longer important that he pays the price for what he did. At least they can now have at least some decision. If they heal every part of her split soul, then they will be able to reassure her. He will try to heal her, but is not very sure of this, because he does not often do it. Therefore, he used the technique of suffering souls, because the king calls them, you need to follow his will and enter the world. At the time of the battle, there was a brood. He felt a strange power that came from the master, so he asked him what he was doing. The hero immediately replied that Rapapel seals the memories and heals her soul, so let him wait a bit. The interlocutor said that this was good, but asked him to hurry. The baby herself at that moment did not stop her attack and immediately rushed to the guy. He understood that the situation is bad, because the attack again changes strange trajectories. It was interesting whether she managed to restore her skills in the War King, as soon as he thought about it, as the girl's blade immediately wounded his hand, as a result of which the spirit of the weapon immediately burst out and began to gradually disappear. Barrow saw what happened and said that he ran away when he lost his vigilance. Serafi understood that this was bad, and the main character noticed that he needed a little more time. For Rapapel, this situation, on the contrary, was in the hand, and she immediately smiled. Then she immediately rushed to the attack, discarding Barros's weapons. Then he realized that his shoulder is not in the best condition. She spares her rival. She was not going to, and again attacked him. Serafi saw that a comrade threatens the danger and also ran in his direction. While the baby attacked the swordsman, she tried to attack her. But Rapriel still managed to recapture this attack, defending himself. And then again attacked the girl with the help of her foot quite strongly. So much so that Serafi's body flew 12 meters to the side. But she still remained on her feet and continued the battle. Then Barros noticed that she knew a genius, and excellently owns a dark aura as her own. Nobody taught her, so it is not clear how she learned in common this. It is also not clear why he did not think about it. After all, if I thought maybe something would be different. And suddenly he understood something. Soon Seraphim was sitting on the ground, but Raspel continued furious attacks on her. The girl thought how much time was needed by Karnak, because she understands that this is her limit. The attacks of the rivals each time were more and more, and suddenly something attacked her. This technique was similar to the combat aura used by Serafi. According to the results, it turned out that Barros used this force, he said. It was interesting, and such feelings are used for aura. Karnak immediately asked if this villain finally aroused the aura. The guy did not even answer him anything, as soon as he rushed to attack the girl. Now the battle between them became more sophisticated, and it was clear that the power of the Barros was quite large. He saw the expression on his opponent's face, and said that the aura Rapriel began to decrease. Therefore the man further strengthened his blows, and thereby threw it back for the first time. And then he again tried to attack her while she was dispersed. It works, and the gentleman shouted that the soul of Raspel broke up. Therefore he used his necromancy and immediately directed it towards the girl. She did not understand how to get out of this power, and just remained in place. After that, the necromancy began to make all the weapons into her body. For the baby, this was unbearable, so she began to scream quite strongly. But soon they still left the little body by force, and she immediately collapsed to the ground. In the end, Barros was glad that his strength still worked. Further, the gentleman, along with Serafi, approached him and asked what happened, how he aroused his aura. The interlocutor noticed that probably this Raspel probably helped to do, and then they asked him what he was saying. Barros said everything. As he said for the last time, his soul, in fact, is the same as that of the necromancer, of the consumer of the power of darkness. He remembered the story of the Karnak, who said that his strength consists in his soul. If his aura could not awaken, as the attribute has changed, his soul needs to find another way. When the knight found out how to use combat aura, he thought about how to create and preserve the combat aura inside his body. Serafi noticed this makes sense, especially since he was not like the rest. But Karnak said, he managed to copy Raspel using the power of a demonic sword. The interlocutor said that he correctly noticed. He always stole his strength from others and never thought to use his own. But the girl managed to do it. As soon as I understood the concept, it was immediately able to use the aura. But we need more training. The girl asked if he could do this. just seeing once. He was indignant and stated that he might not look like before, but then he was very strong. The master said that in any case it was good for him, and the ward noticed that it was true that he needed to expand the reserves of his aura. Suddenly those present saw that the baby, obsessed, woke up, but it is not clear what to do. The main character asked only to smile and immediately greeted her, asking if she remembered him. Raphael carefully looked at him and did not answer at that moment. Karnak, along with the others, immediately alerted and did not understand what kind of silence. And the young interlocutor soon asked who they were. Then Serafi said it was still scared, and she thought that the baby recognized them. In order to make sure of the reverse, the gentleman asked if the girl remembers him. She answered she only remembers that she was called Raspel. Karnak, like the rest, was in horror. He thought that her memory was not completely erased, and there was some kind of mistake in the spell. Soon Serafi approached the baby and asked if she remembered anything but her name. For example, what is wrong with this sword, or with people who lie on the ground? She said that she was not sure, but probably she did. He remembers nothing but his name. I wonder who he is. Using my messages, the girl said that she heard everything that she heard. Then they allowed the main character and asked if he remembered her. The guy was wary of this, and she said that when she sees him, her heart beats more and more. It seems that he's an important person for her. Then Serafi noticed that it is true that they are important. They are deadly enemies. And the girl continued to speak, so she thought about whether she could stay next to him. Boros noticed that she was watching, as if a chick left without her mother, and the hero immediately felt guilty in his chest. Therefore, he said that he could not determine her place of residence, and she does not even understand the situation in which she was. When the whole situation is allowed, then it should be talked, and the girl agreed. Then Boros asked what plans the young master has. He replied that they needed to leave her for a while and must make sure that the seal of the memory works will be problematic if she gains memories. Then they need a reason for it to be near, but what is such a good one can come up with? The next day, all the knights were already in full health. They worked and discussed what happened just yesterday. And in the main tent, the commander-in-chief said that the evil spirit of the demonic sword entered this girl, but he did not feel anything like that. The priestess said, apparently, however, only a little bad energy remained, and the evil spirit completely disappeared. That is why she showed such power, and even after she freed herself from the control of a demonic sword. Serafi noticed why the master left a little unclean energy on demonic weapons. Jigyong said that it is very smart to call the golems to protect, so that Mr. Karnak is a brilliant magician, and this is a great job. Then he asked Mill that with this child, she replied that now everything was fine, the evil spirit completely disappeared. Karnak said that this is a relief. But what is happening now? The Papan replied that the demonic weapon would be sent to the Great Temple for an additional investigation. The priestess added, because this child cannot be identified, he will be sent to the nearest temple. Then the guy noticed that everything was ending. Then he asked if Serafi remembers what he was telling her, and she said that he remembers everything. Therefore she asked if it would be normal if they take this child. The priestess was surprised from this, and the girl continued to speak. It seems she has a talent to own a sword, so she would like to grow her as her weapon. Milla noticed that she would only be better for this for the child himself. Jigen said that he felt unhappy in this situation, so this is an excellent outcome, and the Trib said that under the guidance of Serafi, she would certainly become a wonderful knight. Raspel herself was no less happy and said that she would try even stronger. Suddenly, Karnak turned to the commander and said that he had several questions. The man asked why he should report that he himself figured out a demonic sword, and why Karnak needs to be excluded from the report. He does not need to take his honor because he is not so crazy as to envy his actions. The hero replied that this was not because of this. In the end, he is the one who cared for the demonic mosque Mared, while the rest were engaged in another work. The man did not understand why he wanted to stay outside the reward. The guy noted that troubles arose in the royal order due to its rapid increase, so frankly, he did not want to complicate the situation. The interlocutor noted that he was envied a lot for the fact that he received a promotion so quickly, but according to his request, they need to exclude the fact that the evil spirit made his way to the child. Therefore he feels this wrong, and he manipulates the report. The hero noted that the truth must still be told. But whether they really need to document the fact that, by order of the king, they fell into a pagan trap and let others know about it. This only raises them to future plans. The captain said that this is true. Then he will inform about it, like a tribe. The hero thanked him and thought that Raspel would not attract the attention of the public, and the attack on the 7th Battalion would remain not investigated. Then the men exchanged courtesy and parted about their business. After some time, to the headquarters of the Order, they only buzzed that the sword was stopped. Also, men tuned Cerberus for finally awakening the aura. The guy thanked for it and said that he was feeling fine. And until they spoke to Serafi, Karnak approached. The girl asked if she finally finished talking. He replied that this was the truth and took a short vacation even, because it was necessary to be next to Rapri. He thinks that it cannot leave a child alone there. They should not buy a house. So soon they were in such a rider and Serafa trained a girl. The baby, just at that time, worked out the blows with a sword. The gentleman carefully watched the process and Barros asked what he was doing. The guy did not expect this and was not very scared, and the comrade asked why he was watching the training process. The hero noted that he was watching everything in order with the seal. He feels too guilty to talk to her. In addition, it is possible that there is someone else besides him, who knows how to use the magic of regression in time, so they returned a few years before their arrival, and this explains why the world has changed so much. Barrows said, "This does not make sense because the master managed to spend many years as Astrashnaf. Even the 3 great magicians could not have gone so far. Chet King of the King use only auras, so they are not examined, the master still erased. The memories of the dragon of the emperor when he turned into his servant. Therefore it is completely unclear who could do." The hero asked if Barros remembers the altar of the regression of the time they used. He replied that he remembers, but the guy said, thinks it could be a problem, because he did not take care after he applied magic. Someday they would leave and the past will change. He thought that everything would be erased in the future, but that if he was wrong. Even after they came to this time scale, the future exists as a parallel measurement, and the altar exists there, but no one can retreat, simply getting access to it. When he was the king, in addition to Rapriel, he left the reconnaissance of military kings and 3 great magicians in an intact state to use more effectively. We are talking about Diagris Colin by the owner of the Dawn Tower, Gwyn Wren, the main defender Fairy, and Yelazar de Replaslaon, the royal magician of the empire. It is possible that they studied the altar and found out how to use regression in time. Barros noticed if this is true, then this is his fault again. The hero said that is why he is trying to rectify the situation. In any case, if so, probably they sent Rapshil as a test, and it would make sense. So now he is interested in how to check his own theory. Elazar's estate approached the woman to the subordinate and said that he had finally found the persons whom she celebrated as suspects. These are 2 people who are indicated in the report: the magician of the 7th Circle of Jigwenes Broder, the commander of the 1st Battalion, and also vice-commander user of the Blue Aura tribe Larkins. They defeated a demonic sword without any witnesses. In addition, in the place where he was destroyed, he was not found any traces of destructive and deadly energy. They could secretly use the knighting. The woman thought that this was not final evidence, and then asked what plans were to. I noticed a loss that both of them are quite famous to take a step, so he will continue to study them. Elazar said that he would leave it on him. And then she was surprised that the demonic sword killed hundreds of people in just a few days. So whether everything was in the report for sure, the interlocutor noted that this is true for the power of demonic weapons was truly amazing. They only gave it to the girl an orphan, but she could spread the teachings of the true God to hundreds of people. The woman thought that this was strange. He did not give a powerful sword, but this is much exceeding his possibility. Whether there was something special in the spirit inside. Therefore, she said, they wanted him to return this demonic weapon. He said that he had already become an ordinary ball, losing his spirit and his strength. So he does not think that they can find out something. But Elazar continued to stand her own. She stated that she had a bad foreboding about this.